Thank you, Katie. Philippe Chatrier Court in Paris. Final match of the French Open Championships for 2024. Coco Gauff and Katerina Siniakova won the women's doubles title earlier over Sara Errani, and the singles runner-up as well, Jasmine Paolini. And now Zverev and Alcaraz will dispute the final prize. And it's the German who'll serve first from the far end. And he misses his first serve. 6'6" tall, 27 years of age, black shorts, white top with a large patch of electric yellow or orange on the front. The waspish look is the way we were describing it earlier in the fortnight. Alcaraz with a petrol blue top, mustard yellow shorts, and that white compression sleeve on his right arm, wearing it on the advice of his physio, having had quite a nasty problem with that right forearm, which forced him to pull out of the Rome Masters just before the French Open, an event which Zverev won, and that is why he is on a 12-match winning streak, Zverev. But he has started this final, as we welcome listeners to the BBC World Service, Annabel, Croft and Greg Rusedski, with a double fault.
Yes, isn't that extraordinary after everything we've said about him overcoming the sort of fragility with the serve, potentially, you know, when it's under immense pressure, it might just rear its ugly head, but he took a long time. I think he thought he'd served an ace on the first delivery, kind of looked around and was wondering whether to sort of question it, then a long time before putting that second serve, well, out, not into play.
Second serve required here, and a second double fault, and he's going to change his racket.
Oh, no.
This is not the start you want in a major final here right now. I mean, one that hits the top of the net and goes long, and the second one dumped into the bottom nets. He's gone to the sidelines, changing racket. Obviously, it's a little bit too tight for him, and that is a big sign of nerves early on.
It really is, and extraordinary that the first double fault hit the net and went a long way long. The second double fault went into the bottom of the net. So that tells you that he's not controlling the racket face at all. Two totally different trajectories out of the strings.
Double fault, love 30, first 2 points of the final. Now an excellent first serve from Zverev. And that will make him feel a lot better about life as Alcaraz puts a backhand into the net. But already he's got a springboard possibly to break the Zverev serve in the opening game of the final. And that's not done lightly or easily, as Zverev's opponents have found out over the course of the last couple of weeks. 15-30 down. The sun has come out once again. It will intermittently hide itself behind clouds, I'm sure, as Zverev hits another forceful first serve down the tee. This is reached by Alcaraz, who's hitting a backhand to the backhand of the German. Alcaraz backhand, Zverev's backhand down the line. Alcaraz cross-court with a forehand, pushed back on the forehand by Zverev, and Alcaraz misses as he goes for the off-forehand winner.
The other thing which is interesting as well is the two double faults. I think he took a racket that was a little bit too tight for his liking, and then the players have different tensions in their bag, and now he looks like he's got control of the ball again. Back to 30-all.
Yeah, that was an opportunity for Alcaraz actually there. I think he was a little bit tight himself on that forehand. He went for the winner and he just kind of steered it out. Didn't quite catch it in front enough.
30-all. He's found another excellent serve out wide to the forehand of Alcaraz, and that is pushed back harmlessly beyond the baseline. So after two double faults to start the final, game point now for Zverev, who has started very well in the two wins he had over Alcaraz at Grand Slam level. French Open quarterfinal 2 years ago, won in 4 sets on that occasion, Alcaraz, and also in the Australian Open quarterfinal this year, where he really should have won in straight sets before sealing the deal in 4. He's missed the forehand here, Zverev, but on both those occasions, he was comfortably the better player in the first couple of sets, and it was Alcaraz who made a very slow start.
Yeah, and Alcaraz is standing a long way back, as he has been for the whole championships, to receive serve. Nothing sort of aggressive about where he's positioning himself. He's looking to absorb this big serve of Zverev's, standing well back.
But there's such a long backdrop here on this center court that allows him to do that. And also, sometimes as a server, you don't like that visual when you're a big server guy standing that far back, and Zverev misses the first serve. Let's see where the second serve is again here, because he hasn't hit one since the opening 2 points.
Second serve for Zverev. Forehand Alcaraz, forehand Zverev, very, very short. Alcaraz cross-court with the forehand, maybe not deep enough, but if you can volley like that, who cares? Fantastic. Backhand cross-court, drop volley winner for the Spaniard. And this is the first break point of the final.
What a stunning point that was from Alcaraz, and I think this just shows how dangerous he is for any opponent. I mean, that was not the easiest of volleys, but he made it look simple. Very low, but below the height of the net, and just opened up the racket face on that backhand side, an acute angle. Stunning control.
Alcaraz jogging on the spot, transferring his weight from right foot to left foot, break point, and he'll have a second serve to look at. As Zverev goes down the tee and misses here on 5 Live and the BBC World Service. BBC Sounds, Sunday afternoon in Paris, temperatures of about 21, 22 degrees Celsius. Break point down, Zverev. Forehand return, Alcaraz. Zverev's backhand. Alcaraz with a forehand down the line, and it's a winner, and he seized his opportunity brilliantly there. Zverev dropping just a little bit short, and Alcaraz already pumping his fist, skipping to his chair. He has the break in the first game of the final, Greg.
You know, what a start. But you know, one thing we didn't talk about, let's not forget, Juan Carlos Ferreira coached Sasha Zverev for a short period in his career. The relationship didn't go too well, but when you work with a player for a month or longer, you know their patterns, you know the areas they're nervous about, and that's why Alcaraz, when he won the toss, said, okay, you serve to me. Let's see how that second serve into forehand's going. 2 double faults, 1 shanked forehand. Perfect start for the Spaniard.
Yes, good thought. Good point to make.
Yeah.
If things had gone differently between Alex Zverev and Juan Carlos Ferrero, it may well be that the Alcaraz-Ferrero partnership would never have come together, because this was for about 8 months in 2017-2018 time, and as Greg said, it ended badly with Zverev being accused by the Spaniard of not being punctual, a lack of respect. He said there were too many distractions in his life, not enough quality training, although he was 21 years of age, and he's a very different generation to Ferrero. Ferrero wasn't on his mobile phone when he was playing because there weren't any smartphones then. But Zverev bit back and said he thought Ferrero was disrespectful, and it ended on a very, very sour note. And shortly after that, Carlos Alcaraz Sr., Alcaraz's dad, made the call to Juan Carlos Ferrero, and they've been together ever since. A shank on the forehand here from Alcaraz, so he's now love 15 down on serve.
The nice thing, even though you drop your opening serve, it's 3 out of 5 sets, you still have time to feel your way into the match. So expect Zverev to answer. Second serve here, opportunity at love 15 to try to get a love 30 break, to get the early break back.
Yes, it doesn't feel critical at this stage, does it? Especially when Alcaraz now goes for quite a lot more on that second serve and nets, and his first gift to Zverev, his first double fault, and he too finds himself love 30 down in his opening service game.
Well, you'd expect a little nervy match from these guys, let's be honest. I mean, they're both going for a little bit of history. Zverev trying to win his first title, Alcaraz trying to win his first French Open, being the favorite to win this because of being higher seeded in the expectation. So who's going to settle better and who's going to settle earlier?
Forehand return from Zverev. Forehand Alcaraz cross-court. Zverev cross-court with the forehand. Alcaraz cross-court with the forehand. Really good-looking forehand there from Zverev. He'll now hit the backhand cross-court. Zverev in at the net. His forehand volley is wide. He could not make the volley in the way that Alcaraz did.
No, that looked uncomfortable, didn't it, Greg?
Well, he set the point up beautifully, but his feet stopped moving towards the volley. It was actually quite a routine one, and that's nerves. Because he's actually got pretty good volleys, Zverev. He's improved them, but when he comes forward, as we see the replay here, just stops with the feet and opens the racket hand rather than taking an extra step.
Yeah, the racket face lost control completely, and he opened it up, and the wrist looked a bit wobbly, and as you say, that was a lot of nerves in that volley.
15-30, Alcaraz finds a first serve. Drop shot Alcaraz, first we've seen of the match, far too deep, 2 break-back points.
Yeah, that was not one of his better drop shots, and we're always marvelling at does he have the best drop shot we've ever seen in the game, but this one way too high, a lot of loft on it, and Alcaraz won't be happy with the way he put that one down.
It's a very, very edgy start, isn't it, from both players?
Yeah, but this is what you like in a final. You love this sort of nervous energy.
2 break-back points for Zverev. He's missed the forehand cross-court.
We're so used to seeing the very best players always playing picture-perfect tennis, thinking of what's going to happen. And with the nerves, it actually feels a little bit human. We're not seeing robots out there. It's quite refreshing.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
I think even the fans are edgy, aren't they? Really great atmosphere.
And nothing can be as edgy as that 2020 US Open final that Zverev played against Dominic Thiem, because I cannot remember a men's Grand Slam final being so racked with tension, both with a chance to win a first Grand Slam. No fans in the Arthur Ashe Stadium, which normally has room for 24,000. And it went to a fifth set tiebreak for the first time in US Open history, in the final that is. Second serve, second break point down Alcaraz, backhand from Zverev. Alcaraz down the line with the backhand, Zverev with the forehand to the Alcaraz backhand cross court, which is wide. So the errors are continuing to flow, and Zverev breaks back immediately. 1 game all first set.
The interesting thing there with the tactic is Zverev knows backhand to backhand, he's winning the battle every time, so he's happy with that exchange. Where if you look at Alcaraz, he uses his backhand to set up his forehand side and then get into the weaker side, which is the Zverev forehand. I think this will settle the German, and I think we're going to start seeing that first serve firing, which has been firing exceptionally well throughout these championships.
There were 6 breaks of serve in the final set alone of that US Open final. Zverev served for the title first, was broken, then Thiem's serve for the title was broken, and they went into a tiebreak in which it looked as if Dominic Thiem's cramp would possibly cost him the match, probably cost him the match, but in the end he came through. Zverev threw in a couple of double faults, and Dominic Thiem won his one and only Grand Slam title. Forehand long from Alcaraz, so 1 game all. The first set, best of 5 sets here in the Paris sunshine, live from Roland Garros in Paris here on BBC Sounds.
Conditions are very lively. We can see that the players are struggling to control the ball. I think the quicker the conditions, the more it favors the German. The slower it becomes, the more time that Alcaraz has on the ball.
15 love, backhand return long from Alcaraz. Good serve there by Zverev.
Yeah, and you can see Alcaraz just indicating back towards Juan Carlos Ferrero exactly that with his hand, like that the ball is just rearing off the surface and coming off the strings quickly. You can see he's almost indicating how lively it is out here.
Well, the court looks very dry. And some years they make it a little bit heavier. They put a little bit more clay and a little bit more water.
Ace from Zverev.
I remember a story with Michael Stich playing the finals against Yevgeny Kafelnikov. They put extra clay, watered the court, and all week it had been dry and quick, and that changed the dynamics of that final. This year in the finals,
made the decision to do that?
I don't know, but this year it looks quick, and it doesn't look so much clay on the court, so that should suit Zverev.
Forehand from Zverev down the line. Backhand slice Alcaraz into mid-court, and Zverev with a bad miss. The forehand is netted.
No footwork on that forehand getting up to the ball, and that's why the error came there. He was looking at where Alcaraz was rather than hitting through the shot and coming forward.
Yeah, Alcaraz just keeps on turning around and looking at his camp, so that's quite interesting to see him doing that quite a bit. I think that just shows you that he's just feeling a little uncomfortable at the moment.
(40-15). Zverev has one last lingering look at the mark that ball left on the clay, but accepts that he missed his first serve. But a second serve at 40-15 for him here, for a 2-1 lead in the first set. Aims down the tee with that second serve. Backhand Alcaraz into the net. And Zverev, after starting double fault and dropping his serve, will be quite pleased to be looking a lot more confident and leading by 2-1 at the change of ends against 21-year-old Carlos Alcaraz, who still has huge ambitions across every surface.
I always wanted to be one of the best players in the world. If I want to be, one of the best players in the world, I have to be a good player in every surface. Like Roger D, Novak, Rafa, Murray, the best players in the world had success in every surface. So I consider myself a player who adapts very well his style in every surface. And I grew up playing on clay, but I feel more comfortable playing on hardcore, for example. But I think my game suits very well to the clay court as well. So I just wanted to be a good player in every surface.
Trying to become the 7th and youngest man to win a Grand Slam on all 3 surfaces. And if he does so, he will be the only one who's done it under the age of 22.
It's quite fascinating to look at that last game and Zverev settling, because that second serve was well placed on the last point, and it's Alcaraz who we've seen talking to Juan Carlos Ferrero you've been talking about, but I think with the coaching rule, that's helped Juan Carlos and Alcaraz win their first major at the US Open, then Wimbledon, as well as going to help them today, because the coach can make a difference because they're legally allowed to talk to their player throughout the match.
And you would argue that that's more beneficial as Alcaraz hits a good first serve and now goes down the line with the forehand. The high backhand from Zverev is over the baseline. That's more beneficial to a player early in their career, is it?
No question about it, because if you have any doubt in your mind, as we saw from Alcaraz, Juan Carlos can give him a few words of advice. Let's play with a little bit more margin. When you get the short ball, come forward, as he did in the last point, and get more first serves in, so you can get that automatic coaching to settle yourself down right away. And let's be honest, the best coaches in the world are paid a lot for a certain reason, to help coach on court, even though they weren't allowed to do it in the past.
Yeah, I think he just wants those reassurances, doesn't he? And Juan Carlos has been talking about the two different roles he plays, and he says it sort of swings between the two, that sometimes he's just purely the coach, and then there are other times where he suddenly becomes a friend to Alcaraz, and he has to sort of navigate his way around those two roles, but it obviously is a chemistry that works extremely well.
Zverev long with the return, so Alcaraz to 30 love, and there is a pastoral role there as well, isn't there, when you start working with somebody at the age of 15? .30 love, second serve from Alcaraz, backhand Zverev, backhand from Alcaraz cross court, Zverev cross court with the backhand. Now Zverev with a forehand cross court, Alcaraz with a lovely slide across the clay, and cross court goes Zverev. The squash shot forehand from Alcaraz is too long. That's not a sound or a sight that we're going to be seeing for too much longer. One of the most pleasing sights in tennis, to see a player execute a perfectly timed slide across the clay to hit a winner.
It is, but then, Zverev took full advantage by going back behind him again into that corner with a beautiful forehand stepping into the court. But both these men's movement are quite exceptional on the surface.
Lovely sound too as Alcaraz goes down the tee with a first serve, hits the volley a little bit too conservatively but wins the point. Zverev running in, hammers the forehand back almost at Alcaraz. Too hard, too long, over the baseline, and a couple of game points for Alcaraz. But it will be replaced by a different set of sounds at Wimbledon, won't it, Annabel? Wimbledon very much has its own unique sound.
Definitely, yeah.
Grass court tennis has its own
totally
unique
different
sound.
And also there's kind of a pin drop atmosphere. I mean, as there is actually very much today, but it's just a different sort of almost cathedral-like quality. Oh, that's a wonderful drop shot cross court from Alcaraz to take that game. Interesting to see how much variety he's already bringing into this match, Greg. We've already seen a couple of serve volleys, we've seen him up at the net, we've seen some drop shots, some that worked, some that haven't, but he's throwing in different mixes of ways to win a tennis point, and it's certainly not boring to watch Alcaraz.
Not at all. He's got to express himself, and he has much better hands than Sasha Zverev. His feel with the drop shot, with the volley we've seen early on. But what I've been impressed by the German, he's willing to try those aspects with a few serve volleys as well as a few drop shots, but just doesn't execute them quite as well as Alcaraz.
I think Zverev's always talked, hasn't he, lately about the measure of how he's playing is judged by the way he's hitting his forehand, and I think he certainly looks like he's hitting his forehand really well today.
2 games all. Greg Rusedski and Annabel Croft with us here in the 5 Live commentary box on the Philippe Chatrier court in Paris on BBC Sounds, 5 Live and the World Service. Wimbledon starts across the BBC on Monday the 1st of July as we look down from our position quite close to the top of the stand and see Zverev hit a forehand, and that's just life as a commentator, Annabel. He shanked a forehand.
He did, and I think it couldn't have looked any worse, actually, so that was right on cue. I mean, that literally nearly landed up in what would have been the equivalent of the president's box the other side, wouldn't it? I think I spoke too soon.
Love 15. Backhand from Alcaraz, backhand cross-court from Zverev, slice backhand Alcaraz. Zverev hits the backhand cross-court. Forehand Zverev to the backhand wing of Alcaraz, who goes down the line, but Zverev with that large wingspan, 6'6" tall, has so much time. Backhand into the net from Zverev, so he finds himself love 30 down. And just before we concentrate again on the final big clay court match of this part of the season anyway, not forgetting that the Olympic Games is coming up at Roland Garros from the end of July. Monday, July the 1st, so we will have coverage across BBC, radio and online in what is a pretty big week and a pretty big summer generally, whether you like your politics and your opinion polls and your election results or the Euros, which begin on Friday with commentary of Germany against Scotland. Love 30 down, Alex Zverev. 2 games all in the first set. Excellent serve. Reach by Alcaraz. The forehand from Zverev has brought Alcaraz back into the point. It's now a baseline rally. Backhand with air, cross-court Alcaraz. Cross-court backhand Alcaraz again. Now he's reaching for the forehand. On the defensive again, the Spaniard. A forehand down the line. Pushing Zverev back, and he's netting with the backhand, Zverev. And these are 3 break points now. It's love 40 on the German serve.
I mean, this has just been brilliant from the Spaniard, you know, showing us a lot of variety. We've seen the mixture with the slice backhand. We've seen him coming forward, changing heights of the ball, going up high, changing the tempo. There has been a significant change in his game the last 2 games he's played tactically.
Yeah, I totally agree. You can see what he's trying to do is unsettle that rhythm and create some doubt down the other end in the swings of Zverev, who was getting into a rhythm down there. And his movement to, as you said, Russell, sliding out on that wide forehand to get himself back in the rally.
First of 3 break points for Alcaraz. His forehand cross-court. He's coming into the net, and the forehand from Zverev finds that net. And a love break for Alcaraz. That is the 3rd break in 5 games. And it's the Spaniard who leads by 3 games to 2 in what is their second meeting, the 3rd meeting of the year, because I mentioned the Australian Open quarter-final, but I haven't mentioned the Indian Wells quarter-final, which Alcaraz won very, very easily, because that was the beekeeper match, if you remember. A long delay, Alcaraz stung on the forehead as the bees descended on Indian Wells.
He really gets stung.
He got stung on the forehand. On the forehand. On the forehead.
Really? I didn't
they weren't
know that.
bothered about Zverev, because I was there and looking down on the court.
Maybe
for
he
some
smelled
reason,
differently. His blood
there's
was
obviously
different.
a different smell about people, and they seem to be more attracted to Alcaraz than Zverev.
Wow.
Well, the other
that is
thing as well is
extraordinary.
he's diabetic, so he has the insulin, so his blood sugar levels will be different than Alcaraz as well, and it was good that they suspended that match and then allowed them to replay it after the B solutions were solved.
I don't think they could possibly have played on. I've never seen him. I mean, he's a fast mover, isn't he? I've never seen him sprint off court so fast as he did when all those swarming bees came, and they kind of stuck themselves around the camera, didn't they?
Spider cam.
Yeah, it was
the camera that we
unbelievable.
see shuttling across the court to bring us the best television views. We have one here on the Philippe Chatrier court as well. And even when they did resume, Alcaraz was still very, very edgy in the warm-up, because there were still a few bees around, and that's where beekeeper Lance Davis, very much the local celebrity who went global that particular day, came in, and he was loving the attention. I tell you what, he was posing for selfies, he was high-fiving with fans, but ultimately he sorted it out, and I've just been reminded that his day peaked when he spoke to Tony Livesey on 5 Live Drive a few hours later.
Brilliant.
Carlos Alcaraz leads by 3 games to 2. He has the break, and now by 15 love.
Well, he's showing all the skills out here. Absolutely crushing the ball, and looks as if he's totally in control of what he wants to do tactically and moving the ball around, trying to really sort of disintegrate the game of Zverev down the other end.
3-2, 15 love. Backhand return from Zverev. Alcaraz is forced back. Forehand Zverev. Alcaraz forehand cross-court. Zverev with a forehand down the line. Alcaraz now goes cross-court with a backhand. Backhand Alcaraz, that's long. Zverev lets it bounce and then very quickly dismisses it, pats it away, and one of those ball boys, rather smaller ball boys on court at the moment, in that stripy, light clay-coloured top, just runs off the court and bowls the ball underarm, rolls it along the ground to a ball girl at the back of the court.
What's very interesting as well is the side that Alcaraz is serving on is the side of the president's box, and that's where they've struggled with their serves. I'm wondering if there's a little bit of a breeze or some sort of shadow that's there that's bothering them. So, interestingly enough, all the breaks have happened from that side serving.
The sun is in and out. Easier for Alcaraz at the moment. Forehand return from Zverev. Alcaraz forehand cross-court. Zverev pushes the forehand onto the Spaniard's backhand, and there's another miscue. On the backhand from Zverev, and Alcaraz just trying to consolidate the break this time because he wasn't able to do so, remember, having broken in the opening game of the final.
Yeah, that backhand cross-court just had a little extra potency on it, and you could see how he stood up to it on the backhand, took the ball a little bit earlier and injected a bit of extra pace, and it was just enough to get Zverev to hit that ball late.
It just looks like Alcaraz is starting to settle in and starting to feel comfortable in this match. And if he can hold here, I think he's only going to grow in confidence.
Serving and volleying, but leaving the volley because Zverev hit a backhand cross-court with a little bit of air on it, and it was always heading out of the court.
I think just the fact that he serve-volleyed just a couple of times already just unsettles the opponent. It's worth more than you, like you often say, Greg, more than the 1 point that you're winning, because down the other end, Zverev doesn't know at any given time whether he's going to serve-volley again, and he's just produced an error off that one.
Well, it's a great play when your opponent is returning so far back. It'll work against Alcaraz, and it'll work with Zverev as well. So right now, Alcaraz is showing us much more variety in his game. Zverev is playing a little bit too one-dimensional. He's got to start bringing what he brought in the earlier rounds, a little drop shot, a little change of directions and heights as well.
Second serve for Alcaraz, trying to move 4-2 in front, hits the backhand cross-court, slice backhand Alcaraz. Zverev pushes the backhand down the line. Alcaraz cross-court with a forehand, and Zverev may be a little bit late on that. You just heard him getting the frame of his racket to the ball, and it's a comfortable hold for Carlos Alcaraz, who does consolidate the break and leads by 4-2 here on 5 Live Sports, on 5 Live and the BBC World Service on BBC Sounds. And if you want to hear the cricket, just 50 minutes until we get underway with the India-Pakistan match at the T20 World Cup. They've been used to playing on neutral territory in recent years. They'll be in New York for that match today, and with commentary on 5 Sports Extra. It'll be followed at 6:30 by the Canadian Grand Prix, and that will actually be here on 5 Live. Rosanna Tennant and Harry Benjamin heading up our teams. Zverev netting with the forehand, 2-4, love 15 down.
I'm watching Zverev today, and it doesn't seem like the player who was there in the previous 6 rounds. It looks like he's trying to force it a little bit too much.
Definitely.
And he's just got to play within himself. You know, once in a while a serve and volley, just get your legs activated. Try not to hit through Alcaraz. You've got to go around him sometimes.
Love 15, backhand return Alcaraz. Zverev's backhand into the middle of the court. Backhand Zverev, backhand pushed down the line by Alcaraz, and now he plays that drop shot, which Zverev hits into the tape. He's looking a little bit despondent for the first time now, Alex Zverev. Those shoulders are not pushed back. He's not walking quite as proudly and as confidently as he was 10 or 15 minutes ago.
No, I totally agree with you, Russell, and I think it has shifted quite dramatically, and I think there is a fear factor about the way Alcaraz plays his tennis because of the array of shot-making capabilities that he has. You know, I think he has completely embarrassed Zverev a couple of times. I remember that final in Madrid where he absolutely annihilated him, and you just wonder whether a little bit of doubt is creeping into the mind of Zverev early on already.
Yes, 2 wins in Madrid. The other 2 meetings they've had on clay, other than this one and the Roland Garros quarterfinal of 2 years, 2022 and 2023, and you're right, Annabel, on both occasions it was an easy win for Alcaraz, who certainly enjoys the conditions in Madrid. It's played at
Fast,
altitude, and therefore it's a bit quicker, it's a bit unusual, it's very different to Roland Garros, so not sure how much we can read into that. As Zverev strokes a forehand down the line, he finds himself love 30 down, already a breakdown, and he's just guarding that net like a netminder, wondering whether the very high lob from Alcaraz was going to make it over. It didn't, and Zverev walking slowly back to the baseline does at least have a foothold in this game at 15:30.
Well, you look at both players right now, and Zverev looks about half a step slow. Well, it looks like Alcaraz is moving at 100%. Early on, he was a little nervous. He wasn't as good with his footwork. And that's what Zverev has to do. He has to get his footwork up to the ball, be a little bit sharper right now. And this is a must-hold game to stay in this opening set.
There is a lot on the line for Alex Zverev today as he tries to win his first Grand Slam singles title. He would be the first German man in the Open era to win the men's singles at Roland Garros. Michael Stich came closest. He was the runner-up to Yevgeny Kafelnikov in 1996. Backhand return cross-court by Alcaraz. Zverev down the line with the backhand, and here's Alcaraz forehand. Backhand cross-court Alcaraz. Zverev with the backhand cross-court. Alcaraz also hits the backhand. Now he puts air on the backhand, Alcaraz, and forces Zverev to pedal back behind the baseline from where he misses on the forehand. And these are 2 break points to the Spaniard for a double break advantage.
Prime example, isn't it, Greg, of the loft on the ball there. A little bit like the way Nadal used to play his clay court tennis, constantly changing the heights, constantly changing the pace of the ball, and just drawing out that error on that forehand side.
Well, exactly. The variety is putting off Zverev at the moment. He likes to play at one tempo, and Alcaraz, tactically astute, standing almost as far back as the line judge where they stand where the boarding is.
His foot looks like it's about to hit it.
2 break points, slightly short return from Alcaraz. Zverev hits the forehand. Alcaraz dropping short again. Zverev down the line. He's in at the net, Zverev. The angled volley is deep. The lob from Alcaraz. The backhand overhead from Zverev is really well played. It was a tricky shot. Now the backhand from Zverev. Alcaraz with the forehand into the net. And he turned that rally around nearly, Alcaraz. But the netted forehand means that there's only 1 break point remaining.
Well, that was well played from Zverev, because that two-handed backhand retreat to hit it into the corner was quite a tough shot, and to win that point, you'd expect Alcaraz to make that forehand passing shot. So really important moment here in this early stages of the first set here. You know, if he goes down the double break, this first set is basically over.
Yeah, that was an opportunity, that forehand he's just missed there. I'm sure Alcaraz is a little bit cross that he didn't make that one.
Second chance of this game to break for a double break advantage for Alcaraz. Backhand Zverev. That nearly went into the tape. The drop shot from Alcaraz. This is much better played. The backhand down the line is really nice from Zverev. Now the smash. Alcaraz has just managed to fling a forehand at that, and the rally continues. And again Alcaraz missed an opportunity, having clambered his way back into the rally, this time netting with a backhand at his juice.
But this is the funny part. This is what a lot of the experts talk about Alcaraz being the dominant force. I mean, he makes the most difficult shot, which is that slice forehand falling the opposite way into the court to get himself in position. And then the passing shot is there on the backhand side. Instead of making it solid, he goes for the Hollywood hit on both balls, makes 2 unforced errors. That's where you just have to be solid, just good enough. But as a spectator, we love him going for the flamboyant.
Oh, I like that new term, Hollywood hit. I've not heard that before.
Coach Juan Carlos Ferrero not quite as impressed. But you're right, 15,000 people inside the Chatrier court loved it. An ace from Zverev, so it could come back to haunt him, because this is now game point for 3-4.
Well, 7th game is always a little bit of a turning point in tennis.
Is it really? I always feel I have to challenge that.
No, I always feel like it is.
Really?
Because if you can hold on that game and it's 4-3 instead of 5-2, you're still in the set. Also, if you break at that stage as well, then the advantage and momentum is with you. So I always say it is an important game.
We'll give Annabel Croft the casting vote in a moment after Alex Zverev serves for this game. Forehand from Alcaraz, forehand Zverev. Alcaraz with the backhand cross court, and that is long, and that may well turn out to be quite significant. Who knows, because that was looking pretty disastrous for Zverev, but it's just the 1 break of serve he trails, with Alcaraz now leading by 4-3. And let's hear from Zverev, who's certainly not underestimating the challenges it takes to reach a Grand Slam final these days.
I think in a Grand Slam final, there's obviously no easy matches and no easy opponents. And if you're in the final of Roland Garros, you deserve to be there. And that goes for him as well. He played a fantastic match, played a fantastic tournament in general, I think. And I'm expecting a very difficult match. To go deep and to win a Grand Slam, you have to go through difficulties and you have to go through a lot of ups and downs. And you're not going to win a Grand Slam by winning every match in straight 3 sets. Some players do, like Roger did, Rafa did a few times, but normally to win a Grand Slam you have to go through battles. You have to come back in tough 5-set matches. You have to come back from difficult moments, and I'm happy the way and the path that I had. I'm happy to be in the Grand Slam final and give myself the best chance to win on Sunday.
And they are absolutely not easy to win. Boris Becker and Michael Stich in the men's game, Open era Grand Slam champions for Germany. But I said no German man has won this title in the Open era. You have to go back to the 1930s to find the last time a German man won this great championship. Henner Henkel and Baron Gottfried von Kram, who was a big rival of Fred Perry's back in the day. 4-3. Alcaraz leads. It's just a single break advantage. Greg Rusedski and Annabel Croft are with us, and the return from Zverev is just a few inches over the baseline.
This is where Zverev needs to get himself back in right here, because it's been pretty dominant since being broken on the serve of Carlos Alcaraz, just because of the variety. You feel like Zverev's got to do a little bit of a change-up, mix-up, get the return into play, use a little bit more depth, try to use a few more angles, and also have the willingness to come forward when the opportunity arises.
15-love Alcaraz. Zverev's forehand return. Alcaraz to the back of the court with a forehand. Nice cross-court angle on that forehand by Zverev. Both men are about 8 to 10 feet behind the baseline. Now coming forward is Alcaraz to play the drop shot. Zverev down the line. Alcaraz into the net with the forehand. He's not quite got his range on that drop shot yet today.
No, and he hasn't got his range on the passing shots either, because several times he's set up for it. He was definitely drawing Zverev forward there, but just not able to connect with the ball smoothly to kind of finish off the point.
Yeah, but if you look at the clay right now, it looks very slippery. It looks very, very dry. And if you can penetrate with a good flat ball, especially on that backhand side, it's not easy to pass.
You can see the wind just picking up and spectators just turning away from it, because it's like a sandstorm that's just blown through, and some of the topsoil or top surface just blew into some of those spectators on the side there.
And this is what Novak Djokovic was highlighting and complaining about. He thinks it was responsible for his medial meniscus tear in his right knee. No other players have complained. I asked Yannick Sinner about it, and he certainly gave the impression that it hadn't been an issue for him. Backhand cross-court from Alcaraz, the lob from Zverev, the forehand from Alcaraz, well anticipated by Zverev. Alcaraz down the line with the forehand. Zverev defending hard. Drop volley is reached by Zverev, and Alcaraz had quite a lot of work to do there, and he enjoyed that moment of showmanship, stretching, almost tumbling to play the volley, and then lifting his left arm in the air in celebration.
Well, you just see where the movement of Alcaraz is that much better than Zverev, because Zverev shows us good wheels, but Alcaraz just has more flexibility, more speed, and more feel. And with a slipperier surface, if you're lower to the ground, it's much easier to move.
Alcaraz serving at 30-15. This is a good serve, and the drive volley from him cross-court is as safe as houses. 2 game points for a 5-3 lead. Alcaraz's most challenging match to get this far. No question, that semi-final against Yannick Sinner when he recovered from 2 sets to 1 down. The only other set he dropped was against the qualifier Jesper de Jong, who'd beaten Jack Draper in the first round. That was in the second round. And he's spent 3 hours less time on court than Alex Zverev, which potentially could be significant. Or I think the feeling is that Zverev is so fit, and he's won his last couple of matches in 3 and 4 sets, that it's probably unlikely to be a decisive factor. 40-15, 4-3 Alcaraz, second serve, forehand reply from Zverev. Alcaraz forehand, Zverev with the backhand cross-court, slice backhand Alcaraz, Zverev cross-court with a backhand. And now a forehand from the German, hit very, very short, pushed deeper in the court on the backhand by Alcaraz. Forehand cross-court Zverev. Alcaraz forehand, Zverev down the centre of the court with the backhand. Slice forehand from Alcaraz, just mixing it up a little bit. Backhand Zverev, slice backhand from the Spaniard. Cross-court and wide via the net cord on the forehand from Zverev. And Alcaraz holds and leads by 5 games to 3.
Well,
go on, Greg.
No, please go, Annabel.
Oh, I was just going to say, what a clever shot that slice forehand was from Alcaraz, because he looked like he was going to slice it, and he almost deliberately made it look like it was a drop shot coming. Zverev went to move forward for the drop shot, and then he pushed it deep. I always used to call that the Federer shot, the fake and the fade. And then they continued the rally, and then, of course, he got the unforced error out. So, again, mixing it up.
Yeah, beautiful variety from Alcaraz. And that's been the massive difference in this opening set, is having that variety, especially if you're getting a little bit of gusty conditions in a slippery court. The more you can put your opponent off like that, the better it is for you. And that's why he's up 5-3 in this opening set.
It means Alex Zverev is serving to stay in this first set now. And he lands his first serve. Alcaraz with a forehand return. Backhand Alcaraz cross-court, Zverev with the backhand, Alcaraz backhand down the line, Zverev into the net as he slides into the forehand.
Interesting battle here on the real estate. It's Alcaraz who's on top of the baseline. Zverev is 2 meters behind it. Whoever's on top of the baseline dictating usually comes out on top.
Yeah, and he's constantly mixing so many ways to win the points out here, and you can see there's hesitancy in what Zverev is doing. He's sort of, starting to be made to feel uncomfortable.
4 Spanish fans down below us, decked out in national colours, flags around their shoulders. 2 of them look like they've almost had a jacket made in the colour of the Spanish flag, as their man can't make a forehand from a long way behind the baseline, and it's 15 all. They also have 2 of them those plastic bowler hats in the red and yellow of the Spanish flag. It is a fantastic scene, because apart from those who are underneath the edges of the roof, which was so required in the first week, everybody else is bathed in sunshine at just gone 10 minutes to 4 on this Sunday afternoon in Paris. Forehand return from Alcaraz. Zverev hits the backhand. Alcaraz cross court and right onto the sideline with the backhand. Now he's got a mid-court ball, hits it aggressively to the back of the court. The half volley from Alcaraz onto the baseline. And Zverev nets. And he looks down at that mark and is thinking whatever the German for fiddlesticks is, because Alcaraz landed another one flush on the baseline.
But it's just incredible, the Spaniard's balance, how low he got down for that half volley, and the precision he had with that shot to put it plumb on the back of the line. Just beautiful flexibility in hands again.
So calm when he played it as well. There was no panic when he was having to play that half volley. It was quite a tricky shot, and he was just so casual with it.
Well, when your legs are that strong, it allows you to have that flexibility, use your hands, because you know physically you can hold the position.
3-5, 15-30, and Zverev has missed the first serve. 41 minutes played. You're with 5 Live Sport on 5 Live and Sports World on the BBC World Service. Backhand cross-court from Alcaraz, a forehand from Zverev. Alcaraz backhand to the forehand of Zverev. Alcaraz goes for broke, nets with the forehand. He was eyeing a couple of set points there.
That was the wrong shot selection there to hit that one that flat. You just put a little rotation and you still got the same result. Again, Hollywood hit, as Annabel likes to call there. Just going for too much.
Yeah, he does love, I think he just loves playing, doesn't he? He sort of gets excited by his own talent, and I think he just wants to crowd please and come up with some like big stinging winners.
And that's the challenge for him, isn't it? And his coach, Juan Carlos Ferrero, that you can't deny the man his natural instincts. He's got to play the way he wants to play, but I know that Ferrero is aware that there is a time to be sensible.
Well, the problem is you don't want to take Alcaraz's genius away from him, and you've got to find the balance between the two, and I'm sure Juan Carlos is working with Carlos on that.
30 all, backhand return from Alcaraz, not hit cleanly, but it's over the net, and he may still have a set point in a second. He will, because there's a poor forehand from Zverev, who has gone long and is constantly under pressure on serve and is a set point down. He was broken in the first game after starting with a couple of double faults. There have been break points in all bar one of his service games so far. 3-5, 30-40, set points to the Wimbledon champion, the US Open champion of 2022, 21-year-old Carlos Alcaraz. Forehand return from him. The backhand from Zverev. Alcaraz forehand. Zverev on the move, hits a high forehand. It's very short. Alcaraz cross-court with an angle that finishes the set on the forehand. Well, it was a bit of a mess from Zverev in the end. The serving was not where he wanted it to be. And even though Carlos Alcaraz made a few errors, he had plenty to spare in that first set, which will be alarming for the German who's trying to win a first Grand Slam title. Carlos Alcaraz strikes first, 3 breaks to 1, and takes the first set, Katie, by 6 games to 3.
And so far, so good with those Hollywood hits, Greg. I was thinking we could go with Showbiz Shot.
No, it's been absolutely brilliant from the Spaniard. Got off to the perfect start with an early break, then Zverev lifted, got the break back. And if you look at Carlos, he just looks faster. He's got more variety in his game right now. The use of the drop shot, the willingness to come forward, use the slice. Zverev's got to add the serve and volley, use the drop shot a bit himself to bring Carlos forward and get a little bit more variety in his game. If he doesn't, Carlos looks like he has the momentum, so Zverev needs to answer. The good news for all those Sasha Zverev fans is, though, in 6 of his matches that he's played this last 2 weeks to get to this finals. 3 times he was down a set and found a way to win. So don't discount him yet, but momentum with the Spaniard.
And you'll be pleased to know we're all doing our duty backstage here of trying to work out exactly how to say fiddlesticks in German, Russell. We've got 2 ideas on it. Mine was Pustekuchen, which is apparently old German slang meaning no way or you trickster.
I like it.
Yeah, or we've got a Geigenstücke, which I think is like violin sticks. So
so more of a literal translation.
A literal translation,
perhaps.
yeah. But if anyone has any ideas or some help for us, do get in touch, 85058. You're listening to 5 Live Sport. It's the final of the French Open. Carlos Alcaraz set the good then over Alexander Zverev. We will pause then before we get coverage of the second set, commentary to come, and we will get the news with Nick Hatfield.
The voice of the UK.
And the home of the Euros and the general election 2024.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good afternoon. The wife of the radio and television presenter Michael Mosley, who went missing on a Greek island on Wednesday, has confirmed he has died. Michael was last seen on a beach before going for a walk. Claire Bailey Mosley says her husband had taken a wrong route while climbing in a remote mountainous area and had collapsed. Our correspondent Joe Inwood is close to where the body was found this morning.
Claire Bailey Mosley's statement makes it clear that he had tried a very difficult climb, and she points out that he very nearly succeeded. We were just around the bay. He was found at a place called Agua Marina, and we were there half an hour ago or so on a boat, and we could see it, and you could see the point at which he had been found, and he had so nearly made it down towards the beach. And this is the point that she was making for the family. They got some comfort that he got so close.
The Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has been criticised for saying that Rishi Sunak's early departure from the D-Day commemorations showed that he didn't understand what he called our culture. Labour and the Conservatives have criticised his comments. Mr Farage says he was referring to Mr Sunak's class and privilege. The SNP leader, John Swinney, has called on both the Conservatives and Labour to tell voters where the axe will fall in terms of cuts to public spending after the general election. The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, says a government led by him won't return to austerity. And Narendra Modi has been sworn in for a 3rd term as India's Prime Minister. He'll lead a coalition government after his Hindu nationalist BJP failed to win enough seats in the general election to govern alone.
Calling all Glastonbury fans.
Myself, Annie McManus,
and me, Nick Grimshaw,
are fully going in on Glastonbury
with very special guests.
Emily Evers.
We have a local cheesemaker who has a really reliable weather forecast.
Shania Twain.
I'm considering riding a horse to the stage.
Join us for weekly bonus episodes.
We're going to have all the festival chat,
all the action,
all the backstage goss.
Sidetracked by Glastonbury.
Listen first on BBC Sounds.
The French Open on 5 Live Sport with Katie Smith.
So the second set just getting underway on the Philippe Chatrier court. Alcaraz winning that first 6-3 against Alexander Zverev. David Law will be guiding you through this second set. And on social media, David, a tweet, or on X, from Andy Roddick. He says the chess match has begun. Curious to see how Alexander Zverev adjusts here. Alcaraz flashing every different ball flight on the backhand. Massive improvement compared to a couple of years ago, mixing it up perfectly.
Yeah, and Andy Roddick knows what he's talking about. A former world number 1 himself, a man who beat Carlos Alcaraz's coach in the US Open final in 2003, Juan Carlos Ferrero. And Roddick, a keen analyst of the sport, and somebody, when you hear what he's got to say, it generally sounds bang on, and often things happen as you expect. As he said, here's a backhand on the centre from Alcaraz. That was just long, but he's 40-15 on his serve at the moment as the Spaniard, having won that first set 6-3. And it's interesting looking at the head-to-head between these two. In 8 of the 9 matches they've played, the player who's won the first set has gone on to win the match, and all of the 4 wins that Carlos Alcaraz has had over Alexander Zverev have all been very straightforward, all straight sets. When he's been on his game,
wow,
it's really not been in question at all.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think he is very much a front-runner player against him, isn't he? He sort of gets confidence, gets momentum, and then he kind of stamps his authority on an opponent. And as Russell was saying, Zverev started to not kind of swagger quite so much around the court and not walk so tall, and shoulders have just dropped quite a bit.
Yeah, I think he's a bit shell-shocked, really, by just how well Alcaraz is playing right now, although he has got back to 40-30 from 40 love down.
Well, David, you're not giving Zverev too much hope with that last statement there. Shall we all go home now?
Well, every match is a new match, Greg.
Exactly.
He has beaten him 5 times before, but he's not tended to do it other than the one comeback from a set down at the ATP Finals last year when it just really didn't feel like Carlos Alcaraz, to be quite honest with you. He wasn't in form at that time. I think Annabel's quite right. Once Alcaraz gets ahead and starts feeling good, he's just so difficult to beat. Forehand cross court from him. Point for the first game here of the second set. That's a better forehand though from Zverev, and it leapt off the court with lots of topspin and angle.
Well, I think with Zverev right now, the second set is important, and I feel like Zverev's got to get up the court more. He's got to boss a little bit more, add a little bit more variety. Use that serve and volley, because we've seen a lot more variety from Zverev for this run to the final. We've seen serve and volley. We've seen drop shot once in a while. He needs to change it up a little bit. Andy Roddick was talking about the chess mass. There's only one chess player at the moment. Zverev has been way too predictable. He's got to do something different this second set, and he's got to win the second set.
Little shoots a recovery from him. Drop shot from Alcaraz. In comes Zverev down the line. Lob lifted by Alcaraz over the head, but long. Suddenly, 40-love on the Carlos Alcaraz serve has become advantage and breakpoint Zverev.
The other thing is Zverev is starting to go a little closer to the baseline as well. His court positioning is a little bit more up the court, which is a positive. He's not playing so far behind the baseline, getting bossed around at the moment.
Feels like because the sunshine is so bright and the conditions are very, very light out here and lively, it just feels like the ball is just flying around quite a bit.
Yeah, and it didn't seem under Alcaraz's control with that lob, but he's just hit a very good serve onto the service line, which has not come back over the net. It's deuce in the first game of the second set of this men's singles final, with Carlos Alcaraz, the Wimbledon champion, having taken the first 6 games to 3. We have live Formula One with the Canadian Grand Prix tonight. Coverage from 6:30.
You can hear Juan Carlos Ferrero down there just kind of like giving loads of advice, probably trying to tell him to concentrate and focus, and even though he's got that first set under his belt, to really keep up the pressure on Zverev.
He's just hit the baseline on the back foot there, has Alcaraz, but bit more weight behind the ground strokes here from Zverev. He's starting to get that territorial advantage in the rallies, and now he's just put a backhand long and he motions as if he wants to smash his racket into smithereens there. Zverev, he holds himself back, but that was maybe a little better from him generally, Greg?
Well, it was, but as we talked about the balls flying away, that's his favorite shot, the backhand up the line, and to miss it by over a meter over the baseline is so frustrating. That's why he wanted to break the racket, because he knew he had an opportunity. The last point to break Alcaraz, didn't make the return, but Alcaraz, again, chess match, serves the body, and then just solved this point.
Point for the first game once more for Alcaraz in this second set here on 5 Live as he hooks his forehand cross court. Alcaraz, he's pushed back again by the bounding topspin forehand by Zverev, who hits an inside-out backhand now from right to left and steps in with a forehand on the line, and he's got Alcaraz on the defence. He nets, and this is a lengthening game now.
The other thing which is interesting is we saw at the end of that first set with Zverev, the forehand landing short, not enough depth. Early on this last point, much more depth, better with the approach shot. Zverev is lifting, you have to have that depth against Alcaraz. If not, he's on the front foot and you're doing a lot of running.
People fanning themselves inside Court Philippe Chatrier, 15,000 people, most of them with some sort of headwear because it is bright sunshine, blue up above, few white clouds, orange court gleaming as the serve hits the sideline from Alcaraz.
Well, that was a brilliant serve from Alcaraz, wasn't it? Really using the width on the court and the fact that the court is so lively. It was just taking off from the surface, great accuracy. And how many times did we see him serve out wide to the forehand of Sinner and got back-to-back at the very end of the match when it was getting a bit edgy? He kept going into the same serve he's just hit to Zverev and got the error every single time.
Yeah, that was up against the man who's going to take over as world number 1, Yannick Sinner, tomorrow when the rankings are released. In comes Alcaraz with a low forehand volley, but he's hit the tape, and Zverev did well to get that back at his shoelaces, and it made it awkward.
Yeah, but that's clever from Zverev. They're tactically astute because you give him no angle, force him to volley up, and worst case scenario there, you get a second passing shot. So sometimes you don't need to go for that passing shot winner, you go for a 2-shot combination, especially when it's a little blustery out there as well.
First test here for Alcaraz, really. From 40-love up in this set, in this first game of the second set, and he's let a forehand volley go there. That was right there for the taking, Alcaraz, and it's looped over his right shoulder and landed in the corner.
Do you know, I actually thought the same as him. When Zverev hit that, I thought, oh gosh, he needs to take his racket away here because that is going well long. And then he did take his racket and it fell and dropped inside the baseline. Extraordinary error, but is it going to be very, very costly?
An opportunity here for Alexander Zverev to strike at the start of set 2. He returns with his backhand in the middle. Alcaraz blasts a forehand winner though, and he sort of cocks the racket as if, maybe I'll throw in a drop shot, maybe I'll hit right, maybe I'll hit left. He's got all the options.
Well, the thing is, the preparation footwork is so exceptional that he just holds it on his racket and can go any which direction he likes, and that's what makes him such an amazing player. And on top of that, just plays the big points so well, and that's the sign of a champion.
Absolutely. I mean, down break point there and no let up. I mean, did not hold back on that forehand. That was a risky shot he's just hit, but he backed himself.
Deuce point now, Alcaraz nets.
I think he was irritated at having missed that volley as well.
I agree.
Yeah, well, the rule is, when in doubt, play it always on the volley.
Greg Rusedski watching Carlos Alcaraz net another serve and a double fault, and the pressure rising a bit on the Spaniard here.
Boy, would it be good to get an early break from Zverev to make this an interesting match, because so far it's been Alcaraz, once he got the second break, has looked by far the better player. But we want a match here. We want one that goes the distance. So if Zverev can capitalize on his third break point here in the opening game, this could get interesting.
Alcaraz already the Wimbledon champion, just 21 years of age. He's won the US Open too, as he serves out wide and the return is long, drifting by Zverev, who's yet to win a Grand Slam title. Alcaraz trying to become the youngest player ever to win on all of the 3 services of tennis at Grand Slam level. That's the clay of Roland Garros, the grass of Wimbledon, and the US Open hard courts. A lot of work to be done first though. Here on 5 Live. Here's the deuce point for Alcaraz. He serves and volleys. No, he lets another one go there, Annabel, and this one does go wide.
Well, you had to hold your breath there because there was slight hesitation. I think he was thinking about hitting it and then, again, took his racket away, watched the ball go wide. But, I mean, again, he's just mixing things up here. He's served a couple of body serves in this game. He's served some good serves out wide. He's getting some unforced errors and cheap points on the serve.
Well, he's thinking clearly. On all 3 break points against, it's always been a body serve.
Serve out wide again from Alcaraz, who has game point now for this first game of the second set. He already leads by a set to love. Forehand off the back foot. Zverev, that's a clean winner. Cross court, crunched by Alcaraz, who's marching towards his chair, looking over his shoulder, nodding at his coach, Juan Carlos Ferrer, as if to say, why didn't I do that about 5 minutes ago?
Yeah, exactly. That was a drawn-out game and should have been quite straightforward. Interesting to watch Zverev on these changes of ends. I mean, it didn't happen that time because he was well back in the court, but several times when they've gone to change ends, he's been the man leading to change ends. And then it's almost like a superstition for him. He doesn't want to cross the net before Alcaraz. So he's ended up walking into the centre of the court, waiting by the net, letting Alcaraz pass, not looking at him, and then going forward. So quite interesting how players do these weird things on the changes of ends.
You do like a superstition, you tennis players, don't you? Did you have any, Greg?
Yeah, my towel. I annoyed you commentators by getting the towel in between every point.
You're to
against the same
blame.
ball.
Was that a superstition, or was that you just trying to slow yourself down?
Combination of 2.
Slowing the whole tour down. About 20 years.
Here's a backhand chip cross court wide by Alcaraz. 6-3, 1-love he leads. 15-love Zverev.
We're blaming you, Greg.
Blame me for everything, you know.
It's always been my policy.
But here's the other thing, is like Rafa with his water bottle, superstition, they have to be turned the right way. He won't step on any lines as well.
And it worked. He won 14 of these.
I should have done that instead, maybe.
Have you noticed Alcaraz's bottles now? He does the same thing. He lines up all those water bottles. There's about 4 of them down there.
Well, you might as well copy the best, eh? Here's a backhand down the line, is long by Alcaraz.
Alcaraz is having a little dip here after the long service game, but there was one player in Monte Carlo decided to kick over the water bottles of Rafael.
Was it?
Exactly, against Rafael Nadal in Monte Carlo. Kicked them over. Rafa laughed and then won the second set 6-love again.
Yes. Yeah, don't mess with the champion. Or don't poke the bear.
No. Dangerous thing to do. 6-3, 1-love Alcaraz. It's Zverev at 30-love here. He serves down the centre just long. There are people in the crowd wrapped in the Spanish flag I can see down there. And they've also got yellow and red boater hats in the Spanish colours. There's quite a lot of colour around with people showing their national allegiances. 30 love here for Zverev. On his serve, he's just trying to settle himself down after the disappointment of not breaking, but that forehand has gone long, and it can be a bit of a dodgy forehand sometimes, can't it, Annabel?
It can definitely be a dodgy forehand, but I think in conditions like this, it's a bit of a nightmare, because if you start to doubt yourself on the forehand and you don't commit to it fully and kind of put the brushing up the back of the ball motion onto it, it can really take off and fly. And if you start to hesitate and doubt yourself, then there's going to be a lot more balls leaving the strings quickly.
This is the French Open men's singles final. Here on 5 Live, a lob return lifted long by Alcaraz as Zverev hits the sideline and moves to 40-15. We've got a full week of build-up towards the Euros on 5 Live over the next few days, starting on Monday with the Euros Monday Night Club with Mark Chapman, Chris Sutton, Rory Smith and Theo Walcott. We've got a special Scotland focus on Tuesday night with Kelly Cates. I guess will be James McFadden and Pat Nevin. Here's a forehand down the centre by Alcaraz, who hits his backhand cross-court. Down the line goes the backhand of Zverev, steps into another forehand, but nets it again, and it's not very good, and his arms are out wide. He's walking over to his dad, who's his coach, and saying, what's going on?
Yeah, there's lots of knowing looks between them, as he looks a little uncomfortable with the way he's hitting that forehand, and he knows that's the side that's going to get targeted and chipped away at, and seeing if it can be broken down even more. So it becomes a bit of a psychological game between the two.
And if you're Carlos Alcaraz, you're loving it. It's like, okay, I'm going to hit you another forehand. Please miss another one.
That's it. Why change a winning formula? Here's another forehand for Zverev. It's not very convincing, is it? It's just halfway up the court, and then that one is shanked out of the court entirely.
But if I'm coaching Zverev, I'm saying to him, mate, look, don't show your opponent anything, because if you start missing him, you're showing the opponent where to go, what to do.
Yeah.
Instead of that, turn your back to it, keep on going after it aggressively, get your feet into place, serve and volley a ball so you don't have to hit that forehand. That's where he's not thinking tactically astute, and Alcaraz is taking advantage here.
Yeah, and it's also a case of where the psychology comes in, that if he is working with somebody, that it's about how you block the mind that is going to start trying to take over and doubt himself.
Yeah.
It's about how he can trick his brain into stop thinking the negative thoughts about the techniques on the forehand and focus on something positive.
Tell me what Zverev's hearing you, Greg, because he did exactly what you just suggested there and served and volleyed, and he won the point.
Well, that's what he should do when he gets up 40 love, 40-15. Just to try to close out the game and give Alcaraz a different look, because Alcaraz is standing 10 meters behind the baseline and knows Zverev's never going to serve and volley, so there's no pressure on the return whatsoever.
And he's doing it again. Here he is coming in, and he'll swat this away. And actually, Alexander Zverev has changed his tactics after 2 appalling forehands. Greg Rusedski advised him to go and serve and volley. He did it twice. He won both points.
I gave him osmosis from our commentary box right now, so if he goes on to win, I want a percentage.
Well,
I think we're going to send Greg out to coach on the tour, don't you think?
I would be very interested in watching that, yes.
I think so.
Would you like to coach, Greg?
Yeah, I would. If the right opportunity comes along, no question about it. And I'm working with a young British lad part-time by the name of Ben Jones.
Okay. We'll look out for him. How old's he?
He's 25, so not so young, just out of university, but a good lad playing in Nottingham this week in the doubles.
Okay, well, we'll keep looking out for him. And if your last 2 points worth of coaching is anything to go by, you know what you're doing. Here's a forehand cross-court return by Zverev, who's levelled up at 1 game all, but he's lost the first set 6-3. Can he find his feet here on the clay of Paris? What a forehand that is, though. Ferociously struck by Alcaraz, cross-court, right onto the sideline.
I think the difference is between these two is not just the variety and the array of shots that he can dip into this magic box of tricks that he's got, Alcaraz, but just the techniques on everything just seem that little bit more solid, don't they? He moves better, the volleys are better technically. Okay, the backhand, you could say that Zverev has an amazing backhand technically, but I think the forehand definitely has some fragility there.
Alcaraz at 15 love here, hits the top of the net. After the Scotland Focus show on Tuesday night, we've got an England Focus on Wednesday night on 5 Live. Steve Crossman with Matthew Upson, Izzy Christiansen and John Murray. Here's a backhand return down the centre, deep by Zverev, but he's 15 love down. He's hitting the ball better from the baseline in this rally at the moment, though. Alcaraz hits his backhand on the line and nets.
Yeah, but that's a much better point from the German, He goes with a good return cross court, and then the backhand up the line is a key shot because Alcaraz's forehand's not as good in the forehand corner, and then it allows you to go quickly into the backhand side, and that's where he gets the error. If you just play the backhand all the time, Alcaraz's backhand's pretty solid, but when you make him run into it, it's not quite as good, and he'll sometimes have to take out the slice or do something different.
So 15-all Alcaraz here, 1 game all in the second set. He's serving a volleying, and into the net goes the return from Zverev for 30-15. Euros themselves start on Friday night, and Mark Chapman will be live in the stadium from 6:30. Commentary will be of Germany against Scotland, the opening match of the Euros from 8 o'clock. And the night before that, on Thursday, we have a full Euros preview show with Mark Chapman in Germany as the forehand is hit down the centre. That's a little bit of a slow one from Alcaraz. Wasn't quite expecting that. He usually hits some of those at 1,000,000 miles an hour. He's got a forehand to hit at 30-15. 1 game all here. Hits his backhand cross court, and now we'll hit the two-hander down the centre to the Zverev backhand, which is a beautifully struck shot. So balanced, Zverev, 6'7", but never looks off balance on that shot. Down the line goes the backhand from Alcaraz, who's got his range here, and then he's gone for an absolute bullet down the line that Zverev's walking towards, and he's wondering whether it's in or out. And he has said it is. He's not sure, and the umpire has said it's definitely in.
I thought he missed that one originally hit it, but it must have just caught the outside edge. Can't wait to see the replay on Hawkeye.
The crowd booing Zverev there for going and saying that ball was out when actually it was in.
Look at that. It just painted the line on the highlights.
We have seen that several times this tournament where Zverev has walked up to a mark, circled it and walked off and said, don't bother checking, that's out. And then the umpire said, no, I do need to check, and said, sorry, that was in.
That is about the 3rd time I've seen him do that, and it's not a good look.
He's not endearing himself to this crowd whatsoever. Long has gone Zverev's forehand, who is now, and now he wants a call checked. The umpire comes out. He will say that's in as well from Zverev.
Wow.
So no favouritism from this umpire, of course. He's just going to call what he sees.
My eyes must be deceiving me, because I thought that was long as well.
Me too.
I thought that was out. Extraordinary.
I guess don't use us as line judges is the moral of the story right now.
Definitely.
Definitely don't use me, Greg. I tell you, I haven't got a clue what I'm looking at with the line sometimes. And actually, increasingly, technology is being used, isn't it, for those line calls, even on clay, as the big serve goes down the centre. And Carlos Alcaraz holds on to his serve and leads by 2-1 here in the second set.
It's so funny how Sasha Zverev is just moaning most of the time at his team and the people around him. He's got to change this body language, get the attitude to where it was throughout these championships. That's only going to drive Alcaraz and make him even more stronger and mentally tougher and thinking, I got this guy right now. So we need to see an attitude change here from Zverev. Get it, positivity out there. Stop showing the signs that you're struggling with your forehand, please.
The sounds you hear are actually a replay that are being shown at the moment as the players sit down. So that gives me a chance to tell you about this week's launch of a brand new special Euro-focused series of The Match of the Day. Top 10 podcast with Gary Lineker, Mika Richards and Alan Shearer ahead of this summer's tournament. Available on BBC Sounds. They discuss the best England moments, controversial moments and the best matches. And goodness me, I wouldn't mind having a listen to that before the whole thing gets underway. And that'll be on Friday. How are you feeling about the Euros, Greg?
Well, I think the team looks pretty good. Gareth Southgate has done a great job. And, you know, if we can keep up those consistent results and have a little bit of luck, who knows? Maybe it could be our year.
It's been one of those things, hasn't it? At Wimbledon, the last few years, there's been, and it's often the case, a big football tournament going on at the same time. It does make for quite an atmosphere. I remember penalty shootouts that England were in, and people were in the stands with an earbud in, listening to John Murray and Ian Dennis describe whether they're going in or not.
No, it's a wonderful time, especially if you're at the championships and lucky enough to get a ticket. To have the football combined with it, it is so much better. So can't wait for those two special events to get started.
Greg Rusedski and Annabel Croft here with us on 5 Live.
Let's premier service.
6-3, 2-1 for Carlos Alcaraz of Spain, but he's had a little bit of trouble here in the second set on his own serve. And maybe Zverev will take some hope from that. He serves out wide onto the sideline. Steps up now, does Zverev with that two-handed backhand. Alcaraz showing incredible movement to get to the ball, but he can't get the ball in as he hits his slice and it floats long.
Well, we're at the hour and 9-minute mark now, so it's gone longer than the women's final we had yesterday.
Yeah.
So,
due to the sheer brilliance of Iga Swiatek, who won her third successive title here at Roland Garros. What a player she is.
yeah, everybody's talking about her winning maybe 10 majors at this tournament alone. She is that good on this surface.
Wow. What a number. Here's a backhand chip that Alcaraz is going to reach, and a nice little volley poked away by Alexander Zverev on the backhand into the open court.
That was a shocker because he was actually trying to play the drop shot there, and it nearly hit the service line with this one, but gets away with it because Carlos wasn't expecting him to play that shot. But he's got to use the drop shot, that little angle once in a while.
I think the conditions today are making the drop shots really tricky, aren't they? Just because it's just so lively.
Yes.
And every drop shot is just sitting up invitingly. It's landing much higher, giving the opponents much more time to get onto it.
Incredible return from Alcaraz to get that ball back in court, given the speed of the serve. But then he tries to go for a haymaker forehand, Alcaraz, that really wasn't on.
When conditions are this lively, when you're playing the drop shot, you actually have to hit less into the ball. It's much more caressed with the hands, and it's hard to do when your momentum is going forward.
Yeah, I think it's a day that's quite tricky for drop shots. It feels like the sun needs to go in, or the court needs to be watered. It just needs to sort of tone it down, because I just think it's too difficult.
Well, Sasha Zverev will be very pleased. A love service game.
Yeah.
Haven't seen that in a long time.
I mean, for the most part, Alcaraz has handled the Zverev serve pretty comfortably, hasn't he? And I mean, it's not like Zverev's not getting a lot of them in. The first serve he's got in 79% of the time so far. But anyway, they've all been coming back, and Alcaraz has won most of the game. 6-3, 2-all now for Alcaraz on Sports Extra. You can hear commentary of the men's cricket T20 World Cup match between India and Pakistan. That's now starting at the slightly later time of 4 o'clock. Beforehand on the line by Alcaraz. He's underneath the lob here, and he, oh dear, smashes it straight into the net. I wonder if he got dazzled a bit by the sun.
Well, he might have done. He was in a good position for it. He lines it up quite well, but then he just kind of snapped over the top and fell a little bit off the ball to the left. So, yeah, he needs to be careful here, Alcaraz, because he's got control with the first set under his belt, but it's just a little bit in and out at the moment. It doesn't feel like he's got full control over this match.
He's struggling with that sun at the moment. He just threw the ball up to test where it was and caught it, and now he's hit a serve long following that missed overhead, which is a pretty regulation shot for players of this level. 6-3, 2-all. Alcaraz serves at love 15 down. Maybe a little opening here for the German, who hits his backhand down the centre and now has a forehand to follow up down the line. Alcaraz steps in, miscues the backhand long. This is love 30.
Well, it looks like Alcaraz is trying to force it. He's trying to hit it his way through the last few points and having some really big misses there. He needs to put a little more rotation on the ball. The ball is definitely flying out there.
Yes, it feels like he's not quite as comfortable as he was. And there's a few too many unforced errors for his liking coming out of his racket.
Tell you who would love these conditions, and that's Rafael Nadal. Imagine how difficult he'd have been to play on this surface. Hence why he won 14 of these things. As the serve goes swinging out wide from Alcaraz. This is love 30 and a real opening now for Zverev at 2 games all. Serves down the centre onto the backhand. The return is deep from Zverev, who now hits his backhand cross-court. Cross-court again on the backhand from Alcaraz. Now the whipped forehand, but again he's playing circumspect tennis there. He doesn't want to take too many chances because this ball, as Greg and Annabel have been saying, is flying through this Parisian air. Here's Zverev on the attack now. Forehand on the line. Alcaraz responds with a retaliating backhand cross-court. Now a drop shot. Here comes Zverev. Will he reach it? No.
Well, that was one of the better drop shots, but it was played off a better shot, because Zverev dropped it a little short. It didn't have so much pace on it, and it was almost the perfect time to play the drop shot.
Well, on top of that, Alcaraz was inside the baseline when he played the drop shot, but Zverev was actually there with enough time to make it, but he just couldn't open up the racket face enough to push it up the line. And that's pretty brave at love 30 down to play that shot.
Yeah, risky, particularly when it hasn't been working that well.
Well, fortune favors the brave. Will he get out of this little hole here?
2-all, 15-30 Alcaraz. Serves at the body of Zverev, who hits it back down the middle, and then a miss by Alcaraz, and he swings it wide and then points to the other side as if to say, why didn't I go over there instead?
Well, that was the shot that he hit when he was down break point the previous service game, and he absolutely nailed that same forehand, whereas this time there was a bit of hesitancy and he dragged it wide, so he's in trouble once again on serve. Remember, he had that chance to win that service game easily, didn't he? And then he faced a few break points.
From that end of the court as
Yes.
well. So it appears that that's the end of the court that he doesn't like so much. And he's just hit a serve way long, Alcaraz. 2 break points for Alexander Zverev, who trails by a set. It's 2-all. Backhand down the centre is onto the baseline by Zverev. Oh, and a sweep of wind goes across the stadium, and the sand goes flying right to left. Mid-rally, backhand cross-court from Alcaraz. Good shot from him, and a backhand netted by Zverev, whose arms go flying out. But suddenly, all the top dressing, this orange court is made of crushed house bricks, and it's compacted together, isn't it? And then suddenly the top dressing, the sand, went sweeping up in the air into the players'
And
eyes.
it's kind of like a big mark of swish across the court, and it almost looks like all the crowd sitting on that left side, they now look sandy-coloured, don't they? Because it's like they've been sitting in a sandstorm, and everybody else on the right is looking quite pristine.
Yes.
But yeah, definitely they've caught a bit of, they're wearing a bit of the court now.
Yeah. Well, you pay for the expensive tickets sometimes. You know, there's not always those good things that happen to you.
It's 2 games all here. It's still break point for Zverev as he tries to get himself into this match. Forehand down the centre. Alcaraz top edges it into the stands, and he's broken. Well.
Zverev mène 3 jeux à 2.
That came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It did, but the other thing as well as you've got to think about is conditions are blustery, they're windy. It's trying to find the balance and control it under these conditions. And now, welcome to the match, Sasha Zverev, but now after the break, you got to find a way to hold.
Yeah, and maybe he might not like that end of the court the same way as Alcaraz doesn't with the way the sun is. But of course that will change as the afternoon moves on and the sun will move in a different position.
But all 4 breaks have happened on that side. The person who's serving on the President's Suite side has lost their serves on 4 occasions. So there is obviously the blustery conditions and the way it is with the sun, and that's why that's happening. But the sun will move, the wind direction will change, and the court will get a little bit heavier the later this match goes into the evening. And when they finish this set, they'll sweep it and then water it again. So you always have to adjust on this surface, and that's why winning on clay courts is so difficult, because they never play the same depending on weather, depending on wind, and depending on many different factors.
Well, Leo Messi sent a signed shirt to Carlos Alcaraz ahead of this final with a message to Carlos with affection.
Oh,
and
nice.
I think it's not too much of an exaggeration to say that in tennis terms, Carlos Alcaraz is viewed as almost the Leo Messi of tennis in terms of potential, being so young and so good.
Well, he is, and they met at the Laureate Sports Awards, and they had a lovely moment where, you saw Carlos ask for a picture with Messi. They took the picture together, then they built up a friendship, and obviously they have a lot of commonalities, as you said, David. So what a nice gesture from the legend.
Yeah, nice touch. Here's Zverev now serving. He's got the advantage with the sun in his eyes. And somebody calls out. And he was halfway through his service action there with Zverev, and then he just sort of, slumps his shoulders as if to say, really? Now? Tries for an ace down the centre, but he's just put that wide. And this is a big service game for Alexander Zverev to try to underline that service break and finally get a gap between himself and his opponent in a positive sense from his perspective. He hits his forehand off the back foot. Alcaraz goes cross-court with his forehand. Now a little bit of luck off the top of the net for Alcaraz as the ball leapt up in the air off that forehand of Zverev, and it popped up for Alcaraz to put it away, really, and Zverev went long. So love 15 on the German side.
Well, it's really interesting, that opening point, because Zverev went for the cheap ace down, the team missed it. You'd kind of like to see him try to serve and volley that opening point. There's something he hasn't done in the match so far.
5 Live at Roland Garros at the French Open here in Paris. We're sitting just underneath the roof on the 5th floor looking down on these two as a serve and volley from Zverev pays off again. Lovely touch with the cross-court feel. And Alcaraz can't get there, 15-all.
Well, there's no chance of getting there if you just hit a semi-average volley because of the court position of Alcaraz. He's so far back. And then with the court surface being this slippery, it's hard to accelerate forward on that. So tactically, very astute there from Zverev.
Yeah, that was perfection, wasn't it?
Well, this was what Greg Rusedski was asking for. Some serve and volley from Zverev to mix things up after that disappointing first set from his perspective. Now Zverev serves down the centre. Return is deep from Alcaraz, who's on top of the baseline now. He will run all the way around his backhand to the forehand, and it's replied down the centre by the Zverev backhand, who now goes down the line and then hits his big forehand down the line. Better hitting this from Zverev at the moment. 15-all point here as Alcaraz goes in with a forehand on the line and now whips through that ball, and it bounds up off the surface, and into the net comes Alcaraz, and he wrong foots Zverev with an inside-out forehand, left to right. And that was him at his best.
It was, and also it was interesting to see because the court position, Alcaraz kept on getting closer and closer to the baseline, and Zverev was getting pushed further and further back until that last approach shot where Zverev was nearly at the line judges. And I don't care how good you are, there's nowhere you're making a passing shot from that far back behind the court.
Zverev has never reached a quarter-final at Wimbledon before. It's something we can perhaps talk about at one of the change of ends, about why his game so far hasn't been able to come good at Wimbledon. Maybe it will in the future. He serves a good ball out wide, hits the sideline, it doesn't come back.
But again, serve and volley. When you serve and volley, most people don't understand that your momentum goes forward and you actually hit a better first serve with more accuracy. So if I was coaching him right now, okay, let's serve and volley out wide, come forward, expect the return cross court to your forehand or middle.
Rusedski, a man who served and volleyed his way to the US Open final in 1997. 3-2. 30-all point here for Zverev. It's a big one. Forehand return is down the middle. He doesn't serve and volley Zverev, but now he's coming in, and it pays off because Alcaraz can only net.
Yes, this constant attack to the net is causing quite a bit of stress down the other end because he's not able to find some gaps. It's not so easy for Alcaraz when he stands so far back on return of serve. So this tactic is really working.
Well, when conditions are rapid, it's really hard to play that sort of game of having long rallies. If someone's super offensive and hitting their first serve well in their first strike, and you're willing to come forward, it is hard because you don't have the same footing. Alcaraz at the moment now is taking a few steps up to try to take this serve a little bit earlier to make an adjustment.
And he's done a decent job of it actually with that one, hasn't he? Forehand down the line. What a great shot from Alcaraz, and into the net goes the backhand return. But yes, very clear response to the serve and volley from Alcaraz. It really is a chess game in that respect.
Yeah, and that's what you have to do, and that's what the best players do. They realize when they're not doing the right tactics and they make adjustments. So Alcaraz lost 3 points there. Okay, I'm not doing that again. And will he go back to the old way of standing far back on the first serve here on the deuce, or will he go up? And at the moment, it looks like he's going to go backwards. So if I'm Zverev, open up the court again. Try to get in.
Alcaraz standing back with the line judges here. Zverev serves, thinks about coming in, but decides not to. Big return from Alcaraz, who's trying to set up breakback point here. Low half volley backhand cross court. How has he done that? And that's even better from Zverev.
Oh, that's an outstanding point. I think that's the point of the match so far. I mean, I was admiring what shot Alcaraz had just hit, and Zverev bettered it.
Well, it's a beautiful slide into that ball and showing us really beautiful feel, creating a sharp angle cross court. Alcaraz was waiting for the response up the line, and Zverev showing us some lovely hands, something we haven't seen so far from him this match, and is starting to come good as feel.
I think Alcaraz thought he'd done enough with that half volley. He'd sort of stopped the point. I don't think he ever expected that to come back.
He was quite pleased with his shot, and he was admiring it. Zverev appeared from nowhere, and his feel upon reaching the end of his run and his slide into the ball was perfection. Cross court, acute angle right onto the sideline. This is the ball bouncing of Alexander Zverev. Advantage to him. This for 4-2 second set. First set, Alcaraz 6-3. Here's the Alcaraz return into the net. And for the first time in the match, we have daylight between these two players in a set. on the positive side for Alexander Zverev, 4-2.
Well, the chess match has just started to happen here because Zverev's done a few different things. Serve and volley. There, a second serve into the forehand side of Alcaraz. Every second serve has been predominantly going into the backhand side. So making those adjustments a little bit better than the Spaniard. Small margins make a huge difference in this game at big moments.
And Zverev is no stranger this tournament to going a set down. He was a set down against Casper Ruud. He was a set down to Holger Rune. He came back to win them both. He was 4-1 down in the deciding 7-2 breaks against Alan Griekspoor in the third round, and he won that. And here he is now at love 15 on Alcaraz's serve, who miscues a backhand on the line.
Yeah, he just looks a little out of sorts at the moment. He was looking so good in that first set. And then I think something happened in that first service game when he'd been up significantly. Was it 40 love or 40-15 in that opening service game? And then went into a very long, drawn-out service game. And I think he sort of stepped back a bit from that moment. A bit more doubt was created. He's missed a few more. I think if he just sort of stamped authority from that moment and cleared through that game, 40 love, 1 love, sitting down, I think things would have been a bit different.
Forehand cross-court from Alcaraz, who trails 4-2 now in the second set. He's looped one just inside the baseline there, and now forehand cross-court. Comes back from Zverev. He's attacking now. He drops shots, but that's not very good. Halfway up the net.
He just wants Zverev to come in with the routine approach shot there, trying to get a little clever there. You want to stamp your authority and try to get the love 30. If you get the double break, the set is over. That's a big reprieve for the Spaniard.
Yeah, that wasn't such a good drop shot, was it? It was what you call a brick. It was a bit sort of heavy-handed, wasn't it?
Well, he looked like he could have built Stonehenge with that shot.
Yes, I agree.
4-2 Zverev, 15 all. On the return, Zverev goes long. And for the first time in a while, we hear some positive audio from the mouth of Carlos Alcaraz. Body language a little bit better as he encourages himself.
Yes.
That's why when you have a man down at love 15, you want to keep on the initiative going there, because all of a sudden Alcaraz will just gain a little bit as he serves another ace there to go up 40-15.
A few more quicker, cheaper points happening at the moment as well. There's been a lot of, like you say, chess games going on between the two of them, but this will feel good for Alcaraz just to kind of secure a few quick, cheap points.
So 2-4 and 40-15 now for Alcaraz as he tries to narrow the gap here. He hits his backhand inside out onto the forehand of Zverev, who's behind the baseline, hitting a big old shot that hits the baseline. Then an absolutely monstrous forehand down the line by Zverev for a clean winner.
A beautiful shot there, the way he really stepped into it, got his footwork forward into the ball up the line here. You know, it's been interesting to watch the German dictate play at the moment, but one thing that we haven't seen very much of in this second set from Alcaraz is the serve and volley, which was so effective in the opening set. He's gone away from that tactic as well. So Zverev's just comfortable making the returns now because he's having the same look every time on return.
Yeah, no serve and volley from Alcaraz again here. 40-30, 2-4 down, won the first set 6-3. Best of 5 set men's singles final. Second serve bounces up high to the backhand of Zverev, but he's got such a great backhand, that doesn't affect him really. He now hits his forehand. That one's a bit wobbly, but it lands in. Now is another forehand cross-court that Alcaraz reaches with a forehand down the line. Alcaraz trying to narrow the gap in the scoreline here to 4-3 if he can, but Zverev is piling it on here. He's bossing this rally. He's winning this rally. Slice forehand halfway up the net from Alcaraz, who looked a bit out of breath there.
Yes, he did. He couldn't keep up with that pace of the ball and going cross-court. And the forehand of Zverev, which went through its sort of wobbly patch, is definitely looking a lot more secure. He's looking confident on it. He's really putting a lot more on it. And now, you know, it feels like you're not so confident that Alcaraz is going to win some of these baseline exchanges if the serve is nullified.
Well, the thing is, he's just feeling comfortable. And that break, it's amazing how your confidence grows. We don't see him with his body language down, moaning to his team there as well. So it's like a new Zverev, and it's Alcaraz who's gone quiet. He's got to express himself again like he did in that opening set.
Juice point. Swinging serve out wide. Alcaraz wondering whether he's hit an ace. Here comes the umpire.
He thinks it.
And the umpire said it's out. So second serve coming up at juice. Zverev now back with the line judges, giving himself maximum room to load up into this forehand down the middle. His hit back cross-court by Alcaraz. He steps in and drops shots. That's into the net. This is another break point for Zverev.
So funny. You can see that the tension is there in Alcaraz's body because the footwork up to that drop shot was rather slow. He was just hoping to make it rather than when he normally executes his drop shot so well. There's just such a confident air about it, and it isn't missed by such a margin.
Yep, there is tension in the arm of Carlos Alcaraz of Spain right now. The Wimbledon champion under some serious pressure here. 2-4 down.
I felt it was a little bit like this against Sinner, wasn't it? Where he went into sort of lulls and sort of almost into his shell during that match.
Second serve. Break point Zverev for a 5-2 lead in the second set. He'll hit his backhand cross-court onto the backhand of Alcaraz, who hits a nice one there. And now he'll step into the forehand and put it into the corner. Lob lifted by Zverev. Alcaraz underneath it. Smashes away.
I mean, that is a brilliantly constructed point as we see him get out the fist pump to his team. You see the patience there, the court position, the footwork was in better place as well. That's what we call a meat and potatoes point. Just really tactically astute, playing with margin, choosing the right shot on every ball.
I think you're a meat and potatoes man, Greg. I think so. Bacon and egg breakfast.
Yep, no frills. It's juice. Alcaraz serves, shanked forehand return, lands in from Zverev, gets lucky there. Then a huge backhand behind it that is scooped back by Alcaraz. Another big forehand by Zverev, and that's too much for Alcaraz.
He's playing with a lot of freedom at the moment, Zverev. He's just swinging and going for it.
Yeah, but look at his body language and look at his footwork coming forward into the ball. And when you get your footwork forward and going into the net, you hit through the ball that much longer, and your hit is twice as good. So Zverev doing all the right things right now. He's being the boss out here.
Yeah, he is in the second set. First set, Alcaraz 6-3, but 2-4 down, an advantage for Zverev for a double break, and he'll have a second set serve to have a look at here. Double fault, Alcaraz. Double break, Zverev. He turns around and looks at his support team with a 5-2 lead in the second set, with Alcaraz ahead by a set to love. So let's get news of the toss between India and Pakistan in the men's cricket T20 World Cup. Prakash Wakanka is in New York for us.
Well, the toss happened with the covers on the pitch because the rain had stopped. Pakistan won the toss, Babar Azam calling correctly and unsurprisingly choosing to bowl first in these conditions. The rain, I'm afraid, has come back on, which means that the larger covers are now back on the strip, on the entire playing square, and that is not the kind of image you want to see. But hopefully this is again just a passing shower and we will get cricket going and India will bat first.
And once we do have that live cricket, it will be on 5 Sports Extra, so do make your choice if you'd like to be able to listen to that, and once they get out there we'll keep you posted, of course. But here at the French Open in Paris, it's turning pretty dramatically, Greg Rusedski, because a first set to Carlos Alcaraz at 6-3, and really I would have thought at that point that he might take over completely in this match, but here's Zverev leading 5-2 in the second.
Well, the change of this match was first set, 40-love Alcaraz. Had a little bit of a letdown there. Zverev had a couple of break points, didn't take them, but then all of a sudden grew in stature, started putting in the serve and volley at some key moments, started tactically changing things up with the willness to come forward, as well as some good hands with that slice cross-court to break. So Zverev has really turned the tide, and Alcaraz has dipped. This has gotten really interesting now.
Yep. Well, Alcaraz as well, worth remembering, he's wearing a big long white sleeve on his right arm, and that's because he had a nasty forearm injury in the weeks leading up to this tournament, and he didn't actually play in the Rome tournament as he shanks his forehand out of play. That one's gone miles out, and now he's looking over at his team and wondering what's going on here.
Well, you can hear.
He says, "I can't." He's basically saying in Spanish, "I can't deal with the bounce and the height of the ball right now," and that's very poor body language and also conversation with his coach there. It's very unlike Carlos, obviously feeling the pressure.
5-2 for Alexander Zverev, 15 love now. He serves down the centre. That is not coming back. 216 kilometres an hour. There's no return in that.
I mean, Zverev is just growing in stature. It's going to be 1 set all in a second, and it's a 2 out of 3 set shootout now. And right now, Zverev must be absolutely delighted seeing his man complaining about the conditions, and the way he's serving has been absolutely brilliant this second set.
79% first serves in this match for Alexander. He's just not missing. He's just not. That takes him up to 80% of his first serves have gone in the court.
But with the 80%, it's hitting the corners now. You look at the accuracy of the last few serves, it's basically keeping Alcaraz off balance. And Alcaraz isn't sure whether I stand up, whether I stand back. And that rhythm, that gives you a lot of confidence.
Set point for Alexander Zverev to level this men's singles final. Finally, he's missed one.
But also, you saw Alcaraz guess on that serve. He just picked a corner.
He doesn't know what's going on right now. 5-2 down, 40 love. Set point for Zverev to level this match. Steps up, does Alcaraz, plays a drop shot off the court. It just sits up for Zverev to put it away down the line with the forehand, and Carlos Alcaraz looks bemused right now. And as the players sit down, Katie, it is 1 set all, and it's anybody's guess who's winning it from here.
Oh, well, the intrigue dial turns up. 6-3, Carlos Alcaraz takes that first set. Zverev 6-2 in the second. We've played just over an hour and a half. You're listening to 5 Live Sport. It is 3:47 in the afternoon. We'll be back with the tennis in a moment at Roland Garros. First, though, the news here on 5 Live with Nick Hatfield.
The voice of the UK.
And the home of the Euros and the general election 2024.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good afternoon. The family of the TV and radio presenter Michael Mosley, who went missing on the Greek island of Symi, has confirmed that he has died. He was seen setting off on a walk last Wednesday. His body was found earlier today on a steep slope near a popular beach. His wife, Claire Bailey Mosley, has described him as wonderful, funny and kind. Rhian Roberts worked with him on the BBC podcast Just One Thing.
Not only a brilliant communicator, but one of life's genuinely lovely blokes. And it's been a real pleasure to work with him on Just One Thing, because you felt that improving your health was possible through the simplicity that he brought to the messaging around it.
The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says an Israeli raid to rescue 4 hostages killed 274 Palestinians, including children. The Israeli military has estimated that fewer than 100 people died in the operation yesterday. Labour and the Conservatives have criticised Nigel Farage after he suggested Rishi Sunak does not understand British culture. The Reform leader made the comment after Mr Sunak left the D-Day commemorations early. Mr Farage insists he was referring to the Prime Minister's class and privilege, claiming he is utterly disconnected. And Narendra Modi has been sworn in as India's Prime Minister for a 3rd term. His party won the most votes in the recent election, but will have to govern as part of a coalition.
BBC Radio 5 Live.
The home of Formula One. Charles Leclerc wins his home race and becomes a Monaco Grand Prix winner.
It means a lot, obviously. It's a race that made me dream of becoming a Formula One driver one day.
8 races down, though. Next up, Formula One heads to Montreal in Canada, where Max Verstappen still leads the championship, but is the tide turning?
The Circuit.
Circuit Gilles Villeneuve.
This evening at 7.
Listen to live coverage of every lap
on 5 Live
and BBC Sounds.
The French Open on 5 Live Sport with Katie Smith.
So we are all level in the final in Roland Garros. Our base is Paris. It's the men's singles final at the French Open. Alexander Zverev then taking that second set by 6-2 against Carlos Alcaraz. Our correspondent Russell Fuller back in the commentary box. Russell, the body language of Carlos Alcaraz quite interesting towards the end of that second set. So how's he looking now?
Well, I think both players clearly are feeling very, very tense. They probably both feel that they haven't been able to play their fluent best throughout the match. It has been a strange match so far. They've had a bit more of a break, Katie, here at the end of the set than they might otherwise do at other events because the ground staff have been out, sprinkling water on the court and sweeping the lines. So they've had a chance to put that second set out of their minds, which is particularly important for Alcaraz, having lost it by 6-2. Very one-way traffic in the end. after he'd won the first set by 6-3. So fairly decisive, both sets. And now our eyes are turned down below us onto the Philippe Chatrier court to see how this goes at the beginning of set number 3. And there's an aggressive start from Alcaraz, who's serving first, coming forward, and quite a high bouncing ball on return there from Zverev, but playing at shoulder height, he's muscled that forehand down the line for a winner.
Also on top of that, they've just watered the court, so the ball's not going to bounce up quite as high, buys Alcaraz a little bit more time on it as well, but the drier the court gets, the more it's actually helping Zverev, who's taken advantage of the higher bounce.
I was wondering if Alcaraz would have asked the ground staff just to go around one more time with the hose.
Well, also bring out some more clay, slow it down a little bit.
That is exactly what Novak Djokovic was asking for in a couple of his matches. Zverev has hit the sideline with a backhand.
I mean, that was a little fortunate there. I mean, there's no way he was trying to hit that. See Carlos having a little stare at that one, saying, okay, that's a little bit lucky here, but just letting it go. You see the young Spaniard is trying to get his mindset back, because at the end of that second set, mentally he disappeared a little bit with frustration. Can't believe that he had the momentum after a set and just let it go, and Zverev has lifted his game since then.
Well, he's normally quite sort of flamboyant on the court, isn't he? He's sort of, really brings personality into his matches, Carlos, and brings a lot of energy and bounce and sort of energy through the feet. But I just felt like he went into his shell quite a bit in that second set.
Well, what happens when you go in your shell, it's because of nerves. It's because of expectation. And I think he's putting a lot of pressure on himself to win this title, to become the youngest man to win on all 3 surfaces at a major, trying to beat Rafa's record. And it's hard when you're the favorite in everybody's eyes to win the tournament. And Zverev has taken advantage of that drop by Alcaraz big time in the second set.
An ace from Alcaraz, who now has 30-15. This, though, is a second serve to the forehand of Zverev. Alcaraz hits the forehand to the forehand of the German Zverev, who's 6'6" tall. Air on the forehand, but too much on it from Zverev. And Alcaraz has 40-15. I think this is a fairly typical Alcaraz Roland Garros performance, and actually in keeping with the way he's played for much of the year. Brilliant in patches, but he's just not as in control of his game as we saw in the first half of last year when he won 6 titles culminating in Wimbledon. Yeah, I
would agree with that. I mean, when I first saw him and he was winning all those titles, in that season, he just looked unstoppable, and you just thought, gosh, how's anyone ever going to keep up with him? But it's not got that same feel about it.
Double fault from Alcaraz, so 40-30. And I think one excuse for that, Greg, would be the injuries that he's had. He rolled his ankle in Rio, and that meant he had to pull out of that tournament on the clay, and then recently he's had the right forearm problem.
Yes, I would agree with you that definitely, Russell. But also, the sign of a great champion is when you're not playing your best tennis, when you're not feeling well, can you still win? And that's what Carlos has showed us this week. He wasn't playing his best tennis even in the semis when he was down a few sets to Sinner. And today, again, can he find a way?
40-30, so 1 game point remaining after the double fault. The drop shot, and Zverev just slightly slips at the back of the court. You might have heard his racket touching the clay as he slightly lost his footing, and it means that drop shot is a winner, and Alcaraz holds to 30 and takes the opening game of the 3rd set here on 5 Live and the World Service and BBC Sounds.
I want to kind of expand on that last point I made, because if you look at the very best in our sport, the Federers, Djokovic's, the Nadals, when their A game is on, it's unbelievable. But their B game is only fractionally lower, and they still win probably 97-98% of their games with their B game. Maybe the 1 or 2 player on the planet can beat them, but the rest still can't. And that's what Alcaraz is developing through this stage. Even with injuries, he's finding solutions to be in another major final.
I think that's because he has so many options at his disposal, so he can dip into many different ways of trying to beat an opponent and unsettle them down the other end. And I think he has still got many, many options in this match.
Alex Zverev serving now, and serving into the net. His first service game of the 3rd set. Greg Rusedski and Annabel Croft are here in the Philippe Chatrier Court BBC commentary box, watching a forehand return from Carlos Alcaraz, still wearing that white compression sleeve on his right arm. Forehand from Zverev, forehand Alcaraz, hits the top of the net and spins over the baseline.
Feels a little nervy from both men, because they know how important it is to try to get a 2-1 lead. Because usually in many of these Grand Slam finals, the player that's gone on to win the 3rd set usually goes on to win the match in a 3 out of 5 set match when it's 1 set apiece.
Zverev has been free of injuries this season after tearing 3 ankle ligaments in the semi-final against Rafael Nadal 2 years ago. Took him over a year to get back to his best after that. Forehand cross-court from Zverev. Alcaraz with the forehand long, and Zverev moves to 30 love. I think fatigue could be an issue for him, because 19 hours and 27 minutes on court to get to the final is the longest any man has ever spent on court to reach a French Open final, and it's 3 hours longer than Alcaraz. Mind you, matches are getting longer all the time, and it's perhaps no great surprise that 4 of the 5 longest amounts of time it's taken a man to reach a final have occurred in the last 3 years. Long and wide with the forehand Alcaraz, so this looks like an easy service game at the moment for Alex Zverev.
What's been interesting with Alcaraz is there hasn't been that acceleration on the forehand. He's been guiding it, and when you guide the forehand, it sails long in fast conditions. You've got to accelerate through it, and we'd always watch Rafa accelerate the racket through and go above his head, and Alcaraz right now has got to start accelerating more on the forehand side.
3 game points for Zverev. It's pushed back by Alcaraz. A blocked return just inside the baseline. Backhand Zverev, backhand Alcaraz. Zverev's forehand. Alcaraz with the forehand to the backhand of Zverev. Alcaraz's forehand. Zverev hits the backhand. Alcaraz getting closer to that baseline and going down the line with a forehand. Excellent squash shot forehand cross-court by Zverev, who goes cross-court again. It's right onto the Alcaraz forehand, though. Slice backhand into the net from Alcaraz. And it's a love hold for Zverev. And it's a set all. And it's a game all now in this men's singles final live from Paris. And do you think the fact that he's not hitting that forehand the way you would like him to is tension, or is it perhaps still that he's not committing 100% because of that right forearm problem?
I think it was tension, because if you looked at the last point we just saw, Alcaraz actually accelerated the last 2 forehands, and Zverev put up some great defense. For me, with Carlos, it's always tension, and we've seen that before with the cramping and the other issues he's had, and he finds a way to find solutions usually, but Zverev at the moment, early on in this third set, is looking the better of the 2.
Yeah, he definitely is. He's looking way more confident and winning a lot more of the baseline exchanges. But I'm sort of feeling that, he's been playing at quite a high level for a sustained period of time now. There's got to be some kind of drop-off from Zverev at some point, and you've also got to feel like Alcaraz is going to raise his level, because he's definitely dropped a lot since the start of the match.
Well, he has, but the good news is we saw serve and volley there from Carlos, something we hadn't seen in that second set to win the opening point.
Yep, it worked. So 15 love, along with the first serve here. Alcaraz, who turned 21 just a month ago. He's from Alpalma, near Murcia, in southeastern Spain, serving a double fault for Alcaraz.
Very uncharacteristic how many double faults he's been serving.
Well, the other thing is he's not driving up with his legs. He's driving forward rather than up on his second serve, and that's something that when you're nervous, you're trying to force things.
I don't think I've ever seen him serve this many double faults.
15 all. Alcaraz onto the forehand of Zverev, and that is netted. The nerves weren't evident in the Wimbledon final, were they?
No.
He will have been feeling them. Or in the US Open final, the first Grand Slam he won, but we have seen them in the semi-final against Djokovic here, and we've definitely seen them today and in that semi-final against Jannik Sinner.
The start of the Wimbledon final was not good for him, was it? I mean, he was getting quite
6-1
annihilated.
first set.
Yeah, he looked all out of sorts in that match, but managed to haul his way back into it, and then when he started to get confident again, then he was amazing.
But the other thing is, it's dealing with expectation. Let's be honest, nobody thought he was going to beat Djokovic in that Wimbledon final, especially with the start that was there, but he stayed in there mentally. And when you're in your first major final, against Ruud, you were expecting him to come through again, but it was all new. So when something's new and you haven't done it, sometimes it's a little easier. So this is actually more difficult today for Carlos.
2 game points as Alcaraz moves to 40-15 and strokes a forehand ever so beautifully down the line to lead by 2-1. We're building up to the Euros here on 5 Live, and we have a brand new series of Football Daily podcast specials. One particularly to look out for might be Wayne Rooney, my Euro 2004, where he talks about his incredible impact as a teenager at that tournament. Let's hear a sneak preview where he's chatting about hating the suits picked out by David Beckham for those Euros.
Beck's picked the suits, and I'm not a big lover of wearing suits anyway. Never have been, and he picked the suits, and I put them on, and these big flares And I was like, what's going on here? Like, surely this can't be what we're wearing. But Bex obviously had that power at the time to pick what he wanted, and that's what he liked, so that's what we all had to wear. And so yeah, I felt a bit like an idiot really in the suit. But yeah, going up onto the plane, and it was so relaxed. What we used to do, the kit man used to film everything. So we filmed all on the plane, and on the plane you've got, it's all behind the scenes stuff. You've got me going around every player, probably time to sleep, and I'm doing magic tricks with the ball, and that probably used to annoy all the players and staff, trying to rest and sleep. But I just love being on the move, and yes, we've got all that on the footage, and we've got some really good stuff from behind the scenes.
Wayne Rooney, his Euro 2004, and the suits he was forced to wear by David Beckham, part of a brand new series of Football Daily podcast specials. 2004 Euros. I do remember following that from a commentary box somewhere at Wimbledon. Court 18, Court 12. I was very junior back in those days. We'll find out if Greg Rusedski remembers how far he went at Wimbledon that year. Forehand from Zverev, down the line, very nicely struck for the winner, on serve, 1-2 down third set.
Did I get to the fourth round and lose to Xavier Malisse in 2004 is the question.
That would need to be checked. I do not have an encyclopedic knowledge of your career.
Well, nor do I at the moment. Once you turn 50, the encyclopedia gets worse and worse, unfortunately.
1-2-15 love. Backhand return from Alcaraz, forehand Zverev. Alcaraz cross-court with a forehand, Zverev down the line with a forehand. Backhand cross-court, and now down the line with a winner goes Zverev. He's striking the ball very, very cleanly and very, very purposefully at the moment.
I mean, that backhand has been sensational today, especially the one up the line. Just hitting it so cleanly, and also good variety. Heavy looping forehand and then the flat backhand winner up the line. We talked about making a chess match right now, and Zverev's been the one who's been more creative the last set and a bit.
Say 2004.
1-2, 30 love, 2004, yes. Forehand cross-court from Alcaraz, forehand cross-court from Zverev. Backhand from Zverev, forehand Alcaraz, that's long.
40-0.
Perusing Greg's Wimbledon record from 2004 at the moment in the commentary box.
Second round, losing to Rainer Schuttler.
Well, that's probably why I forgot it, because how could I lose to a German?
In the second round, on a grass court.
Well, he was a top 10 player, that would be my excuse.
Ace from Zverev, easy service hold for him, 2 games all. So, you were suggesting that you were past your best by 2004 because of injuries.
Yeah, I had knee surgery and 2 foot surgeries by then, so I think 2002 I muddled up with 2004. But I did lose to the 8th seed, I was just told, Rainer Schuttler at the time, so it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, Malisse was 2002, fourth round.
This is what happens to you when you get...
fifth.
This is what happens to you when you turn 50. You know?
Oh, yeah, memory.
I try to remember the good things, not the bad things.
Exactly, that's a good idea.
Yeah, very good to have a selective memory, I think. 2 games all. 1 set all. Nothing between them as Alcaraz serves and half volleys. Zverev with the passing chance. He'll be the happier of the 2 players right now, though, especially having threaded that forehand winner past Alcaraz to take the first point against the server.
But what's interesting now, you can see Zverev's confident because he talked about how the forehand's a key shot for him. The forehand has been very, very good the last set and a half.
Yeah, it just had that one wobbly patch, didn't it, where he was shanking balls and not really timing it, dropping it a bit short, not very smooth, but all of a sudden it's looking absolutely potent.
Love 15, Alcaraz preparing for a second serve. 1 hour and 53 minutes played. Warm sunshine, around about 22 degrees Celsius. Forehand down the line from Alcaraz. Zverev's forehand. Alcaraz with the forehand cross-court, working Zverev into the corner from where he can't make the forehand return. So weather-wise, this is pretty much as good as it's been throughout the fortnight.
But then Zverev's having a moan here about the second serve. He thought it was actually long, but he checks the mark, wipes it down, and it was on the line. So he was hoping the chair umpire was going to stop play. There's no way that was going to happen.
15 all. 6 times a quarter-finalist here, Zverev. 4 times a semi-finalist, 4 years in a row, and now first time a finalist. Alcaraz on the baseline, doesn't hit that forehand cleanly. Backhand Alcaraz down the centre to the Zverev backhand. Zverev cross-court with the backhand. Alcaraz drop shot, and he's getting better at these, but it's reached by Zverev. The passing chance from Alcaraz. The man had options. Was he going to go left? Was he going to go right? Was he going to go over Zverev? He went down the line and hit a backhand winner.
But that's the first time he's hit that combination perfectly, because we were talking about how he wasn't really getting hold of those drop shots when the conditions were so lively, and also certainly wasn't finding the passing shots afterwards. But that's the first time it's really felt like he's been in control of that kind of setup.
He has as well, and also Zverev gave a little bit too much air with that slider, which gave Alcaraz a lot of time to choose his options. So well played from the Spaniard.
30-15, and now he'll play another drop shot. It's the off drop shot on the forehand. Very nicely executed. Had quite a lot of margin for error there because Zverev was back on his heels behind the baseline.
It was interesting to watch Juan Carlos Ferrer put his hands like, calm down, Carlos. Don't get too energized. Keep the balance right now.
2 game points for Alcaraz at 40-15. His backhand, forehand Zverev. Alcaraz's forehand is long. It's a long way over the baseline.
Yeah, he's looking round and gesturing back to Juan Carlos Ferrer again, shaking his head. He's just looked generally, I would say overall, a little bit subdued, hasn't he?
Well, he has, and the forehand's not firing, and tactically it's been very astute from Zverev because he's going deep into that forehand side and getting multiple errors from that side.
What is Zverev talking about here?
The background, when it's cloudy, it's so bright.
And the crowd don't like it, do they?
Oh, you can't do anything round here, can you, without being booed for it?
Well, it depends who you are.
I think they'd boo Rafa, wouldn't they?
They probably might.
I'm sure they have over the years. 40-30 Alcaraz, forehand down the line. Zverev reaching for this. Alcaraz is in mid-court, but he hits a short forehand. Now his high backhand volley. This should be easy for Zverev. Alcaraz makes the volley, but puts it into the net, and he got in a horrible tangle there in mid-court in no man's land, Alcaraz, and it's deuce.
Well, the forehand is firing from Zverev as well. He just looks so confident, like he has so much time on the ball. Well, Alcaraz, on the other hand, looks like he's really indecisive on what he wants to do here. Real opportunity for Zverev here. If he can get a break here in this third set, he can take all the momentum with him.
1 set all, 2 games all, serving and volleying Alcaraz. And Zverev nearly turned that point around. He got to that drop volley, but the backhand was quite a long way wide in the end. There's a queue of people waiting to take their seats in the president's box, which is opposite us. That's where we see the Coupe des Mousquetaires on the shelf at the front of the box. All the dignitaries sitting there in the front row. They will include the French Federation president, Gilles Moreton, who I can just about make out from here. Bjorn Borg is there somewhere too. We think he's going to present the trophy, but we haven't been told officially. Smash Alcaraz, forehand Zverev, forehand down the line Alcaraz. Bit of a wobble in that service game, but he's now celebrating the uppercut, punching the air. Alcaraz holds and leads by 3-2 on Sports Extra at the moment, also on BBC Sounds. Live commentary of India against Pakistan at the T20 World Cup. It has been delayed. It's been raining in New York, but there's been another pitch inspection, and as things stand, play will start in 10 minutes' time at 4:20. Pakistan have won the toss, and like a lot of teams and captains in this World Cup so far, they have put India into bat, which I think will probably go down very well with the Pakistani fans that are in New York. So commentary on that on Sports Extra. Canadian Grand Prix is on 5 Live from 6:30 this evening, and that's with Rosanna Tennant, Harry Benjamin and the team. And I shouldn't forget Oman against Scotland. That's the sort of fixture that World Cups throw up. That's also in the T20 World Cup, and you can listen to that on the BBC Sport website and app from 7:30. That is in England's group, and given that Scotland against England was a washout and England lost to Australia, Scotland might fancy a chance to knock England out of the T20 World Cup, Greg. You were getting into cricket a couple of years ago, I remember.
I was. My son was playing county cricket for Surrey for a few years, but has moved on to basketball. But I used to go down to the Oval to watch India and England play, and Virat Kohli seems to be pretty popular with a lot of the youngsters growing up, as well as you got Ben Stokes and those players. So Scotland knocking out England, say it isn't so.
Could happen. Maybe it could happen in the Euros as well. Not quite sure at which stage of the competition they would meet. Not yet plotted the permutations on my wall chart, which is still not on the wall, but I've been in Paris for the last 2 weeks.
Well, you got a good excuse then, don't you? But all our English listeners won't be too happy with that. I'm sure the Scottish ones will like it.
2-3. The final here in Paris is very much in the balance after an hour and 59 minutes. It's 1-all between Alex Zverev, the 4th seed, and Carlos Alcaraz, the 3rd seed. Drop shot from Zverev, which he's made a complete hash of after the short service return by Alcaraz, and that, I think, bounced at least a couple of times before it hit the net.
Well, it did. And you saw Alcaraz apologise on that return, because that was a mishit return, a little bit gust of wind there, and
I think he lost his footing as well as he went to set off to hit the drop shot. I think his back leg went backwards, and that's what made him late up to the shot.
Well, he looked like Bambi on ice.
Yes, he did.
So, a lucky break for Alcaraz. He has love 15 on the Zverev serve, and the German, who has never won a Grand Slam title but was the runner-up at the US Open of 2020, has missed the first serve. He is an Olympic champion. He's won 6 Masters 1000 events. Very decorated indeed on the ATP Tour, but desperate for a Grand Slam title. Is this afternoon his afternoon? Forehand cross-court Zverev. Alcaraz down the line with the big forehand. And now the drive volley from Alcaraz to the back of the court. The lob from Zverev. Alcaraz will let it bounce. He'll hope to smash this one away for love 30.
That was smart, wasn't it?
It was very clever, but sometimes you need a little bit of luck to change things around, and that opening point might be that impetus for Alcaraz to grab the momentum back on his side. A huge point coming up here at love 30, 2-3.
Merci.
Alcaraz, the Wimbledon champion, the 2022 US Open champion, the first teenage men's #1 in ATP ranking history. Who's going to win Roland Garros for the first time? Good serve by Zverev. He's at love 30. Alcaraz with the forehand down the line. Zverev's cross-court backhand. Alcaraz down the line with the backhand. Zverev struggling to stay in the rally. The volley from Alcaraz sets up 3 set points, 3 break points.
Oh, it's that standing point from Alcaraz and just forcing play, doing exactly the right thing to pile on the pressure. And his athletic ability with the backhand down the line and then looking for that volley at the full stretch. I mean, the photographers would get an amazing shot of him reaching for that ball, leaping into the air, but controlling the racket face when he's got both feet off the ground. That was a brilliant volley.
And the nice thing about it was he played it with a high percentage because he knew he had Zverev out of court.
3 break points for a 4-2 lead in the 3rd set. The call did not go Zverev's way there. The first serve was out, confirmed by our chair umpire, Renaud Lichtenstein from France. So a second serve for Zverev, and he's triple break point down here. Backhand return, Alcaraz hits it to the back of the court, and the miscue from Zverev, and a break to love. No real sign that that was coming, but it's Alcaraz just holding the pose as he clenches his right fist, who strikes first in the 3rd set and leads by 4 games to 2.
He was actually smiling then, Alcaraz. He turned around to all the way down the other end. I'm not sure whether he was keeping an eye on what was going on with Zverev. He was having a little bit of a mini meltdown. And then he was sort of smiling and looking back towards his coach as if, right, we're back on track here, feeling way more comfortable.
4-2 Alcaraz. Now, can he look after his own serve here and really open up some serious daylight between him and Zverev, who's put a backhand into the net?
It's so funny how momentum can change so quickly because out of the blue a break, a little mishit return, a good point, and then all of a sudden the momentum is back on his side, and Zverev's body language has gone back to what it was in the first set.
Yeah.
4-2, 15 love. Alcaraz misses the first serve, returned by Zverev towards Alcaraz, who just glances it in the direction of the ball boy. Forehand, off forehand from Alcaraz. Zverev was going the other way. He's changed direction successfully. And now the forehand into the net by Zverev, running speedily about 10 or 12 feet behind the baseline, but only able to slap a forehand into the net.
And Alcaraz just looks so much more confident again. He's just sort of lifted his spirits. Everything looks a bit lighter. He looked like he was kind of walking around the court with a little black rain cloud over him for most of that second set, didn't he? And then suddenly the sun has come out over his head, and he's now playing with more confidence. He's on the front foot. He's looking to take control of the points again. Everything has changed.
4-2. 30 love. Second serve to the backhand of Zverev. That's hit down the line. The slice backhand cross court. Virtually a drop shot from Alcaraz. A classic drop shot by Zverev. And now the lob from Zverev over Alcaraz. He thought about playing the tweener, but in the end, perhaps he should have done, because he put a forehand cross court into the net.
Well, he was thinking to himself, do I go for the Hollywood shot or do I not? Oh, coach is going to get mad at me. I might as well try that one. And it was a shockingly bad forehand from him into the net. So go for the Hollywood one next time.
Yeah, that wasn't a good strike, was it? One to put behind him quite quickly. He kind of looked like he shaped up for the hot dog, and then he changed his mind and went for the forehand. I think he almost may have had the wrong grip, to be honest.
I would have bet everything on a tweener there, and it's a good job I didn't. 30-15, 4-2. 2 hours and 5 minutes played. Second serve, Alcaraz. Can Zverev strike back immediately? Backhand down the line from Zverev. Alcaraz is there, scoops the forehand cross court and in. Backhand cross court, Alcaraz, he's overdone that. He's pulled it wide. And 4-2, 30 love, looking quite nice and comfortable. Now 30 all.
Just didn't need to go for that much on that backhand cross court. Just trying to force it a little bit too much here, Alcaraz. But doing the right thing, taking a little extra time. Takes 4 balls out there, hits 1 to each ball kid and gets ready to play this important point here at 4-2, 30 all.
Alcaraz, petrol blue top, mustard yellow short, serves. Fine return by Zverev. Inside the baseline now, Zverev goes down the line with the forehand. Volley Zverev, he has a break back point.
That was a brilliant forehand return, wasn't it? He really got hold of that ball, read it well, early preparation, and immediately pushed Alcaraz into a defensive position off that return of serve.
But again, going into the forehand with the first shot as well, because Alcaraz is expecting that into the backhand side, so tactically very astute.
Merci.
Break back point for Zverev. Alcaraz, along with the first serve. Slightly delayed call.
Yeah.
But it was, as our umpire Liechtenstein confirmed, most definitely long. So a second serve, break point down, Alcaraz. Forehand from the Spaniard. Forehand cross court from the German Zverev. Forehand Alcaraz. Forehand Zverev. Alcaraz cross court with a backhand to the Zverev backhand. Alcaraz again goes cross court. The cross court rally continues. Zverev lands that on the sideline. And Alcaraz has hit the baseline. And it's forced the shank from Zverev, who cannot believe his opponent has found a mark on quite probably the back of the line. He's got his hands on his hips, and he looks thoroughly miffed, to use Annabel Croft's favourite word of the week.
Well, I'm not surprised he's a bit miffed about that, because you can actually see where it cleaned the line. There's a little patch there. But I'm surprised he didn't commit to it, because it's almost like he'd given up the minute the ball bounced. And I actually think he could have made it. But he was so annoyed that it hit the line.
Well, you're hoping it's going to go out, and that's why you stopped playing the point.
He stopped it, didn't he?
He did.
4-2. Juice. Alcaraz now throws in a double fault, and this is a second chance for Zverev to break back.
Well, so again, a lot of double faults in this match from Alcaraz. It's very uncharacteristic. I guess because of that previous return that was so effective on that juice side from Zverev, he went for a little bit more on the second serve, and it's cost him.
Also, it's a little bit gusty and windy as well, so that makes it a little bit more difficult to serve as well.
Good serve down the middle, break point down from Alcaraz. He's got a very short put away here. Lets the ball bounce. It only just cleared the net, and it bounced up just high enough for him to pummel away a bounce smash, and it's juice.
Such a key moment in the match, this, isn't it?
It is, especially, being up 4-2, 30 love. We thought it's going to be a comfortable game, and Zverev has had 2 break-back points and hasn't been able to get it. So, key moment here right now for both men.
Deuce. Alcaraz again waiting for the call, which was a little bit late. He knew that was wide, and so did Zverev, and they'd almost stopped playing before the call came. Second serve at Deuce, backhand Zverev. Forehand, he's missed Alcaraz. No. A very, very loose forehand. This is not a man who looks like he feels totally confident in his abilities or his position today.
And you see him yelling at his coaching staff, Juan Carlos Ferrero there. He was just flat-footed. There was no movement whatsoever. It was all arm. And it's funny to look at Juan Carlos Ferrero. You can barely see his eyes with his sunglasses, his cap on. It's kind of keeping all that emotions in. Sometimes you got to let your charge yell at you and just get out his frustrations.
Break point number 3. First serve into the net. Alcaraz serving. Can Zverev break back immediately? Hits the backhand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Zverev's backhand. Alcaraz with the backhand. Zverev hits the forehand to the Alcaraz backhand. More power on that cross court from the Spaniard. Now the drop shot, which is reached by Zverev, who's got the drop shot back in play, but it's a winner from Alcaraz. Covering the ground so smartly. Backhand cross court with Zverev a target at the net. And a third break point has been saved in this game.
I mean, he would be an absolute brilliant poker player, Alcaraz. I mean, what veins of ice to have to play that drop shot on break point, and then to have the audacity just to hold the ball and flick it straight at Zverev, who had no chance.
Yeah, it was clever to go straight down the middle of the court, wasn't it? Because that was quite a tricky shot, but he went over the lower part of the net, and also knowing that Zverev, the height, the size, the shape that he is, he wouldn't have been able to get out of the way of that one very easily.
Deuce. Forehand return, Zverev. Alcaraz down the line. Powerfully to the back of the court. Very short put away for him here. The bounce smash. And Zverev probably needed to be 6'10" rather than 6'6" to reach that one. Yeah, wasn't far away from it.
No, he appears to be holding his nerve quite a bit here, Alcaraz. And this is a mental mini battle going on right now in the heart of the match. And Zverev just turning around and hands on hips, as you said.
Alexander chatting to Alexander there. Alexander Senior, his dad, who's also his coach, in the box there. His brother Misha Zverev is also there.
Is it called akimbo, that? When you hands akimbo? Is that right? Or am I imagining that?
I don't know.
Oh, I need to look that up.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Legs akimbo we may have heard of. Hands akimbo I'm not sure. Drop shot from Alcaraz trying to close out the game, and he does. Because Zverev running forward has hammered a backhand into the net. Alcaraz saving 3 break points and leading with just a single break of serve advantage by 5-2 in this third set. The cricket is underway on 5 Sports Extra on BBC Sounds. India against Pakistan, the T20 World Cup in New York. And India are batting first after a rain delay. They lost the first 50 minutes of the scheduled playing time. They got underway in New York about 3 or 4 minutes ago, and India are 8 without loss. So, Annabel Croft, can you have arms akimbo?
This is, what does it mean when someone says hands akimbo, having the hand on the hip and the elbow turned outward?
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That is
Do I get a high five for that?
High five. High five for Greg.
I don't know where it came from. Somewhere in the, I don't know, I had to reboot the computer and
dancing?
Sort of churned out
maybe?
Well, I don't know. I don't think it had anything to do with dancing.
Is that like a Strictly term?
No. I don't know where that came from. It just suddenly churned out of this weird computer inside my head.
Well, it's amazing the strange things we can remember, but well done, Annabel.
Well, we'll find some more weird thing. I could have just said he had his hands on his hips, couldn't I?
Well, I don't blame him for having his hands on his hip, because all of a sudden he's down 5-2 and he can't comprehend why, and having had 3 break-back points, couldn't take one of them, and Alcaraz up 5-2 now can breathe a sigh of relief here in this third set.
He leads by 5-2. It may not be the end of the story in this third set, but it's a very, very useful lead. Just the one break of serve, and Zverev will serve now. And the Philippe Chatrier court is full, as you'd expect, with 15,000 people, minus a few who might have gone out at the change of ends to get themselves a drink. No alcohol allowed in the stands as Zverev serves an ace. That was a decision that the French Federation took a few days in because somebody had spat chewing gum at David Goffin, and Iga Swiatek had been unhappy about people calling out during rallies in that nail-biter she had against Naomi Osaka. But there was a press conference earlier today with the tournament director, Amelie Mauresmo, and she did admit that probably it was an unnecessary move to ban alcohol, and I suspect that ban will be revoked in time for 2025. I asked her whether she thought that had an impact on some of the empty seats, in that people are so desperate to get a drink they have to leave their position, but she didn't think that had anything to do with it. Forehand cross-court from Zverev, who's serving to stay in the set. Backhand cross-court from Alcaraz right into the corner. Now in pole position in this rally and takes the pace off the ball, and instead of hammering it down the line, just hits a gentle forehand into the open court for 15 all.
Yeah, that was appreciated by the fans and the audience here, wasn't it? Just a very different way of hitting the forehand. We don't see that too often. We normally see that real aggression, you know, really coming up the back of the ball with acceleration, but that time just kind of carefully put into the open space.
Well, he's waiting for Zverev to move, and it was a little bit cheeky.
It was clever. Nice disguise. Zverev misses as he goes down the tee. 2 hours and 14 minutes they've been out there for now. Alex Zverev is supposedly playing on grass in Stuttgart this week. He wouldn't want to let down his home tournament, but whether he will be able to play his first match on Tuesday, I'm really not sure. That's into the net. Zverev, he rather snatches at a forehand. It was an aggressive service return by Alcaraz. He's netted, and Alcaraz is 2 points away from taking a 2-1 lead in the final now.
Yeah, he's sometimes just been really aggressive off these opportunities on the second serve with Zverev, and he's getting it deep to the baseline, and Zverev not reacting as quickly. Very late on that last shot.
15-30.
It's amazing when you watch best of 5 set matches, isn't it? The ebbs and flows and the in and out of concentration and focus, and just the different momentum shifts that happen, and it takes players into a different place psychologically, I think.
Zverev was just about to serve.
Lot of ball bouncing.
Spider cam he's unhappy with here? He wasn't happy with spider cam the other day, that camera that shuttles across the court. He was looking up in the air and behind him to see what was causing that distraction. Alcaraz netting the service return, so 30 all.
I was wondering whether a pigeon was about to do something, but there was no pigeon there, so
he must have a real sixth sense if he thinks a pigeon is opening its bowels 30 or 40 metres above his head.
He kind of looked up, didn't he? Directly up. I couldn't think of what else could be up there.
30 all. He's serving to stay in this third set, and it's long from Alcaraz, so he has a game point at 40-30.
Well, also, it's changed the rhythm there by him looking up and changing. He's got 2 unforced errors on the return from Alcaraz since that moment.
Yeah, maybe he was pretending. It was just to kind of gain some extra time, I don't know. But anyway, there was nothing up there.
Game point, Zverev. Ace. Fabulous serve. Fired it out to the backhand of Alcaraz. Alcaraz did not move because it just kissed the inside of the sideline, and he's held. And it's now over to Carlos Alcaraz to see if he can hold his serve and take this third set of the final. He leads by 5-3. On the empty seats we have seen too often, especially on the Philippe Chatrier court, Amelie Mauresmo and the French Federation President Gilles Moreton was saying that the average person who comes to Roland Garros spends 8.5 hours on site. And they know, because they track these things very closely, people, and this is not rocket science, they like to move around. They've got a ticket for the Philippe Chatrier court. They like to go and have a drink. They like to have something to eat. They like to perhaps go and watch some tennis on one of the outside courts or the greenhouse court, Simon Mathieu. And they do say that they know it's a problem. It's not acceptable to see so many empty seats at big stages of matches on this centre court. And they're going to try and come up with some solutions for next year.
Good luck when you're a paying fan telling them what to do.
Yeah, you certainly can't compel people to stay in their seats, and it's an age-old problem here at Roland Garros. It's Carlos Alcaraz serving at 5-3 for a 2-1 lead over Alex Zverev in the French Open final, and he's missed the half volley. Zverev working hard there to keep that rally alive, sliding a forehand down the line, And those half-volley flicks that we are used to seeing Alcaraz play almost with his eyes closed did not come off for him this time.
I mean, that was just the wrong play coming forward on that one, you know.
It was late, wasn't it? Late decision.
It was a late decision and a hesitation, but still. It's a little bit of nerves, that opening point.
5-3, love 15, serving and volleying Alcaraz and not making the volley.
Yeah, great return from Zverev right at the feet of the net rushing Alcaraz, and there's almost no way he was going to be able to pick that one up.
The other thing is interesting as well is Alcaraz has new balls here serving for this set as well. So sometimes that takes a little bit of time to adjust on it. It doesn't look like he's going after it.
No, he's not. He's certainly that first point, he was putting a lot more rotation on the ball, a little bit more passive hitting, really trusting how the balls are going to fly.
5-3, love 30, lands a first serve here, Alcaraz. Good deep return by Zverev, though, who's hitting a backhand cross-court. Cross-court with the backhand goes Alcaraz. Zverev wide, down the line with the backhand. Opportunity missed.
Sometimes you just need to be solid on that point, and Zverev going for it a little bit too much. But it's interesting, we have Bjorn Borg in the front row, and he said, I used to always like to return with the new balls and felt I had an opportunity to break, which is an unusual thing, because when the balls are newer, they're supposed to be faster through the air, so technically they should help the server.
5-3, 15-30, and a missed first serve for Alcaraz. 5 Live and the World Service, BBC Sounds, the closing stages, perhaps, of the third set of the men's singles final from Paris. Forehand return from Zverev, a floaty one that dives in, and a horrible forehand from Zverev. 8 or 10 feet out, waving his arms around, shouting a message at his dad and his brother and his team, who are at the opposite end of the court and have very little chance of hearing him. Alcaraz is 2 points away from taking a 2-1 lead.
Gosh, and Juan Carlos Ferrero getting quite tense up there in the support camp. He's doing all the talking, playing every point from up there.
It's very tense for the coaches because neither player is in control. They are not playing consistently as well as they would like. But can Alcaraz take a 2-1 lead as Zverev goes cross-court with a forehand? Backhand Zverev. Alcaraz's backhand is long, and again it was edgy from Alcaraz. Break back point.
Yeah, that was flat coming out of the strings. That didn't have much rotation on it. And you thought he was going to play a solid point there, but actually just a loose one. Having done all the hard work getting back to 30 all.
Merci. Les joueurs sont prêts. Merci.
He saved 3 break points in his last service game to go 5-2 up. Just the one here at the moment. He's got a short forehand, Alcaraz. Zverev's there with the backhand, and he's passed. Alcaraz lets go of the racket as he tries to adjust and play a half volley. But Zverev has hauled this third set out of the fire by winning 2 games in a row, and Carlos Alcaraz, with us back on serve, leads by 5-4.
Very unusual, because Alcaraz walked across after that point to check the mark on the serve. He had a feeling that the serve was out.
Yeah.
So that's why he kind of went for that forehand. He was indecisive, and Zverev took advantage of the moment. And so he looked at the mark. Interesting to see if that serve was actually in, because I don't think it was.
The set continues. 85058. If you want to send us a message on the text, and we've had one. You can also try out 5 Live Sport from Kevin Anderson. We don't think it's the tennis player Kevin Anderson, who's just continuing the German theme that was started by me using fiddlesticks and wondering what the German was, and we came up with a couple alternatives for you earlier. Well, to continue another theme of the week, which is the overuse by Annabel of the word miffed, which actually I'm all on board with. Kevin, is that we could try verblüfft if we wanted to say miffed in German.
How nice, I quite like that. Sounds good.
Verblüfft. Should we try it in commentary?
Alcaraz is a bit verblüffed at the moment.
I actually feel like Zverev has struck the ball better this set, even though Alcaraz was serving for this third set. And the question is, can Alcaraz lift his game? Because Zverev has been more consistent in this third set, even though he's only back on serve.
Yeah, I agree with you.
4-5 down. He's got one more game to win. He's won the first point of it. Good serve out wide to the forehand of Alcaraz, and he hits his forehand return long.
I think if Zverev can get this game, the tension and pressure and the crowd are going to get sort of into a different zone in a minute, aren't they? It'll be the first time that the sets have gone beyond 4.
Yes, if this goes to 5-all, then we're very much in tie-break territory, aren't we? And you don't want to play a tie-break against Sasha Zverev at Roland Garros. He's won 23 of the 25 tie-breaks he's played here, and has a 100% record this year. But there is work to do before he can look forward to a tie-break. 15 love, forehand, shanked by Alcaraz. High into the crowd, about 15 rows back.
Well, that's not a surprise because he tried to step in, take the return early, and that was a brilliant second serve from the German. That was nearly 115 miles an hour going for it big, and that's what got that massive shank.
Cleared the several rows of hospitality boxes there. Backhand return from Alcaraz is long, very solid. Convincing serving from Zverev as he moves to 30 love.
Oh, what a turnaround once again in this set.
40 love.
Quick turnaround for the early break from Alcaraz, and now suddenly he must have been thinking, I'm going to close out this set. And not done. It could end up being 2-1 down.
3 game points for Zverev down the tee. Brilliant serving game. 5 games all from 2-5 down.
Same jeu partout.
Now this becomes a very, very fascinating game because the fact that Alcaraz has been very nervy the last 3 games. Does he relax or does he keep the tension up? He's got to change something up here as well. I'd like to see him hit one of those serves down the tee. He's always been going predominantly wide on the first ball, and Zverev's been sitting on it.
1 set all, 5 games all. He goes to the forehand of Zverev once more with that first serve, Alcaraz. Backhand cross-court Alcaraz, Zverev's backhand. Alcaraz shanks the forehand. Goodness me, what is happening to the Wimbledon champion right now?
And he's looking down at the court, complaining about the surface of the chair umpire right now. He's not happy with the way it's bouncing. It's very, very dry, the court at the moment, and so the ball's just kicking off more than he's expecting it to.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of scuff marks up the centre of the court as well, and I think that might be where, you know, more of the clay is gathering and then hitting a little clump of it and not perhaps as smooth as normal. So he's in a bit of trouble here.
Five games all, love 15, backhand return Zverev, drop shot Alcaraz, no worries, made by the Spaniard.
I mean, that was magical, that, wasn't it?
It was, but it's a fantastic play, because look how far back Zverev is. The return's a little bit short, Alcaraz is inside the baseline, but to have the calmness and the composure to play that at love 15 down after serving for the set and losing your serve is a bit of calmness under pressure. Very impressive from the Spaniard.
Sure, it's just blowing quite a bit in the wind. The flags are starting to flutter quite a bit as well.
15 all, Alcaraz hitting the forehand, the Zverev forehand. Zverev cross-court with the forehand, Alcaraz forehand right onto that baseline, but a nice angle from Zverev, who's now moving in onto the baseline to play the drop shot. A little bit too deep, but what a tangle Alcaraz got himself into there. Pretty regulation forehand, which he's knocked 3 or 4 feet too long.
Well, that's very clever from Zverev, to be honest with you. First semi-decent drop shot. Alcaraz was there with plenty of time and chose the wrong option. He had too many options and pushes an easy slice well long to go down 15-30.
Big momentum swing at the moment. Can Zverev, who's already come back from 2-5 down, really cash in here and give himself a chance by breaking here to serve for a 2-1 lead in the final? 15-30 on the Carlos Alcaraz serve. Serving towards the clock, which shows 2 hours and 27 minutes in both digital and analog form. Second serve from Alcaraz. Backhand Zverev cross-court. Onto the baseline. Now the German is hitting the lines. Backhand cross-court from Alcaraz. Alcaraz hits a backhand. Zverev with a forehand. Alcaraz backhand. Zverev cross-court with a forehand to the Alcaraz forehand and another shank. It's shank after shank after shank.
Yeah.
And he's double break point down.
And the trouble is, that's going to start getting into his head where he doesn't start to trust himself. He's also gesturing at the court once again.
Yeah, but it's very clever tactically, because what he's doing is sitting him in the backhand corner. He knows the forehand's a little bit dodgy, and then going there with pace to get the unforced errors. And that's worked very well to get himself back in this set. And now he can convert one of these break points. He might actually be serving for this third set.
Amazing.
2 break points for Zverev to win his 4th game in a row. And that was ball colliding with net. And it's a second serve. And he's 2 break points down here, Alcaraz. Forehand Zverev, Alcaraz backhand. Zverev hits the backhand down the line. The slice forehand from Alcaraz, who nets with the backhand cross-court, and he's completely lost his confidence and totally lost his way. And Alex Zverev is playing beautifully. And he's broken twice, and he's won 4 games in a row. And having been 2-5 down at 6-5 up, Katie, he will now serve for a 2-1 lead in this French Open final.
So back with the tennis in just a moment. We just wanted to bring you some other news this afternoon. Coming to us in the past few minutes, a statement from Liverpool Football Club. The thoughts and support of everyone at Liverpool, they say, are with our legendary former captain Alan Hansen, who's currently seriously ill in hospital. It goes on to say the club is currently in contact with Alan's family to provide our support at this difficult time. And our thoughts, wishes and hopes are with Alan and all of the Hansen family. He won 8 league titles, 3 European Cups, 2 FA Cups and 3 League Cups in his 620 appearances for the club. He later went on to be a regular pundit on Match of the Day. So all of us here at 5 Live and BBC Sport also send our best wishes to Alan Hansen, who's currently seriously ill in hospital. Right, we'll be back in Paris in just a moment. Let's get an update from New York. India are taking on Pakistan in the Men's T20 World Cup. We've got commentary on BBC Sounds and Sports Extra. Prakash Wakanka, we had 1 over and then the rain started falling.
Yes, but I am happy to report that the larger square cover is now coming off. The rain seems to have stopped, and at least going by an average of the apps that are available, it seems to indicate that we may not have any more rain. But I hope and pray that those apps hold, because this game has been set up beautifully. The first over was eventful. India got to 8 with 1-6 from Rohit Sharma, and just before the second over we had a rain interruption. The covers will come off, the umpires will inspect and determine when we are going to get underway, but I suspect it won't be too long.
Prakash, thank you. And just a reminder, you can listen to that over on 5 Sports Extra. Our focus, though, is the French Open, the final, the men's final, where Russell Fuller, Alexander Zverev, is serving for this third set.
And he's 1 point closer, Katie, after serving and volleying. And right now he is completely in control of this set and the match, seemingly. But can he complete the comeback from 2-5 and lead by 2-1? There's a first serve into the net. He has 15 love and 6-5. A violent swing in his favour over the last 20 minutes or so here on 5 Live. And the BBC World Service and BBC Sounds. Backhand from Alcaraz. Such a long way behind the baseline to receive. Now coming up to the baseline and missing his backhand. And it's just a string of errors from the Spaniard.
Yeah, it's all over the place, isn't it? He's shaking his head. He's looking around towards Juan Carlos Ferrero. I think he looks lost. He doesn't know what to do.
Well, his body language is really poor at the moment, and it was interesting at the changeover. He said this clay court is not a clay court for a Grand Slam final, complaining about not enough clay on one area of the court. So he is bemused. You have to control what you can control, but he's not doing that at the moment.
6-5, 30 love. Zverev with the backhand. Alcaraz forehand cross court. Zverev cross court with the forehand. Forehand from Alcaraz. Zverev dropping a little bit short. Alcaraz also landing the ball in mid-court. Forehand from Zverev. Alcaraz with a bit more pace on the forehand cross-court. Forehand cross-court again from Alcaraz. That's a great angle, and that is one that Zverev cannot retrieve. So there is a little bit of hope here for Alcaraz, who is very much channeling Novak Djokovic when he makes complaints about that. We had that in Djokovic's match that finished at 3 in the morning against Lorenzo Musetti. And then also in his subsequent match, which cost him his chances to win this title for a 4th time as he damaged his right knee. 30-15. What an effort here from Zverev. Serves down the middle to the forehand of Alcaraz. Backhand Zverev. Alcaraz with the backhand. Zverev's forehand. Alcaraz cross-court with the backhand. Zverev's backhand. It's very short. Backhand Zverev pushed down the line and wide. Just getting a little bit tense as he closes in on the third set.
Well, the other thing there with Alcaraz, the last 2 points, he's been on the front foot. He's been on top of the baseline, and he's been in control and mentally present there. He's just kind of finally got in the zone. This is a huge point for both men, as we see Zverev's dad with his head down there thinking, okay, come on, let's get these 2 points. We don't want to see a tiebreaker.
It's almost like it's come to crisis point here for Alcaraz, and he's just sort of suddenly much more mentally present.
6-5, 30 all. Zverev serving for the set. An ace. What an amazing serve that was. Right onto the sideline and spinning away from Alcaraz.
Yeah, but fortune favors the brave. Serve and volley in that point as well. So thinking clearly here. I wouldn't be surprised if he does the same play.
Alcaraz still pointing at things on the court, not happy.
S'il vous plaît.
It's set point to Alex Zverev for a 2-1 lead here in Paris. And another serve that really looked to me like it had caught the sideline, but it is signalled out by the line judge. And Alcaraz breathes. But it's still a second serve, and it's still a set point to Zverev. Trying to win his first Grand Slam title. This would take him 1 set away from the prize.
Oh my goodness.
Throws the ball up, doesn't serve.
That's a little bit nervous.
I think his fans might have to watch this one behind a pillow.
Second serve. Set point Zverev. Forehand Alcaraz. Zverev's forehand. Alcaraz hits the forehand down the line. It lands in the service box. Forehand cross-court from Alcaraz. It's deeper. Zverev pushes the forehand down the line. It's the high backhand from Alcaraz. Forces Zverev back behind the baseline. Another of those loopy moonball backhands from Alcaraz. Interesting tactic at this stage. He plays a third shot like that when set point down. Now flattens out the backhand Alcaraz. Alcaraz with the backhand to the Zverev backhand. And Zverev has gone long.
Wow, that was really clever. And he used that tactic very, very effectively in the first set. And actually, he hasn't really used it since. But I think the slow balling is quite clever.
It is, the high ball and also the slice he used in the opening set as well. And he went away from the tactics of the opening set because when Zverev gets nervous, he doesn't like having a ball coming onto him with no pace and high. If you play at one level with Zverev, he's pretty good at that.
Deuce, and Zverev will feel a long way away again from completing this comeback and stealing the set. From 2-5, he has 6-5, but a set point has been saved and it's deuce. Alcaraz forehand returns. Zverev with the backhand, so close to the sideline. Slice backhand Alcaraz. The slice into mid-court by Zverev is just not damaging enough. And here comes Alcaraz to put the forehand away down the line, and he has a break-back point to take us into a tie-break.
Oh, that was a horrible shot from Zverev. It's almost as if he got caught in sort of an area he didn't want to be in. He was either going to come forward, go back. He didn't know quite what to do with this short ball. Slices it, and it just sits there inviting it. I think he must have changed his mind on that shot.
Well, he was just hesitant. You know, it didn't go deep, he didn't go short. And as you say, Annabel, it was a shocker at a big moment. That is nerves usually.
Yeah, that one will be one to look back on.
Break back point for Alcaraz. And Zverev was about to serve, and he's signalling to somebody in the president's box who I don't think was doing anything particularly outrageous, but just was moving his hands around a little bit, and in his current nervous state, it was enough to distract Zverev. It certainly bought him a little bit of time. The shot clock has been stopped, and he serves now. Breakback point Alcaraz, who misses the deep return by sending it over the baseline.
Yeah, Alcaraz can't believe he's just missed that one.
Yeah, but it's been interesting. Every time Zverev has hesitated and started a motion, it's put Alcaraz off.
It has.
So, you know, that might be a little bit of a tactical play because he gets in the zone and then all of a sudden he hesitates, he stops, restarts, and then the Spaniard loses his concentration.
Juan Carlos Ferrero has taken his dark glasses off, partly perhaps because the sun has gone behind a cloud. So we can read his emotions that much better, the coach of Carlos Alcaraz. Forehand down the line from Zverev. That's a bit edgy too. The volley from Zverev right to the back of the court. The smash from Zverev, well played. Went for the tight angle, and he has a second set point.
Well, also Alcaraz had an opportunity there, didn't he? But he didn't get the lob up high enough, and it was straight into the hit zone there for Zverev. But that was another edgy point.
It'll be interesting to see if Zverev makes a change here. He's gone wide every single point on the ad side. Does he go down the tee for a change-up on this set point?
The sun reappears. Zverev is saying there's blood on a ball. The crowd are wondering whether there's a bit of gamesmanship at play here.
Yeah, I think Greg could be right, because he's done quite a few little things just to kind of unsettle Alcaraz down the other end, and he's always got the error.
Merci beaucoup, mesdames, messieurs, s'il vous plaît. Merci à tous. Merci.
Second set point for Zverev to win a 5th game in a row. And he did go down the tee and he missed.
I'm not sure why the umpire wanted to take that ball with blood on it and stick it in his pocket. But anyway, he did.
Second serve. Second set point for Zverev for a 2-1 lead. Backhand return Alcaraz. Zverev cross-court with the backhand. Alcaraz cross-court with the backhand to the Zverev backhand. Alcaraz backhand. Zverev with the forehand. Forehand from Alcaraz. Zverev cross-court with a forehand. Alcaraz cross-court with a forehand. Right to the back of the court, but Zverev is rallying comfortably for the moment. Can he take his chance? Puts a bit more on the backhand, Zverev. Earns the shorter ball. Alcaraz could be in trouble here. Here's the lob. Zverev with the smash to win the set. Paddles it back in play. Alcaraz got a forehand in play. Zverev hits the sideline, and Alcaraz nets. He kept his nerve spectacularly well there, Alex Zverev, who has won 5 games in a row. He's come back from 2-5 down to pinch the third set from Carlos Alcaraz by 7 games to 5. And the Spaniard looks a little bit shell-shocked for the moment. What's he got left in set number 4? He's going to have to win that. And he's also going to have to win a 5th set if he's to win a first French Open title here at Roland Garros, Katie.
62 minutes, that third set lasted. The first time that Alexander Zverev leads in this French Open final. More commentary to come then. Let's get the latest news though here on 5 Live at 4:53 with Nick Hatfield.
The voice of the UK.
And the home of the Euros and the general election 2024.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Katie. Good afternoon. Tributes are being paid to the radio and TV presenter Michael Mosley, who's died after going missing on the Greek island of Symi. A search ended this morning when his body was discovered at the bottom of a slope near a beach. His wife says he went the wrong way while climbing in a remote mountainous area. Dr. Phil Hammond worked with Michael on the BBC series Trust Me, I'm a Doctor.
I think that legacy will live on. People will remember him. People will smile. Anyone who met Mike will always smile because he was such a loving, kind, generous person, but had a slightly infectious and impish laugh. I'm really sad, but I'm also really proud and lucky to have had him in my life.
Gaza's health ministry, which is run by Hamas, says an Israeli military operation which secured the release of 4 hostages killed 274 Palestinians. Hamas says 3 hostages also died, including a US citizen. Israel's army has estimated that fewer than 100 people died in the raid yesterday. Narendra Modi has been sworn in for a 3rd term as India's Prime Minister. He'll lead a coalition after his Hindu nationalist BJP fell short of a majority in general elections. And an urgent appeal has gone out to medical students to help NHS hospitals in London, which were targeted by a cyber attack last week. The attack led to operations being cancelled and emergency patients being diverted elsewhere. The disruption is expected to last a number of weeks.
20 teams.
This is just thrilling, insane stuff.
20 overs.
What a shot that is.
Only one winner.
The ICC Men's T20 World Cup, live from the West Indies and the United States.
He's gone for it. We knew he would. And into the pavilion it goes.
Hear ball-by-ball coverage as Scotland take on Oman, live from Antigua. Tonight at 6 on 5 Sports Extra.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
The French Open on 5 Live Sport with Katie Smith.
So Scotland against Oman to come at the T20 World Cup. India against Pakistan got underway. The rain's been causing a few disruptions. So it stopped play in New York. Play is now going to restart in 5 minutes' time. So 5 o'clock UK time. No overs have been lost either. So we are still on for a full game as things stand. India will resume on 8 for no loss after that 1 over that has been played so far. India being put into bat first against Pakistan. So that is over on Sports Extra here on 5 Live Sport this afternoon. An intriguing, enticing battle here in the French Open final between Alexander Zverev and Carlos Alcaraz. Zverev has just wrapped up set number 3, so he leads by 2-1. David Law will be with us for commentary for this 4th set. And David, I've seen a picture on social media that Novak Djokovic has put up of himself watching this match with his 2 kids, and he's tagged both players in it. And you just think, you always wonder what the big man's thinking, don't you, watching this final?
I think one of the things he's thinking is, I did tell you that court had got a few problems when he hurt his knee a few days ago, and we've had Carlos Alcaraz complaining about the court as well. And one interesting element that we've just seen as we'll watch the first point of this 4th set here, which Alexander Zverev is leading by 2-1 now. He hits his forehand onto the forehand of Alcaraz, who chips it back but can't get it over the net, and this is love 15. They have just drenched this court with water, Greg. They've just taken hoses out, which is not unusual, but they have really put a lot of water onto this court in the last 5 minutes in between sets. And Alcaraz and Zverev actually had the umpire come down to have a chat about it and say, I think there's some standing water in this one corner of the back of the court nearest to us. And I think he was watching it all very closely, thinking, are you putting too much water on here?
Well, they are. And you kind of think to yourself is also sometimes they can put a little bit of clay, because there's a little bit of clay missing on the area in front of the baseline on the side Zverev is on. So, they did that to make sure the court surface is good. And you talked about Djokovic being at home watching. He's probably thinking to himself, that should be me in the finals if it wasn't for this silly court.
Certainly usually is, isn't it, Novak Djokovic?
It looks a totally different colour, doesn't it? It's like dark red now.
Yeah.
And it was looking quite pale and sort of powdery, but I agree that right-hand corner just behind Zverev's right foot is actually quite damp.
Another factor that will come into play is the shadow as the evening comes along. Only 2 hours and 45 minutes on the clock, which by these players' standards isn't actually that much. We're in the 4th set now. Lovely serve and volley out wide from Alcaraz. And yes, this shadow will start spreading across from the left-hand side. We can just see the little first starts of it, and then it'll divide this court vertically as we look from one end. And that will make things a little more difficult for these players as it goes in and out of the shadow. Here's a backhand cross court from Alcaraz on his serve, trying to start set number 4 well, and he does so far, because that one doesn't get up to the forehand of Zverev, and he stubs it into the ground. But extraordinary to think that Alcaraz led this 3rd set 5-2 and lost it.
Yeah, and he was looking so in command, so in control, looked very confident, and I felt, well, things had restabilised and he sort of reasserted himself. But it was extraordinary to see all those shanked forehands, and suddenly he went into his shell again, and then he wasn't trusting himself. He started complaining, and he got very negative with his body language, and he still hasn't really shaken it off. I feel like he's lost a bit of that sort of bounce and energy and joyfulness that we normally talk about when he's on the court.
Hits his backhand cross court, does Alcaraz, and he gets an unforced error, a rare unforced error from the racket of Alexander Zverev, who has been imperious, frankly, for the last 5 games. But that's a good reboot there from Alcaraz at the start of set 4, Greg.
It was a good reboot, but also, Zverev was going to have a dip after ending that 3rd set, a little bit nervy, but finding the way to get it through. And this game coming up becomes very, very fascinating, because Zverev has been the better player from a ball striking perspective the last 2 sets, even though he was down 5-2 in that 2nd set. But the question, from my point of view, I feel like Alcaraz's body language isn't what it normally is, because he's putting so much expectation on himself. He thinks, I should win this. And when you have that sort of mentality and you put that pressure on yourself and you don't play with freedom, it usually doesn't turn out too well. So he's got to find a way to express himself. get that positivity, get that excitement back that he had previously in that first set, and also the tactics with the high balls, the slice, the coming forward, the drop shots. He's gone off his natural instincts.
And Zverev, extraordinarily, I mean, he's only down 1 point on serve and one game, but he's turning around, and you would think he's the one down 2-1 right now. He is stressing big time. He's yelling at his dad. I don't know what's going on in his mind, but he clearly doesn't feel completely in control of emotions and the match.
Well, one thing that is likely to happen at some point, unless he's made of stone, is that he'll think about when he was on the brink of victory in the US Open final a few years ago, and he had match point and he ended up losing that. Never won a Grand Slam title, of course. Alexander Zverev, forehand hit cross-court by Alcaraz, really opening his shoulders there. He has love 15 on Zverev's serve here. Chip backhand cross-court, hit by the two-handed backhand of Zverev cross-court. Now his forehand on the line, slightly miscued that, but he found the line. Now the backhand cross down the line. In comes Zverev, plays the forehand volley, beautifully struck in the end.
Oh, what a point from Zverev there, because both men going toe-to-toe, striking the ball beautifully, and then fortune favors the brave. Zverev was willing to come forward and knock off that high volley. I've been impressed from Zverev today. Mentally, it's been very good, because let's not forget that US Open Finals. He was also up 2-0 in it as well and served for the match. So he's got to get over a few demons today, but so far so good. Up 2-1. 1 set away again for his first ever slam final. It only gets more and more difficult now for him. Will he pass the test? That is the big question.
Serves that one onto the forehand, comes in, plays a forehand volley, and Alcaraz reaches it, lifts the lob, and it's over the head, and it's in from Alcaraz. How did he do that?
Oh my goodness, he went up to hit it and he took his racket away. That was extraordinary. It's almost like he knew he'd mistimed going up for the smash. And then he totally took his racket away, and the thing went straight over his head and landed perfectly in.
Very similar to that third set, where he had that mishit return that turned it around and got him a break. Will this be the moment that Alcaraz gets the momentum back here?
Alcaraz came from 2-1 down against Yannick Sinner a couple of days ago to win. He's 2-1 down now. But 1-love up in this fourth. Zverev's getting a little distracted by something as he bounces this ball. 15-30.
Let's premier service.
And to me, that's a sign of nerves from Zverev. When you hear the loud grunting on his first serve, you know he's tight. When he's quiet on his serve, you know he's feeling relaxed.
5 Live, the World Service, and BBC Sounds here in the men's singles final in Paris, in the French Open. Here's a forehand for Zverev down the centre. It's short. Forehand attacking cross-court by Alcaraz. Cross-court response is wide. It's called last second. And
that was so late.
Is it in or out? It's out. Zverev's fuming. He's marching towards the net right now, pointing.
I would love to see the Hawkeye replay on this one, because that was a very tight and late call.
Well, I must admit, I thought it was wide, but the call was so late.
I suppose Alcaraz was flying across the court. Maybe he briefly unsighted the line judge.
It was a correct call. Hawkeye did show it was out. So, that's the good thing about technology. You can always double check something. Sometimes I wish they'd play that on the big screen so the fans would know.
And also, to settle his mind, it would just put it out of his head, wouldn't it?
15-40 on the Alexander Zverev serve. Alcaraz spots an opportunity here, and he has a second serve to have a go at. The US Open champion of a couple of years ago, the Wimbledon champion of last year, trying to add Roland Garros to his collection. Second serve, Zverev finds the court. Back and return is long by Alcaraz. That was an unforced error.
That's kind of been the pattern of today, hasn't it? Been when you feel like he's just getting the initiative and he's starting to play some good tennis and some bigger moments. He's in control with the scoreline, and then suddenly just gives away the 3 points, and that's kind of happened a bit too much today.
Zverev, who lost the first set against Alan Griekspoor in the third round, against Holger Rune, against Casper Ruud, and he came back to win them all. He was a set down here, but he's now 2-1 ahead.
Here's a telling moment. Second serve break point. Where is the mind of Sasha Zverev? This is his area where he gets a little bit tight at times.
Alcaraz has just taken 4 steps to his left to show Zverev his forehand, and he hits that forehand down the centre. Break point Alcaraz for 2-love. Backhand down the centre from him. In steps Zverev and comes to the net. Plays the backhand volley. Alcaraz will reach in, go down the line! And he roundhouse fist pumps as this crowd erupts.
Well, that's the first sign of real emotion from Alcaraz, which I think might just release him just a little bit.
Well, here comes the really important game. If he can have a comfortable service game, we know he's truly back.
Yeah.
This is where he struggled. He's just gone to the service line, taken a deep breath. This is the side of the court that he's complained about not being correct. A little bit too little clay, as well as being a little bit too slippery. So let's see how he manages this moment. Key moment after getting the break.
Greg Rusedski and Annabel Croft here with us on 5 Live, BBC World Service and on BBC Sounds.
Well, that's woken the crowd up as well, hasn't it? That's given them something to get excited about. A potential 5-setter if he can secure this set.
Serve out wide, Alcaraz hits the junction of sideline and service line. Doesn't come back in court. 2-1 Zverev. 2-love in the fourth, Alcaraz. And suddenly there's an energy about Alcaraz that we haven't seen for a while.
Definitely, he looks different. Looks like all that darkness has sort of shifted from him, and it does feel like it's taken a long time. It's been a bit clunky today.
Serve down the centre by Alcaraz. In comes the return, looping, but not with enough topspin on, so it lands long from Zverev. Can only imagine what's going through their respective minds. Zverev as somebody who is 27 now, came along as the bright young thing as a teenager, and a lot was expecting of him, and he's been to the latter stages so many times without actually winning a Grand Slam. Here's a backhand cross-court from Alcaraz, who hits his backhand down the centre now. In steps Zverev, 2-love and 3-love down, and that is a clean, rasping winner cross-court by Carlos Alcaraz, who is coming alive.
Oh, that's so much better. I mean, sometimes when we've seen him at his best, and it's just jaw-droppingly incredible the way he can hit the ball and just take the racket out of the opponent's hands, but normally he can build momentum and just start steamrolling through opponents, and it hasn't felt like that today. Maybe this is his patch of time that he's going to start playing his best tennis.
Well, also psychologically, it's been challenging. I mean, when you're up 1-all and 5-2, to bounce back is difficult. So that's the perfect response, though. A love game after the break.
Zverev trying to sweep one down the line and getting nowhere near the court. He leads 2-1, but it's 3-love Alcaraz now in set number 4. So let's get an update from New York. India taking on Pakistan in the Men's T20 World Cup. Commentary on BBC Sounds and Sports Extra. Dan Norcross is watching.
Well, you've come at a very dramatic moment because Rohit Sharma has just got out, caught in the deep off the bowling of Shaheen Shah Afridi, and India are 19 for 2 after just 2.4 overs. They made a poor start. Virat Kohli, the other man, out, caught in the covers by Usman Khan off Naseem Shah. And look, it's a tricky pitch to bat on. Maybe 120, 130 is the sort of total that India will be looking to get, but they haven't started well. They're 19 for 2 after 16 balls.
Thank you, Dan. And don't forget ball-by-ball commentary on BBC Sounds and Sports Extra of the cricket, India against Pakistan. Here on 5 Live and BBC World Service, it is the men's singles final of the French Open, and it is starting to come alive again here. 2-1 for Alexander Zverev as he eyes his first ever Grand Slam title. But it's so near and yet so far, because he's up against one of the talents of the game right now.
Oh, there's no question. I mean, this match, it's what you kind of want in a final, where there's lots of ebbs and flows and pressure moments, and it's who's going to hold their nerve at the right time. And you're right. I mean, Zverev has played very, very well in this match to be up 2-1, but you sort of feel that there's still that self-doubt lurking underneath the surface. And will he really back himself when the going gets tough? And it certainly looks as if we might well head towards a 5th set as well.
That having been said, though, after we saw the 5-2 lead evaporate for Alcaraz, my sense of what's going to happen has been rocked by that.
Oh, me too. And I was just so surprised with that last game. That Zverev, he was 1 love up, love 15 down, and then he started bellowing at his dad.
Yes.
What is going on?
You spotted that immediately, didn't you?
Well, it was just weird.
Well, it just shows you in his belief. Does he believe he can really win these slams against Alcaraz? And you want to be a little bit of a good poker face there. Like, Alcaraz should be the one who should be terribly cross because he should have won that 3rd set. And it was Zverev who won 5 games on the trot. Now, this becomes an important point here at love 15. If Alcaraz gets the double break, we're going into a 5th for sure.
Love 15, a double fault from Zverev at the start of this 4th game as he hits his backhand cross court. Alcaraz replies in kind, now leans into his backhand. There's a real clarity and cleanliness to the way that Alcaraz is striking the ball. Now backhand down the line, and he's just missed it by an inch. But it's coming out of the centre of the racket suddenly.
Way better.
It is, no question about it. But he's got to make that sort of backhand. He set up the point beautifully, and that one didn't need to be so close to the line. If that was in the court, there's no way that Zverev is getting there because he was moving the opposite direction.
Yeah, I still think even though it was a miss, it was a good miss because of the way he hit it and the way he'd constructed and controlled the point. I just feel there's something different about the way he's looking and hitting the ball right now.
Yeah. It's gone in and out all tournament long, actually, for Carlos Alcaraz. In the second round against Jesper de Jong, he won in 4 sets, but he was all over the place. And then he was excellent against Stefanos Tsitsipas in the next round, and those that followed. But against Jannik Sinner, he won, but it was 5 sets and it was a struggle, and Sinner struggled too at times. Here's a forehand inside out struck by Zverev, who's now going to step on this one at 15 all. He's coming in behind it, but he's passed. Cross-court forehand by Alcaraz.
But the other thing as well is Zverev no first serves this game. That's something that he's been doing very, very well. A high percentage of first serves. 0 for 3 in this game, down 15-30 here from Zverev. And the other thing is when Zverev comes in, if he doesn't hit a good approach shot, that's what's going to happen to him. He's going to be punished.
But that was also that slow balling he did. 2 balls back-to-back, loopy, slow ball, and Zverev looks like he doesn't really like to have to generate the pace off those slow balls, and then he drew him forward and then went for the pass, so it's a very effective tactic.
Forehand cross-court struck by Zverev, sliced back by Alcaraz. He's chasing this one down as well, but he won't reach it, so Zverev gets to 30 all on his serve. Love 3 down, but leading by 2 sets to 1.
30.
Two players who've never been in a French Open final before. The only way you learn how to do it is by doing it. That's the ball bouncing of Alexander Zverev. The shot clock is down to 3, 2. Just about does it in time.
Yeah, he's taking his time, isn't he? He's sort of getting slower.
Well, he's lost the rhythm on his serve, and also the speed numbers have started to drop, and you see him just rotating his shoulder a little bit more too.
3 hours and 1 minute on the clock now. As Zverev serves long, double fault, 30-40. He's really lost his way on that shot.
Well, he's lost his rhythm. It just seems like his energy and body language has gone down. Important here for the German to get a first serve in here and dictate the point.
Break point for the Wimbledon champion, Carlos Alcaraz of Spain, 21 years of age. And Zverev just cannot get a serve in suddenly.
Lost his rhythm here.
This is a guy who's getting 80% first serves in for the first 3 sets. Alcaraz returns with the forehand on break point, and he puts it just inside the baseline, then hits his backhand cross court. He's got Zverev on the run here. Now a drop shot. In comes Zverev. He won't reach it. This is a masterclass from Carlos Alcaraz of Spain, who leads 4-love in the 4th set.
It's been a fascinating match because both men haven't played well at the same time. It's a big drop from Zverev in this set, and it's a really big level increase from Alcaraz. That's why we're having the perfect storm here of 4-love.
Did you notice that Alexander Zverev is just leaning forward on his knees,
yeah,
2 hands on his knees, as if, I'm feeling it a bit now.
Well, it's 3 hours and 2 minutes on the clock already, but I'm not sure what that was about. Alcaraz just came forward and spoke to the umpire as he called for a trainer or something. I don't know what, but Something was discussed then.
Wait and see. 19 hours of tennis Alexander Zverev had played before this match, and another 3 to add on to that, so 22 hours of tennis in 7 matches.
It's not even 24 hours in a day. What are you worried about, David? Well, these are fit young men.
You could do that no trouble, couldn't you, Greg?
Well, in my prime, yes. Now, no chance.
About 19, 20 minutes for this set so far.
15-love Alcaraz. 4-love to the Spaniard. 2-1 Zverev lead. So it does look like we're going 5 unless something dramatic happens. It's a backhand return down the middle from Zverev and a missed backhand on the line by Alcaraz.
He's missed a couple of those, hasn't he? Just going for too much with it. Didn't look in the right position there. Almost came on the inside of that ball as he was trying to hit that one down the line. Normally hits that so well, doesn't he?
Yeah, but it's hard to do that on a clay court when the ball is sliding and it's a quick court. The timing and strike was good, but just going for way too much.
Well, he also needs to keep this level of momentum going towards the end of this set. He cannot really afford to have some ups and downs right now, because if he gets this set, he needs to be playing with intensity going into a 5th set.
He's hitting his forehand down the centre. That one looked a little uncomfortable from Alcaraz at the far end. He's not really getting the contact right suddenly at all.
Yeah, but
he's missed that one.
Yeah, but the interesting part there, David, was that Zverev did what Alcaraz is doing to him. Threw the really high, slow, high-bouncing, loopy ball, and Alcaraz couldn't accelerate it above his shoulders.
That was a little bit strange.
Yeah, it was.
Alcaraz still 4-love ahead here in the 4th set, but don't forget he was 5-2 up in the 3rd set. And he lost that. Serves out wide onto the backhand. Now hits his inside-out forehand. Zverev reaches it and goes cross-court with his 2-hander. He's got 15-30, now 15-40. Screaming winner down the line from Zverev.
I mean, this is just so nervy from Alcaraz. Feet have stopped moving. It's just flat-footed, and all of a sudden it's Zverev just stepping on the front foot, taking advantage, and just going for his shots. 2 break-back points as well.
I'm surprised that Alcaraz hasn't tried to move Zverev around a little bit more.
Serves down the centre, serving a volley, and plays a short backhand and is passed by Zverev coming in. Now, one thing I'm going to watch out for is here as well is whether there might be a trainer called. There is. Here comes the trainer out to Carlos Alcaraz. Now, what's gone on here?
Yeah, so
little
that's
consultation.
Maybe it's the arm again, which would explain why those forehands were a little bit odd.
Could be the arm, could be cramp. We've seen that enough times in his career, his short career so far, and in fact his left leg, I think, is getting worked on here. Massaged gently. I think they're just trying to check what's gone on here. But you noticed Alcaraz go up to the umpire at the end of the 4th game, which Alcaraz won, and just say something.
Yeah, he definitely spoke to the umpire, and that's when I thought that might have been a discussion about bringing a trainer out. But not a great sign, is it? Because that was not a good game for him. When he's just gained all that initiative in the set, looks like he's got momentum going, and that was a pretty horror service game for Alcaraz.
Something to do with that left leg, which is being stretched out. So while we watch that, it just gives me a chance to say that from Monday, the Football Daily podcast will be turning its full attention to the international stage as we head into Euro 2024 in Germany. It'll be your daily dose of Euro analysis, debate and news with Mark Chapman, Kelly Cates and Steve Crossman. Plus the pod will be inside both the England and Scotland camps, bringing you closer to the players and managers throughout the tournament. And you can listen via BBC Sounds. I think we're going to have a medical timeout here. Yeah.
They should call you Mystic Dave after that one.
I have my moments, Greg. I can also just sort of slightly overhear what the umpire's saying, so I did. But yes, there's a little bit of strapping on that left thigh as well of Carlos Alcaraz as he gets this massage, with himself trailing 2-1 but leading 4-1 now in the 4th set, Katie.
Yeah, and some other news in this afternoon. If you're just joining us, you might have missed this in the last hour or so. In the world of football, former Liverpool captain and Match of the Day pundit Alan Hansen is seriously ill in hospital. He made 620 appearances for the club, winning 8 league titles, 3 European Cups, 2 FA Cups and 3 League Cups. He also played 26 times for the Scotland national side. Liverpool said in a statement this afternoon, the club is currently in contact with Alan's family to provide our support at this difficult time, and our thoughts, wishes and hopes are with Alan and all of the Hansen family. We'll provide any further updates as we receive them in due course, and we request that the Hansen family's privacy is respected at this time. Right, we've got live sport going on elsewhere this afternoon, other than the French Open final in Roland Garros. A medical timeout at the moment for Carlos Alcaraz, the third seed. But let's head to New York. India against Pakistan at the ICC Men's T20 World Cup. Daniel Norcross watching.
35-2 India having been put into bat. They've lost those 2 wickets. Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli going early, and they've promoted Akshay Patel up the order. He's got 12, 1-4, 1-6 off his 9 balls. An unusual move. You'd expect to see Surya Kumar Yadav coming in at this point, but they've put up the all-rounder for reasons, well, it's 2 left-handers, I suppose. We've got slips in. It's very hostile, aggressive out there from the Pakistan seamers. India with just 1 ball left in the 5th over, a 36-2.
Dan, thank you. Commentary continues on 5 Sports Extra. Just seen a tweet actually come in from Tony Kroos saying, come on, Alexander Zverev. So we've got football fans for Carlos Alcaraz in the form of Lionel Messi. Tony Kroos is just retired at Real Madrid after winning the Champions League, which actually is, David, Carlos Alcaraz's team. He looks to be back on his feet. A lot of work then being done on what was it? It's sort of his upper left thigh.
Yes, and behind it as well, and that revealed some strapping on that leg that clearly had been there from before the match, and it's not something we were aware of course, until he started having that treatment. But yes, it's something we watch closely now, because 3 hours and 9 minutes on the clock with Carlos Alcaraz trailing by 2-1. He's got to go the distance here. He's 4-1 ahead in the 4th set, but there's a lot of work still to do. And has he got the physicality to pull it off against a guy like Zverev, who's playing so well here at this French Open? He hits his forehand cross court though, and that one's a shank.
0-15.
And love 15.
But the other thing, the good news is, you saw the physio gave him treatment on court. They stretched the hamstring. They gave a massage to the quad, and then also they were doing some exercises to see if the groin was moving properly. So I think Alcaraz will find a way. He won't make excuses, and he's going to try to find solutions here.
Well, the finish line not too far away, no matter whether it's in this set for Zverev or in the next set for Alcaraz, but that was a terribly shanked forehand this time by Alcaraz.
I don't think I've ever seen this many shanks in a tennis match from both players. I mean, it's quite extraordinary, isn't it, how many times they're mishitting the ball and really miscuing it.
Well, it hasn't been of the highest quality, but it's had a lot of drama. It's had a lot of tension. It's had a lot of intrigue.
They both had moments, but they haven't been sustained. Here's a backhand cross court from Alcaraz. Drop shot by Zverev. Alcaraz will get there, reaches it and puts it over the net, but Zverev pokes it into the corner. And actually I was watching the movement of Alcaraz there just to see whether he did go full pelt for that ball. He seemed to.
Yes, he did, but he knew he couldn't get back for the next shot. He was too far out of position.
But the other thing is, it's nice to see Zverev using some variety. Yeah. That wasn't in his arsenal last year, that little angled short slice to bring Alcaraz forward. So the German is definitely a better player than he was last year.
Rusedski and Annabel Croft here with us on 5 Lives, the BBC World Service and BBC Sounds, as Zverev dumps a forehand into the net, and he is pretty tight, isn't he, at the moment?
He's fluctuating, isn't he? And I'm sure he's in his mind wondering, it is worth to kind of put the effort into this set, but you do wonder whether he's thinking, how much do I put into this set if it's going 5 and I've got to conserve energy for the 5th?
Well, I don't think he's thinking that at the moment, only because of the fact he's only down 1 break right now, Annabelle. If he was down the double break, it would be a different story. I think he still thinks he's got a shot in this set. If he holds here, it's 4-2, and let's not forget the capitulation of Alcaraz up 5-2 in that last set.
I wonder if he'd have bothered too much if Alcaraz had held on to his serve for 5-love. Here's Zverev coming into the net. He volleys straight back to Alcaraz, who lobs over his head, and it lands in. And now there's the backhand on the line, and it's missed by Zverev. 30-40.
It is going into physical territory, though, right now, isn't it? You can sort of sense it. You know, always best of 5-set match. You're always going to have the ebbs and flows, but it definitely feels like both of them are hurting just a little bit.
Well, the question for me is Alcaraz. Is that injury going to really cost him in the 5th set? You know, Zverev is more maybe mentally and physically tired. There's not really an injury there.
30-40 on the German serve here. 1-4 down. Alcaraz trying to re-establish his double break. Backhand on the centre by Zverev. Forehand whipped long by Alcaraz.
But that's interesting that the forehand's gone off from Alcaraz. It's usually the backhand, and since it's the left foot, he's not putting the pressure down and weight into that side, and that's maybe why we're seeing him miss-hit so many balls from the forehand side today.
Juice point now. The shadow starting to creep onto the playing surface here from the roof as the sun starts to fall. Here's a smash by Zverev, lobbed back at him by Alcaraz. Another smash by Zverev, and that one's put away. And he has a point here for a second game in this set now.
It was a great smash, because that wasn't a bad defensive lob from Alcaraz. That was hoisted high up into the sky. And not always easy when you're feeling a little bit tight or a bit fatigued to really put those smashes away, but that was very well timed. Gosh, he bounces the ball a lot, doesn't he?
It is annoying, isn't it?
It's slightly annoying, yes.
Could really nod off listening to that.
I must admit, it's like a metronome, isn't it?
Well, if you're having sleep problems at night, just watch some of the bouncing of the ball.
I know. It's like being hypnotised, actually, isn't it?
2-1 Zverev. 1-4 down, and this to get a second game. Alcaraz shaking with energy and adrenaline as he hits his backhand down the centre. He lifts a lot of height underneath that one, and he gets the error cross court from the backhand.
I mean, that change
Zverev.
of pace has been absolutely brilliant from Alcaraz. He's just got to stick with that a little bit more often. Alcaraz, with the variety, is the much better player, because Zverev, if you put it up there, he kind of doesn't drive through it quite enough, especially when he's nervous.
There goes the ball bouncing again. Juice.
Quiz question: who is the worst at ball bouncing in the history of the sport? There's only one name.
Surely Novak Djokovic.
No, Marin Cilic.
Okay.
We caught him at 45 bounces once.
Goodness. Served down the centre by Zverev at Juice. Slams his backhand instead out, but he's missed.
Avantage Alcaraz.
Again, the loopy return gets the error from the Zverev side.
Crowd want that 5th set, and there's a lot of Carlos Alcaraz fans with their Spanish flags inside court Philippe Chatrier right now. Break point for a 5-1 lead in the 4th set. Zverev powers his serve down, mid-court forehand for him that he puts in the net. And suddenly Zverev's game has just disintegrated. And the Spanish flags are flying inside court Philippe Chatrier. Wow.
I mean, that was just shocking from Zverev. His feet stopped moving. He started to push the ball. 3 unforced errors back to back, and now Carlos is in a commanding position to push us into a 5th set.
Well, Zverev will be watching, no doubt, on Friday when the Euros start. Germany against Scotland from kickoff from 8 o'clock. And we will have coverage with Mark Chapman on 5 Live from inside the stadium from 6:30 on 5 Live. Here's a serve down the centre from Alcaraz, who hooks his forehand cross court, trying to get into a 5th set now. And an overrule on the forehand of Zverev, which is called out, and then our umpire overruled.
Yeah, it's a good overrule. You could see the ball mark right plumb on the line. You like it when a chair umpire is decisive.
Well, Zverev's just gone to scrub that mark out just to put it out of his mind. It's just frustrating at this stage. He just wants to get this set done and dusted.
No complaints from Alcaraz there as the first point is replayed. He serves out wide onto the forehand, leading 5-1 in the 4th set, trailing 2-1. He hits his forehand on the line, but just misses.
He's missed it. Yeah, he's just been a little bit sort of impatient at times, hasn't he? Just hasn't got the balance quite right to have a perfect match for him. It's been a real struggle to get everything flowing for a sustained period of time.
There's just been scrappy.
Yeah.
That's a good word, I think, to describe the whole match, really.
Yes.
There have been purple patches for both players which have shown how good they are, but the nerves are jangling. And this is a new experience for Carlos Alcaraz, trying to win a scrappy Grand Slam.
Yeah.
Serves out wide onto the backhand. Now he'll have a forehand to hit. It was a good deep return from Zverev. Backhand hit slow-balled really by Alcaraz, and Zverev just says, that's easy. Bang. Backhand on the line.
The reason that was easy is because he had an angle to play with the loopy ball. The loopy ball has been very effective down the center of the court, which gives Zverev no angle to play with. You're going to do it short up to the backhand near the line. That's his favorite shot. He's going to eat that every day and every point.
Yeah, I think also onto his forehand as well. He finds it a little bit more awkward to try to generate the pace at the backhand. It's so much more natural. It's like a, second nature to him.
Here's a forehand return deep by Zverev. In comes Alcaraz, and nearly a passing shot winner into the corner by Zverev when he was thrown out wide to his right on his forehand. He tried to go between the umpire's chair and the net post, which is about a foot, and he nearly made it. But that was a better forehand by Alcaraz. Much more assertive, angle, whip on it. And he took Zverev off the court, which is something that Annabel was talking about earlier, is trying to make the man move. But this one's into the net on the forehand. And it's 15-40 on the Alcaraz serve.
It doesn't feel as if he has made Zverev move enough in this match. I thought there would be way more of that, because even though he moves incredibly well for somebody of his size, but being the stature that he is and the height and the sort of physique that he has, it's much more difficult for him to have that dynamic movement.
Well, also in part, let's not forget Alcaraz has that taping on his left leg, so that would be the normal tactic. But the question is it because of the physical problem he has with that quad?
Yeah.
He's not willing to grind it out so much.
Serves down the centre, back and return down by Zverev. In comes Alcaraz and wins the point because the backhand's down the line and wide by Zverev, who suddenly looks just a little bit lethargic down the far end.
He does. And Alcaraz desperately trying to just close out this set because, it will be a pattern, won't it, of him being ahead in the scoreline, not being able to serve out the set, and then being pegged back, and everything's just been much more of a struggle all day. So if he could just get this set under his belt in this service game, he can wipe the slate clean and go into that fifth set.
5-1, 30-40, Alcaraz serves at the body. Big serve it was. Now the forehand behind it. Zverev reaches it and pulls it out.
Yeah, he's looking very, very lethargic down there. Hands on his hips again. Walking very slowly in between points.
Suddenly doesn't look great, does he? The close-up of him, he looks really bothered by something, Zverev, as though he doesn't feel too well suddenly.
His face looks a bit red. We've got two pigeons swooping down onto the court. That might not make him feel too good.
This to set up set point for Alcaraz now. Forehand drop shot is in the net.
Maybe he's having flashbacks of the U.S. Open in 5 sets. You don't know what's going through a player's head at this stage, but he's got a break back point to get one of the 2 breaks back at the moment.
He's walking really slowly around the baseline there. It's very. I can't know how he's feeling, but he looks almost a bit dizzy.
Yeah, he might have hit just a sort of a bad patch physically.
Yeah.
Well, let's not forget he's diabetic as well, so he's always got to put some insulin in him as well. And we've seen him do that during matches.
Very good point.
Advantage Zverev to get one of the breaks back. He's 5-1 down. Forehand cross court by Alcaraz, who steps on this forehand now, smacks it cross court, sits up for him again. This is really defensive stuff from Zverev, who's barely moving suddenly, throwing his arms out, and he seems a bit lost down there, does Alexander Zverev.
I think for Zverev, he's in 2 minds. Do I try for this set or do I wait for the 5th? And he's in a conundrum. If I was Zverev right now and I'm not feeling my best, I'm like, just let the set go. Let's start afresh. Let's go, because it's 2 breaks. If it was 1 break, stick in there.
Juice point. 2 sets to 1, Zverev leads. He's going to go to at least a 5th set, and that's what Alcaraz is trying to take him to.
Let's premier service.
5-1 to the Spaniard and Juice under blue skies as the sun starts to set here at 25 to 7 in the evening local time. shadows starting to spread across this court. What a serve by Alcaraz. That's the first time he's really uncorked one. That one is 130 miles an hour plus.
That was definitely one of the best deliveries we've seen from him all afternoon in 3 hours, 22 minutes. Much more potency, the accuracy, nailed that one.
Carlos Alcaraz, the Wimbledon champion, is having to do this the hard way. 2-1 down. But he has set point to take it into a fifth. Back and return down the middle is into the corner. Scooped back by Alcaraz. Drop shot into the bottom of the net by Alexander Zverev. And it's going all the way. Alcaraz takes a seat. The trainer comes out to him again. They'll have a chat. I think he said my right leg's hurting now as well. So there's a lot going on right down on that court, Philippe Chatrier at the moment, Katie. But it is 2-all, and it's going into a fifth.
Oh, it is nervy, it is tense, it is swaying back and forth. It's Grand Slam final tennis. And we are going the distance. So 5th set commentary to come. We've got the Canadian Grand Prix to bring you later here on 5 Live Sport as well. But with the time at 5:36, Nick Hatfield has the news for you.
The voice of the UK.
And the home of the Euros and the general election 2024.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Katie. Friends of Michael Mosley have been sharing their memories of him after it was confirmed the BBC presenter had died. His body was found this morning on a steep slope on the Greek island of Symi. Michael, who was 67, went missing on Wednesday after going on a mountain walk. He was best known for presenting health programmes and podcasts. Mimi Spencer co-wrote The Fast Diet with Michael.
I mean, he used himself, didn't he, as a human guinea pig, and he drove all sorts of things, whether it was taking up smoking or having a tapeworm put inside him. And he did that because he was fascinated by the science of it. But he was also really interested in getting a story across to people.
Liverpool say their former defender Alan Hansen is seriously ill in hospital. In a statement, the club say they're in contact with his family to provide support and that their thoughts, wishes and hopes are with Alan and all of the Hansen family. After retiring, the 68-year-old appeared as a pundit on Match of the Day from 1992 until 2014. The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says an Israeli raid which led to the rescue of 4 hostages killed 274 Palestinians. The 4 who were abducted at the Nova Music Festival on the 7th of October have now been returned to Israel. The Israeli military estimates that fewer than 100 people died in the operation. And on the election campaign trail today, the Conservatives have announced they want to put £730 million extra into mental health support to help get people back into work. Labour says it's planning reforms could deliver 20,000 more prison places. And the Lib Dems earlier promised new hospital beds and investment in A&E to reduce ambulance waiting times.
20 teams.
This is just thrilling, insane stuff.
20 overs.
What a shot that is.
Only one winner. The ICC Men's T20 World Cup, live from the West Indies and the United States.
He's gone for it. We knew he would. And into the pavilion it goes.
Hear ball-by-ball coverage as Scotland take on Oman, live from Antigua. Tonight at 6 on 5 Sports Extra.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
The French Open on 5 Live Sport with Katie Smith.
So the Canadian Grand Prix to come for you later this evening. George Russell on pole in that. We've got the 5th set to bring you of the Roland Garros final between Carlos Alcaraz and Alexander Zverev. Let's check in though in New York. India against Pakistan at the T20 World Cup. Another wicket, Prakash.
Yes, indeed. Akshar Patel for an 18-ball 20. I think he might have done his job, though. India 62 for 3 after 8 overs have been bowled. Punt on 17, and Suryakumar Yadav has just come in.
Prakash, thank you. Earlier, we had success for Coco Gauff and Katerina Siniakova in the women's doubles at the French Open. And Russell Fuller's going to guide us through this 5th set. Russell, the Coupe de Mousquetaire, the cup that is given to the winner of the men's singles final, just poised tantalisingly at the edge of the court here.
Glistening in the sunshine, and which one of these two men is going to get their sweaty hands on it? A backhand down the line winner. Lovely start to the 5th and final set by Alex Zverev, who is serving first. Carlos Alcaraz taking the first set by 6 games to 3. Zverev the second, 6-2. Zverev the third, 7-5, having been 5-2 down. And then Alcaraz the fourth by 6 games to 1. Neither looks very happy or healthy or fit. Zverev seems very, very tired, possibly low blood sugar, as we were suggesting in the last set. Alcaraz also very erratic and struggling with the problem of his thigh. Who's going to become the champion here on 5 Live and the BBC World Service and BBC Sounds here late this afternoon? It's a backhand volley from Zverev, which Alcaraz reaches but can't return. So that suggests he's moving better than maybe the medical timeout suggested. Zverev moves to 30 love in the opening game of the decider. Annabel, Croft and Greg Rusedski still alongside me here in the Chatrier commentary box.
I mean, this has been a good start from Zverev, the opening 2 points. And as you say, Alcaraz's movement looks a lot better. The thing is, for both players mentally, they know, I just need one good set, and I will be a Grand Slam champion. And for both men to win this title would be something very, very special. And for Alcaraz, trying to win every slam on a different surface that he's won so far.
He will be the youngest man in history to do that, the 7th in total. US Open 2022, Wimbledon 2023. Will it be Roland Garros 2024 for the man who's only recently turned 21? Or will it be a first Grand Slam title at the age of 27 for Germany's Zverev? Double fault Zverev. 30 love becomes 30-15.
Yeah, there's been a few too many double faults from both of them, to be honest, haven't there? Just been inopportune moments.
But the thing which is fascinating right now for me is how Zverev, how is he going to get over that 2020 loss at the US Open Finals in 5 sets in another 5-setter? This has got to be mentally tough for him.
Backhand return from Alcaraz, and so Zverev does not need to make the volley, which followed the serve. A reminder that in 2020, at the US Open, in the giant Arthur Ashe Stadium, with precisely no members of the paying public inside because it was behind closed doors due to the COVID pandemic, Zverev led Dominic Thiem by 2 sets to love. There were 6 breaks of serve in the final set. He served for the title first. Dominic Thiem also served for the title. Neither was successful. It went into a tiebreak, the first in US Open final history. And Zverev, with Thiem cramping, served a couple of double faults to lose the chance of winning a first Grand Slam title. But a bounce smash from Zverev there, who was coming forward again behind the serve, sees him win the first game of this 5th and final set.
Yeah, and that's the first time I've seen him walk through the change of ends and not wait for Alcaraz, because he just walked straight through, whereas before he kept on waiting. He didn't want to go through the change of ends before his opponent.
Well, he's, he's
too tired for all of that.
Yeah, he's on a few fumes at the moment. And the other thing as well is what's going to be important for Zverev is first serve percentage. That was a great opening first game. Managed to dictate and dominate. And now for Carlos Alcaraz, let's see what he can do. He's been in this position before in a major. He's won a 5th set on 2 occasions. So this is not something he hasn't done before like Zverev. So he knows how to handle these difficult situations.
But Zverev has a spectacular record in 5 sets at Roland Garros. Not in finals, because this is his first one, but across the rounds as Alcaraz steps inside the baseline and hits a forehand away to win the first point on his serve. He's played 11 5-set matches, many of them in the first week of the championships, when he used to get himself into a lot of trouble against players he should have beaten more convincingly. But he's won 10 of them, and if he wins this, it will be a record equaling 11th 5-set win at Roland Garros, which would tie the record held by Novak Djokovic, Gael Monfils and Stan Wawrinka, who are all significantly older than he is. So it just gives you an idea of how many 5-set battles he's come through at the age of just 27. Second serve here for Alcaraz at 15 love. Backhand return from Zverev. Forehand down the line Alcaraz. Zverev cross-court with a forehand. Alcaraz narrows the angle with a forehand cross-court. Zverev just gets that ball back, and it pays dividends as Alcaraz, trying to be aggressive, blazes the forehand over the baseline.
Well, that was Alcaraz's point, wasn't it? I mean, he really should have made that forehand, and also just the court positioning in the points now. Zverev well back in the court. I mean, not much energy going through those legs, and Alcaraz very aware of it, using the angle, trying to pull Zverev out of position. He constructed it perfectly, just didn't finish with the execution on that final forehand.
15 all. And Alcaraz nets the first serve. Second serve. Zverev's forehand cross-court. Alcaraz with the forehand cross-court to the Zverev forehand. Oh, it's a very edgy or a miss-hit forehand from Alcaraz that just makes it over. The volley from Zverev is wide. Alcaraz recovered with a fine forehand down the line.
Oh my goodness, what was that? I mean, it didn't even hardly connect with the racket. It just about made the strings and it sort of wobbled. I don't know how it even went over the net, but it did.
The other thing with Alcaraz is with the leg problem, he's not getting up with the explosivity that he's used to on those high balls because he's not the tallest guy on tour, so he uses his physicality, and there we saw again that forehand a little shaky above his shoulders.
30-15, Alcaraz misses the first serve. The clock is now showing 3 hours and 33 minutes, which means that Alex Zverev has been on court for precisely 23 hours at this French Open. This is his third 5-set match. Forehand from Alcaraz, backhand from Zverev. Alcaraz with the off forehand, carefully placed on the backhand from Zverev, who has gone long.
I mean, that was clever from Alcaraz, playing with margin, more rotation, more height, not giving Zverev the pace he wants. When he's more patient out there, because that's not his natural instinct. His natural instinct is to do Hollywood shots, hit it hard, but it's really working well when he has variety and gives Zverev no pace and says, okay, create the pace, I'm going to give you depth, which is very difficult to do.
Alcaraz now with 2 game points. Misses the first serve. Zverev had come into this final having played more tennis than any other man who'd reached the championship match in history, or at least since they started timing matches in 1991. Slice backhand from Alcaraz. Zverev down the line with a fluent backhand. Forehand down the other line now from Zverev. Cross-court with the backhand Alcaraz. A bit more pace on that. Forehand from Alcaraz. The backhand hit with power by Zverev onto the forehand of Alcaraz, who has missed. He's netted the forehand cross-court.
Oh, he's bringing in some very different tactics here with slow balling, but also using the angle, hitting it a lot shorter. But he's constructing the point. He's in control of it. He created the open space just to put that forehand cross-court and then netted it. Well, no acceleration on that ball.
Well, he loses his forehand rhythm, the acceleration on it, when he loops the ball. So he can loop it, but he can't go from loop to power, loop to power.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's the problem he's having. He's not getting that balance right yet.
Game point, just 1 remaining. It's a good serve by Alcaraz, and it's chopped into the net by Zverev. So both hang on to their opening service game in the decider. It's 1 game all, and this final set of the French Open final here on BBC Sounds is most definitely not for those of a nervous disposition.
No, definitely not for the faint-hearted. It's getting very, very edgy, isn't it? But I feel like both of them have been pushed. Actually, I mean, we've seen a lot longer matches than this out there on the tour, but I mean, it's going into very physical and emotional territory here. And I mean, you only have to watch both of them the way they're walking around the court. I'd say Alcaraz looks fresher, but Zverev is looking very weary.
Well, the boys in the commentary box next door have got the beers in.
Yes.
Their work is obviously done for the day. There's 3 or 4 of them lined up with a perfect view of the final, and they're enjoying a pint of one of France's most famous beers. There's a missed volley from Zverev as he punches that backhand volley over the baseline on serve.
I think the difference is not going to be physical. I think it's going to be mental. And that's why I took Alcaraz at the beginning of the day in 5 sets, and I'm still sticking with my pick. I think Zverev has got a lot of demons to slay. Yes, he's been on court longer, but for me, one of the key shots for him is what's his first serve percentage going to be like, and is he going to be brave and bold, or is he going to hope that Alcaraz is going to lose this one?
Yeah.
And it's those small margins that could make the difference.
Love 15. Carlos Alcaraz does not know what it's like to lose a Grand Slam final as Zverev serves down the middle. And now the volley into the net. It's a terrible miss from Zverev. Alcaraz was utterly marooned at the back of the court. It was the easiest of volleys that he's put into the net. And this is now love 30 on the Zverev serve.
Oh, my goodness. But the clever thing about the return of serve from Alcaraz was he was at full stretch, but he actually saw the oncoming net rusher in Zverev, and he just put in a slice forehand return, and it just made the difference, I think.
Well, on top of that, Zverev did the right thing there, but the execution, as you say, was completely wrong. He was distracted by the Spaniard.
Love 30. Zverev serving, missing his first serve. Most of the court now in shade. It's just Carlos Alcaraz who's in the forehand corner. The juice side of the court, who is in the sunshine. Zverev at the far end in the shade. Will be in the sun if he runs to hit a backhand, and he's double faulted, and these are 3 break points for Carlos Alcaraz.
Well, the walk has just got slower and slower and slower in between points, and if the walk is as slow as this, then you can guarantee that when he's going up to serve, he's not really using those legs to push up and drive up into that serve.
Yeah, but that's also mental as well. He's got to find a way to trick his mind that he's fresh, he's fine, he can do this. Easier said than done.
3 break points for Alcaraz. Can he strike the first blow in the decider? Not like that. Brave serve by Zverev onto the service line. Alcaraz backhand long.
The other thing is sometimes when you're walking around like that looking tired, it can psych out your opponent as well. It's a little rope-a-dope a la Muhammad Ali.
Well, I don't think he could walk much slower in between the points, that's for sure.
2 more break points to save. Zverev lands another first serve onto the backhand of Alcaraz. Zverev's backhand cross-court. Alcaraz with the backhand cross-court. Zverev's backhand. It's long. He's broken. We've had so many breaks of serve in this match. That does not necessarily feel like the end at all. That is the 14th break of serve. Alcaraz has broken 8 times. Zverev has broken 6 times. And he's going to need to break at least 7 times if he's to get back on level terms and at worst force a tie-break as the trainer returns to tend to Carlos Alcaraz, who is 4 games away from a first French Open title, leading the decider by 2 games to 1.
Yeah, I still feel like the momentum is with Alcaraz. You have the trainer on the court, but this is just to make sure everything's all right. He actually didn't have treatment this time. It was just a conversation. So that is a good sign. I feel like Carlos knows exactly what he needs. And I think on top of that, he might have just taken a few painkillers as well to get him through the last bit of the match.
We have a double header of the Tooney and Russo pod this week with 2 brand new episodes available on BBC Sounds. They will be giving Vic Hope all the gossip from inside the England camp, including Mary Earp's Oscar-winning prank, and also share what they get off to on their days off. And if you'd like to watch them, it's also on YouTube via the BBC Sounds channel. It all comes down to this then. There is so much tension, isn't there, in the final set of a Grand Slam singles final. Day 15 in Paris. Think how long Alex Zverev has been out there. 23 hours plus now.
Yes.
He's lost 1 Grand Slam final from 2 sets to love up. Is the same thing going to happen in that he loses in a 5th set against Carlos Alcaraz here this afternoon?
Sort of got that feel about it at the moment, and unless he just suddenly gets a surge of energy and he gets through that, the marathon wall that so many marathon runners go through, and then they come out the other side. But it's not looking great for him at the moment.
Well, I think he needs a reply right here. If he can get the break back right away like he did in most of the sets, he might have a fighter's chance, but
2-1. Alcaraz leads. Can he consolidate the break of serve? The backhand from Zverev. Alcaraz with the forehand cross-court. That's long. I think there's every chance he gets the break back at some point. I don't think Carlos Alcaraz
that's the problem,
looks convincing.
Isn't it? No, he doesn't. He hasn't really looked convincing the entire match, has he? Apart from that patch of play that got him to 5-2 in that 3rd set. But they've gone into slow balling each other at the moment. The tennis, it's not their highest quality, is it?
Most definitely not. India 83 for 3 after 10 overs against Pakistan in the T20 World Cup in New York. That continues on 5 Sports Extra. Drop shot into the net from Alcaraz.
No.
This is Alcaraz giving Zverev what Zverev gave Alcaraz in the last game.
It's weird.
That is a shocker. That's just a routine forehand, not willing to step in and strike it. Mentally just turning off a little bit here from Alcaraz, and can Zverev take advantage?
Well, I think he was thinking that Zverev's so tired that to throw in a drop shot that's really short, and it was kind of like a sliced drop shot, wasn't it? But it just didn't work. He didn't get hold of it.
And he's love 30 down. And he thinks he's served an ace, and Zverev is not so sure. Alcaraz continues jogging to the net. Here comes the umpire. It was wide. So love 30 and a second serve.
I'm not always convinced by Zverev's pointing at marks these days, because he's pointed at so many.
He does it very decisively and very confidently, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's very close to the service line by Alcaraz, but the serve is good at love 30. Backhand cross-court Alcaraz. Zverev with a very fine-looking backhand. Forehand Zverev. That's a less convincing shot. Put a bit of air on that, and then there's a really tight forehand from Zverev. Backhand cross-court from Zverev. Alcaraz backhand cross-court. Zverev with the backhand cross-court to the back of the court. Now a forehand from Zverev, trying to set up 3 break-back points. The backhand cross-court from Alcaraz, not particularly convincing, but now he goes cross-court with a forehand, and he's got a short ball, and he's missed the forehand.
Oh, my goodness.
It's unbelievable here from Alcaraz. Sets up the point beautifully and misses the easy one again. Just turns off that focus and concentration.
Yeah, it's been the pattern the entire match. It's extraordinary because he's looking the better of the two, but then when it comes to the finish on constructing these points, he's getting really tight and edgy. He's missing. Just can't kind of trust him at the moment. I don't think he trusts himself.
This is now starting to feel like a rerun of that 2020 US Open final in terms of tension and drama and inexplicable shots being missed. It's 3 break-back points for Zverev. The difference being that tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the role of Dominic Thiem is being played by Carlos Alcaraz. Will it be the same result? 3 break-back points as Alcaraz misses the first serve. Three hours and 43 minutes played in the final. Second serve from Alcaraz to the backhand of Zverev. Forehand cross-court Alcaraz. Zverev just there in time. Now surely Alcaraz puts this one away. Decides to leave the forehand in the locker and goes back in behind Zverev with a backhand with a cross-court winner.
But the other thing, anybody who's worrying about Zverev's fitness in the last game, he's moving exceptionally well here, striking the ball beautifully. So the second win is definitely coming this final set for Zverev.
The forehand cross-court rather than the forehand down the line to save the first of 3 break points against him. Here's the second, though, for Zverev, and Alcaraz just decides to wait for the crowd on this occasion. And probably for that scream to die down as well. It might have been a baby. It sounded like a shriek of excitement to me, but either way, play continues now, and this is second break point for Zverev to level the deciding set at 2 games all. Alcaraz serves down the tee, and it's a double fault.
Is it going to be called in? I think it might be, yes.
It's called in. Zverev immediately complaining, jogging up to the umpire and pointing out to the umpire that he thinks he's got the wrong mark.
Well, this is where we need Hawkeye to reconfirm it.
Now he's touching the umpire again. He does this far too much. You just should not be touching umpires in this situation. It's not aggressive. He's just holding his arm. No way he's mouthing to Carlos Alcaraz, who's just getting ready to serve. And Zverev is still in the middle of the court and refusing to budge. There's no way, he says.
Well, it might change this particular game. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know whether Zverev is going to channel his anger, play fantastic points to close out the game.
This is where we want the Hawkeye replay, though.
Exactly.
Can you imagine if they put that on the big screen? This would just quell the whole situation.
The point has to be replayed. So 2 serves for Alcaraz. Remember, he's 15-40 down, and it's 2 break-back points for Zverev. Alcaraz with the forehand with a bit of air. Zverev hits the backhand. Alcaraz cross-court with a forehand. Zverev's forehand to the backhand of Alcaraz. Zverev cross-court with a backhand. That was hit with much more purpose. Now the backhand down the line from Zverev, but it's gone long, and it floats over the baseline, and 2 of 3 break-back points have now been saved by the Wimbledon champion.
Yeah, well, that's got to be put out of his mind quite quickly, and it might be quite tricky for him to do that. He's absolutely steaming about that. I mean, it was awfully close, wasn't it?
It was, and we didn't get the Hawkeye live to see what was happening with that point as well. So right now you feel if there's a way Carlos can hold on here, hold this service game, the momentum will be with him tremendously.
3rd break-back point for Zverev. Backhand return. Alcaraz forehand. Onto the line.
Oh,
what
goodness.
a shot!
I don't think Zverev can believe it. He's just hit that line and cleaned it. It's left a nice little white mark on the line, so he couldn't possibly complain about that one.
Well, that's the first forehand he's let go of that's gone in the court. I can't remember in how many sets, and what a moment for it to happen. Maybe this is the impetus for the real Carlos Alcaraz to show up.
I agree with you, because he's been pushing it around, hasn't he? Much more passively lately.
3 break points saved. It's deuce. A wild first serve from Alcaraz. Zverev ready for this second serve. Forehand return Zverev. Forehand Alcaraz. Zverev scoops the forehand cross-court into mid-court. Alcaraz's drop shot is too deep. The lob from Alcaraz. The smash from Zverev. Another lob from Alcaraz. The forehand overhead from Zverev. Another paddle shot from Zverev, which Alcaraz has also reached down and going cross-court. The volley's not safe yet. Another smash from Zverev. Alcaraz is finally beaten.
Oh my goodness, what a point.
It's like nobody wanted to win it for a second. There was unbelievable. The pitter-patter from Zverev. They're giving Alcaraz so many bites of the cherry as we see the Spaniard hunched over. He can't believe he didn't go for that winner.
Well, he's taking a long time to suck in some air here. He was leaning over the towel box there, really looking like he was suffering after that point. What was the quote he said ahead of this match, Russell?
I take joy in the suffering.
Ah, there you go.
You take joy in the suffering when you win. If you get pain and suffering and you don't win, it's not much joy, I'll tell you that.
Merci.
And the joy is perhaps deferred. I can't imagine he's feeling particularly joyful right now. He's facing another break point against him, the 4th of this game for Alex Zverev, threatening to bite back immediately and level this deciding set here on 5 Live and the BBC World Service at 2 games all. Backhand return from Zverev into the net.
That was very clever from Alcaraz. Took some pace off that serve. 105 miles an hour kicker in the corner, serve and volley. Hasn't done that in a while. Very clever.
Well, we are guaranteed some sporting drama over the summer. The Rugby Union Premiership final yesterday was pretty special by the sounds of things, with Chris Jones bringing you that very narrow victory for Northampton Saints over Wasps, despite being down to 14 men. This men's French Open singles final living up to expectations. The Euros start on Friday with Germany against Scotland on 5 Live, and Wimbledon 2024 is 3 weeks and 1 day away. Alcaraz hits the forehand cross-court. Air on the forehand now from Alcaraz at deuce. Backhand from Alcaraz. Zverev's forehand down the line. Alcaraz cross-court with the forehand to the Zverev forehand. Backhand down the line from Zverev. And he gets the reward for being brave, as Zverev nets on the stretch.
Yeah, he was definitely a lot braver on that point, trying to take a bit more risk, taking that backhand up the line. That was the kind of shot we saw in the set number 1, where he really took control of that set, but we haven't seen too much of that lately.
It's really interesting because Alcaraz has been going to the towel. Juan Carlos Ferrer has been talking to him about what to do here, so they have their tactics and clarity for this upcoming point to consolidate the break. So using the new rule that they put in last year for coaching allowed on court to really help the Spaniard.
He has advantage for a 3-1 lead. He's landed a first serve, Alcaraz. Now the drop shot to try and close out the game, and it's inch perfect. He saves 4 break points, consolidates the break, leads by 3 games to 1, puts his left hand to his ear, and the Philippe Chatrier court respond, and so do those with Spanish flags inside this 15,000-seat arena, because he's now 3 games away from becoming the youngest man to win a Grand Slam on all 3 surfaces, on hard courts, grass courts and clay courts.
Les joueurs sont prêts, merci. S'il vous plaît.
And he gets an extra energy boost from the crowd as they sing his name. India now 93 for 4 in the T20 World Cup against Pakistan, being made to bat first. Commentary continues on 5 Sports Extra. And don't forget, we've got the Grand Prix, the Canadian Grand Prix, to follow on 5 Live after the conclusion of this 5th and final set. What a time to be alive.
Yeah.
1-3, Zverev, now needing to hang on to his serve. Nets with the first one. It's the only moment of calm as Zverev bounces the ball 10 times before sending this second serve to the Alcaraz backhand. He's worked it to the back of the court, Alcaraz, but that was very well struck by Zverev. Placement, depth, backhand down the line to take the first point on serve.
Whereas Zverev's composing himself well, taking his time. He realizes it's only one break. It's interesting to see Juan Carlos is like coaching every single point in Spanish.
I think he's trying to just pick up his energy levels as well and make sure he continues to keep focused.
15 love, excellent serve down the tee from Zverev to 30 love as that squash shot forehand from Alcaraz sends the ball skidding into the net first bounce. He has his man at his end, Juan Carlos Ferrero, which makes it much easier to be heard. Have to rely on a few signals when the player is at the other end from the coaching box. And shouldn't be having a conversation there. Needs to be a bit more discreet when you're at the opposite end, according to the rules. Backhand from Zverev onto the baseline. Zverev cross-court with the backhand. Alcaraz lifts this backhand to within a few inches of the baseline. Once again, hitting the higher ball, taking the pace off it, Alcaraz. And then, as Zverev goes down the line, Alcaraz just reaches for that and turns the forehand cross-court for a winner. Zverev doesn't move. And I think everybody in the crowd is thinking, how did he do that?
Yeah, I don't even know how he did that. I thought he was missing that ball. It looked like it was going to hit it in the net, and it was a squash shot defence, very low, like an arrow going across the net there. Unbelievable shot. You need talent to produce something like that.
30-15. Zverev at 1-3, came back from 2-5 down, won 5 games in a row to win the third set and take a 2-1 lead at that point. Alcaraz landing one within centimetres of the baseline, but now missing his backhand from mid-court, and a little bit of breathing space now for Zverev perhaps in this game. Certainly at the moment it's 40-15.
It's unbelievable how many short loopy balls both men have missed on situations where they could really take control of the points. If I'm a coach after this match, I'm practicing attacking those loopy balls.
Yeah, I agree.
(40-15). First serve missed by Zverev. Court now in shade. The light's even starting to take effect. At 7 minutes past 7 in Paris. Alcaraz waits for this forehand. Zverev hits the backhand. Alcaraz cross-court with the forehand. Zverev hits the forehand into mid-court. There's more on that forehand from Alcaraz and it helps him win the point as Zverev just blocks a forehand too long.
Well, he stopped midway through that point thinking one of Alcaraz's shots was long. Took a long, hard, good look at it and carried on playing. I don't think he's even got the energy, to be honest with you, to argue about that one. So he's gone and looked at the mark once again and just carried on now.
Well, the interesting thing with Zverev as well is he's clutching his shoulder as well. Just feeling not 100% at the moment, trying to get himself refocused. And as you say, Annabel, saving his energy by not complaining.
40-30. So game point Zverev for 2-3. Excellent serve, serving and volleying, and the forehand volley is wide, and Zverev has not looked convincing recently as he's come to the net, and he looks so despondent as that volley runs away from him, and he trudges back to the baseline. It's deuce. Alcaraz is threatening to get the double break advantage, and from that position, the Wimbledon champion is going to be mighty hard to stop.
But that is a clever return if your man's not moving well in the middle. And Zverev should have taken a backhand volley when it's coming at your body.
Deuce. Zverev serving. Forehand cross-court Alcaraz. Zverev's forehand. Alcaraz with the backhand cross-court. Zverev cross-court with the backhand. The slide into the backhand by Alcaraz. It's virtually a drop shot. So too from Zverev. Passing chance, Alcaraz! This is break point for a 4-1 double break leading the decider.
Well, Zverev's dad's looking a little bit animated up there. Zverev looking across at him.
Alcaraz.
The other thing with Carlos is you're noticing how good is the movement. This is the best he's moved the whole match, and we're in the 5th set deep here. Well, Zverev is the one who's looking a little bit tired, not really looking as nimble.
No, he looks pretty depleted on all sides, I think, all fronts. Not much energy left in the tank.
Crisis time for Alex Zverev. 1-3 down and break point down. Carlos Alcaraz awaits. Great serve by Zverev. Got back by Alcaraz. Zverev's cross-court backhand is so nervy, but he has landed it, I think, on the sideline.
I thought that was out.
Yeah, it was on the line.
Wow.
Carlos just wipes the mark. That was brave. That was bold.
Oh my goodness, that looked like it was travelling out, I thought, but yeah, a bit risky. We've got these, one in French and one in British, there's sort of words around the stadium here. Victory belongs to the most tenacious, Roland Garros. So never a truer word's going to be said, is it, than this evening.
Juice. Zverev saving the break point against him. Already a break of serve down. Now goes down the centre with a brilliant first serve. And the return just long by Alcaraz. And game point Zverev now. And he'll feel like he's still very, very much in this final. If he can win this point and close out this game. Would either of you like to swap places with these players right now?
Sure, I'd love to be up a break in the 5th set in a major. I'll take it all day long.
And there would at least be a runners-up check for you, wouldn't there?
Well,
at least, I said, Greg. Forehand Zverev cross-court. Alcaraz with a bit more power on the forehand cross-court. Zverev defending. Drop shot Alcaraz. Zverev should put this one away, and he does. Backhand cross-court. Saves the break point. Keeps his hopes alive. Alcaraz 3-2. Just the one single break advantage. Let's go to the T20 World Cup. Commentary on BBC Sounds and 5 Sports Extra of India against Pakistan. We're going to take you to the Group B game between Scotland and Oman, which is underway in Antigua. Commentary on the website and app. Oman won the toss, they're batting, and Charlie Taylor is watching.
Well, we've just seen the first wicket fall as Scotland have picked up the first one. It's the actually the first game of the World Cup at Antigua, the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So it was a bit confusing that Oman won the toss and chose to bat. You'd think they might want to have a look, see what the pitch is like, and then chase something, given all of that. But they have decided to bat, and they have lost their first wicket. The score now is 13-1 here. Scotland, if they win today, could make things very difficult for England to qualify, and they'd go up to 5 points. England's maximum they can make is 5 at the moment, so it'd have to come down to net run rate. So this is a game with great implications on the whole group as it stands. So at the moment, 13-1, the score between Scotland and Oman. And a quick look at what's going on in the other game, which will have many billions of eyes on it today. India against Pakistan. India are 96-6 in the 15th over in New York. Russell.
Thank you, Charlie. We're going to wave a fond farewell to Annabel Croft, who has to leave us because travel plans cannot be changed tonight. It's been great working with you, Annabel. We'll see you at Wimbledon in 3 weeks' time. Greg, you're not leaving me, are you?
Well, there's no chance I'm leaving you on this final.
3-2, Carlos Alcaraz with the break of serve, but just the one break of serve in this 5th and final set. He was 2-1 down. He won the 4th by 6-1. He's serving and volleying here. Zverev has hit a lob in the air, which is out.
You just feel that Alcaraz will find a way to get this done. It just seems like he's got his mojo back, his calmness, his composure, and Zverev is just hanging on at the moment.
They both do look very, very tired indeed. And quite often, even in the 5th set of a Grand Slam final after a grueling couple of weeks, players can look remarkably fresh, but I wouldn't say that's the case today, and with very, very good reason, as Alcaraz shanks a forehand and it lands in the doubles alley.
Well, we haven't seen that shank on the forehand side for at least a set and a bit, so Zverev changing tactics, last 3 shots in a row into that side. It's going to be interesting. This match is not going to be decided by the physicality, it's going to be decided by the mind. Who has got the fortitude to find a way to close this thing out?
15 all. Serve called long. Alcaraz wanted a serve and volley again there. 6 Spanish men have won Roland Garros in the Open era. One of them rather greedily 14 times. Zverev hitting a backhand to the Alcaraz forehand. Alcaraz coming forward, and he can't make that volley because it was a fabulously well-directed forehand down the line by the German, who is perhaps sniffing a little bit of weakness, sniffing an opportunity to break back in this game. 15-30.
Well, the other thing as well, he knows, is that Carlos isn't comfortable with the forehand approach up the line, so he sat on that cross-court approach and executed the forehand beautifully.
Merci.
15-30 down as Alcaraz finds a first serve. Now he's got a forehand, Alcaraz. Zverev with the lob. Alcaraz just stepping back. He's in mid-court, the bounce smash. Never expected him to miss that for a moment. 30 all. Separated from Juan Carlos Ferrero, his coach in this game, in that he's the commentary box end, that much further away from his coach, who, as Greg said, has been giving him a steady barrage of advice rather than abuse.
Well, you don't really want abuse in a fifth set, do you?
Especially not from your coach. That's when you know things have turned for the worst. 30 all, another big point here. Forehand down the line from Alcaraz. That was stroked beautifully down the line. Zverev looks up to the heavens. Not the moment he's thinking for my opponent to hit such a clean, languid forehand winner.
Well, I think for all those Alcaraz fans out there, that is a good sign, because that shot hasn't been functioning today. And on the biggest moments, break point down in his final set, there was a forehand up the line, and now 30 all. Again, another brilliant forehand.
The clock has passed 4 hours now. 4 hours and 3 minutes in this final. Backhand return from Zverev. Backhand cross-court Alcaraz. Zverev with the backhand. Alcaraz backhand. Zverev hits the backhand to the Alcaraz backhand. Right to the back of the court by the Spaniard. Now a forehand from him to the Zverev backhand cross-court. Slice backhand Alcaraz. Zverev's forehand. Alcaraz with the backhand into the net. Alcaraz breaks down from the baseline and it's deuce.
Interesting there from Alcaraz as well. A little shake of those legs after that point. Really didn't get down for that ball on the backhand side there, but disguising it well. His body language on the upper body looks good, but there looks like there's a little bit of a tweak there on that left leg. Shaking it out again before he's about to serve.
Their bodies are gripped by tension. Deuce. Good serve. How about the half volley from Alcaraz? Zverev reaches it, goes down the line. The volley from Alcaraz. Cross-court with the backhand by Zverev, and Alcaraz goes wide with a despairing attempt to get that backhand cross-court back in play. And it's a break point for Zverev.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Great pickup there. Anticipates the shot from Zverev, but goes for the fancy lob instead of the cross-court volley on that shot. And could this be costly to get Zverev back all level at this final set juncture?
Les joueurs sont prêts, merci. Merci beaucoup.
Break point down. Serving and volleying Alcaraz.
Oh, that was a tremendous volley. So compact, so well punched through. Good movement forward. That was brave and bold. Fortune favors the brave, and Alcaraz was that point very brave.
What chances of seeing Alex Zverev play a grass court match in Stuttgart in front of his home fans on Tuesday, Greg?
I would say probably a 1% chance. And that's giving him a high percentage.
Deuce. 3-2 Alcaraz. Had a break point for a double break advantage in the last game, and there had to fend off a break point on his own serve just to stay in front. But can he close out the game? Or will we be locked at 3-all very soon? A wrong-footing forehand cross-court winner from Alcaraz.
Avantage Alcaraz.
It's amazing how when the big moments come, Alcaraz is being able to have that tunnel vision in the fifth set and just play the point for what it is with calmness and control. This is very impressive from the young Spaniard who hasn't had his best tennis today.
Super impressive. In the US Open and Wimbledon finals, he won. Less so today, but it may still be enough to win a third Grand Slam title. Game point Alcaraz, he's gone along with a forehand. Yep, just confirmed by the chair umpire.
That's the one where he's just not getting his weight forward enough on the front foot, and not getting that transfer there. The ball just sails fractionally long.
Deuce. Or égalité, as they say round here, for the third time. Alcaraz serving, just long. The breeze blows through the Philippe Chatrier court once again, but not a significant issue for the players at all. Stays at the back of the court now, Alcaraz, and watches Zverev hit the sideline with his backhand service return, and he's now netting Zverev. And I think he's trying to say, wasn't my first shot out? Which is pushing his luck a little bit.
I think he was trying to say that Carlos kind of stopped playing. So I don't think you're going to complain about the return.
So maybe Alcaraz thought it was out.
Yeah, but he didn't call to stop the point. He just put it back into play very slowly, and that put off Zverev. But there's nothing you can do about that because there's nothing wrong with that sort of thing.
Zverev returns to the back of the court, shaking his head. This is a game point now for Alcaraz. Another chance to move 4-2 in front in the deciding set. First serve into the net. Third 4-hour-plus match of the fortnight for Alex Zverev. He's won the other 2 in 5. Backhand cross-court return from Zverev. Alcaraz backhand. Zverev stepping forward a little bit, close to the baseline. Now hitting the backhand onto the slice backhand of Alcaraz. Mid-court ball for Zverev, who slices it into the net on the forehand. And that opportunity is gone. And Carlos Alcaraz notches another game in the 5th and final set of the French Open final. And he leads by 4 games to 2. There are a few people who may have been desperate for the bathroom, who left recently and are now queuing to get back inside the Philippe Chatrier court. Backhand from Zverev, backhand from Alcaraz, backhand from the Spaniard to the backhand of the German, 6'6" tall, in white and a yellowy-orangey top at the far end as we watch. Alcaraz is driving the forehand down the line. He's got the bit between his teeth now, the Spaniard.
Yeah, that was brilliant tennis, playing with margin, hitting his spots. Movement looked excellent. They're getting really down low for the backhand side, and then again firing with 2 back-to-back beautiful forehands. That's where Zverev has to be careful, because if the double break happens, this will be dusted and done.
2-4. Love 15. Zverev serves onto the service line, I thought, but there was the call, and here comes umpire Renaud Liechtenstein to check. It was good. And you can always tell because he's looking at Carlos Alcaraz almost apologetically and saying, do you know what? I think that was good. But the point will be replayed.
First service.
India are collapsing in the T20 World Cup in New York against Pakistan, of all teams. 96 for 7. 3.5 of the 20 overs to go in the T20 World Cup. Commentary on that continues on 5 Sports Extra. Zverev definitely missing the first serve here. Love 15 down, trying to be the first German man to win this title since before the Second World War. Serves now. Backhand return from Alcaraz, who's in good company if he wins this title, because there have been many men from Spain that have done it in modern times. Forehand cross-court from Alcaraz. Another forehand, a big swing from Alcaraz, and he's now got love 30 on the Zverev serve. Wide with the forehand goes Zverev. Turning round again, trying to take some consolation from his box and his dad, who fills the role of both father and coach, but it's slipping away from Zverev in the 5th set of a Grand Slam final for the 2nd time in his career.
Zverev now needs his serve to get him out of trouble. He needs to try to find a way to get some cheap points, because Alcaraz has got the blinkers on now and is just rock solid these last few points.
Love 30 down Zverev. Forehand from Alcaraz. The forehand from Zverev. Backhand Alcaraz. Zverev inside the baseline, hits the backhand to the forehand of Alcaraz. Smart volley from Zverev, and a cross-court winner from Alcaraz. Another moment of magic from the Spaniard. Yes, it did catch the net on the way over, for which he apologises, but nothing was going to stop the flight of that ball, and nothing was going to stop Carlos Alcaraz setting up 3 more break points as he puts his hand to his ear once again and wants the sound inside the Philippe Chatrier court to increase still further. Three break points facing Zverev, who's been fighting off break points in every one bar his first service game here. He's just the 1 break of serve down for the moment, but if he doesn't win the next 3 points, it could be over and out for the German in this French Open final. 5 Live, BBC Sounds, the world service. Backhand return from Alcaraz, floats it to the back of the court. First of 3 break points, and he finds the sideline, Alcaraz, and he breaks to love. And the US Open champion of 2022, the Wimbledon champion of 2023, is now a game away from being the French Open champion of 2024, as we take you to New York to see how India's batsmen are getting on against Pakistan in the T20 World Cup. And Prakash Wakankar.
Well, it's been a dramatic collapse for India. They were 89 for 3, remember, at one stage. They slipped to 96 for 7. Mohammad Amir was on a hat-trick, and since then, in the company of Arshdeep Singh, Hardik Pandya have taken the total up to 106 for 7 in the 17th over. Certainly not the kind of position they would have expected themselves to be in. Pakistan on top in the other game, which you can listen in on the BBC website and the app. Oman have progressed in 5.2 overs to 44 for 2, just losing their second wicket a short while back.
Thank you, Prakash. Nice to hear you. Commentary then continuing across the BBC on Sports Extra, the BBC Sport website and app, and here on 5 Live, with the Canadian Grand Prix to follow, the conclusion of this men's singles final at Roland Garros. Alex Zverev, who led Dominic Thiem by 2 sets to love in the US Open final of 2020 and still had to settle for second place, led Carlos Alcaraz by 2 sets to 1 in this final. Alcaraz took the 4th by 6 games to 1. He has the double break advantage at 5-2 in the decider, and the 21-year-old is now beginning the service game that he hopes will deliver him a 3rd Grand Slam title. He was almost ready to go. Alex Zverev not ready. Well, decides to change his racket.
Well, he changed his racket because he didn't realize it was new balls in play because of the fresh balls. That's why he's so tired. He didn't even hear the umpire announce it, and everything going Carlos's way at the moment.
Four hours and 15 minutes played today. Well over 23 hours in total by Alex Zverev at the French Open. This is his 3rd 5-setter. He's only ever lost 1 5-set match at Roland Garros. He's won the other 10. But it looks as if Carlos Alcaraz could be about to put a dent in that record. His second serve as he serves for the title. Backhand from Zverev cross-court. Alcaraz cross-court with a backhand to the Zverev backhand. Alcaraz down the line. Zverev's forehand. Sitting up for Alcaraz, who clubs it cross-court on the backhand. And that's the first of the 4 points he needs to be the champion here in Paris for the first time.
15-0.
(5-2). 15 love. Alcaraz serving into the net. Second serve from Alcaraz. The backhand from Zverev. Right back to Alcaraz's feet. Zverev's forehand is very short. Alcaraz cross-court with the backhand, but a very nice backhand from Zverev, and that forces the error from Alcaraz. He's gone long with the forehand cross-court. And it's 15 all.
You have to give credit here to Zverev. He's really trying to dig in deep. He's giving it everything there and asking the question to Alcaraz.
La Coupe des Mousquetaires awaits. Will there be another Spanish male champion here at Roland Garros? Alcaraz goes long with the first serve. His name this year will not be Rafael Nadal. It will not be Andrés Jimeno or Sergei Bruguera or Carlos Moya or Albert Costa or even Alcaraz coach Juan Carlos Ferrero. If it's going to be a Spaniard, it's going to be the man himself, who's had a break here because that's been overruled by the chair umpire, and he has 2 serves to come at 15 all, 3 points away from the French Open title. Forehand return from Zverev. Alcaraz with the drop shot. Here comes Zverev, and he steered the backhand wide.
It's unbelievable how he has the calmness, the composure to play that shot at such a moment. I mean, that was a solid return, yet the hands from Alcaraz were so good.
(30-15) as Carlos Alcaraz serves for the French Open title. Backhand return from Alex Zverev, right back at the feet of Alcaraz, who picks it up casually on the half volley, and Zverev has gone long. And these are championship points for the first time at the French Open for Carlos Alcaraz. Tosses away the loose ball. Championship point number 1 on the Alcaraz serve. First serve misses. Second serve. Championship point number 1 for Alcaraz. Backhand return from Zverev. Just clears the net. Alcaraz cross-court with a forehand and into the corner. And the man who is barely 21 is now a Grand Slam champion on a hard court, a grass court and a clay court. He's come from 2 sets to 1 down to deny Alex Zverev in a 5-set Grand Slam final again. Alcaraz, champion in Paris for the first time, a Grand Slam champion for a 3rd time, and he's won it in 5 sets in a match that was difficult to watch at times. Such was the tension that was coursing through their bodies. But again, for the 3rd time in a Grand Slam final, it's Alcaraz who comes out on top. Played 3, won 3. Alcaraz, now the French Open champion.
Oh, what a performance from Alcaraz. His 3rd major, as you say, Russell, and on top of that, each major he's won has been a 5-set epic. He always finds a moment, and the most impressive thing, he wasn't at his best for these 2 weeks and still ends up French Open champion. What an amazing performance. It wasn't the best tennis, but it was gritty, it was gutsy, and it shows this man has what we call it.
And that is the sound of a very lively and excitable group hug. Carlos Alcaraz is in the middle of that somewhere. Family, agent, coach, Juan Carlos Ferrero. And Alex Zverev, meanwhile, just sits on his chair, leans forward and has to watch the celebrations by another man, as he did in New York in 2020 when he lost a 5th set tiebreak to Dominic Thiem in an empty stadium. He's had a crowd to watch him lose in 5 sets today, but it is an incredibly bitter pill for him to swallow. Runner-up for the 2nd time, and Carlos Alcaraz is the champion. And he will go to Wimbledon to defend his title as a 3-time Grand Slam champion. Katie.
And there's a huge streak of clay down his back, Russell, as he's hugging everyone in his box. And you get the sense it's almost symbolic, you know, this clay, this surface, his first title on it. But it's so significant to the country, to Spain, where he is from, and the success that they have had over the years. He is now sharing it with everyone that matters to him, that everyone has helped him get to this moment.
They're lucky people, aren't they, in Spain? Rafael Nadal wins the title 14 times, and then Alcaraz, who only turned 21 a month ago, wins it for the first time. And what's so exciting is that, like Nadal, he's very capable of winning on all three surfaces. David Law is here, my co-commentator for this final. Another one we will remember, not for the quality of the match, let's be honest, but it was gripping entertainment.
It was, and you have to see different parts of an athlete and a champion if they're going to become a champion. And Carlos Alcaraz showed that there's more to him than Hollywood tennis. He dug deep. He had to win it in a scrappy fashion, but he got the job done. And Greg made a very good point there. That's 3 finals that he's won in Grand Slams. He's won them all over the best of 5 sets. He's only ever once lost a 5-set match. He's won 11 of them. It's an astonishing record. And who knows? I mean, I think he's going to get better and better, but I actually think that this is a really important one because he was dealing with an injury, he was not in great form, and he still won the thing.
Which is a bit of a concern for everybody else in the world. Yep. Jannik Sinner pushed him very close in the semi-finals. He was a little bit undercooked coming in because he'd had the hip injury. So I think that rivalry is going to flourish over the years to come. But it's just probably increases that nagging fear that most of the top men have, that actually, if Alcaraz plays at his best, he's going to win. And if he can win them playing a long way below his best, that is not a great thought to have.
Yeah, we're in new territory here after this French Open. I think the Wimbledon of last year, he played a Djokovic that was pretty much at full strength, and he still managed to get the better of him. Djokovic with a knee problem that is going to keep him out for weeks. He might not even make it to Wimbledon. Alcaraz, well, he'll go into Wimbledon as a favourite.
And we said that, David, that the quality of the match, perhaps not quite the heights that we've seen over the years, sometimes with Rafa Nadal in action, but Ben was in touch. He says, I backed Greg Rusedski's prediction. He's right about the mental resilience being the factor here for Alcaraz today. He's ridden his luck at times, but it's how you use that luck. Don't let it dull your focus in the big moments. And actually, he did stand up in those crucial, key moments in the match. He found that quality.
Yeah, no panic, and it was exactly the same in the semi-final against Jannik Sinner, down 2-1 and looking like he was struggling, but he dug deep and he found something. And I don't think at any point in this final he really hit his top form, but it was interesting to watch Zverev finally start to fade. We'll find out in his press conference why that might have been, but physically he was dipping. As soon as that third set was won, Alcaraz was really starting to surge.
So we'll have the Canadian Grand Prix to follow here on 5 Live Sport after the trophy presentation. Russell, they're starting to start these proceedings, bringing out the kind of, what would you call it, the kind of instruments and the platform, and there's loads of people on the court I can see on my screen. There's a lot of people in the crowd staying to watch this as well because they probably feel, like you said today, that this could be a big turning point in men's tennis today, this moment for Carlos Alcaraz.
Yes, and this is also, I think, always a very, very special moment. Probably if you are not a supporter of Carlos Alcaraz and you are backing and cheering on Alex Zverev today, you might be turning on your back and heading for the exit. But I think, generally speaking, whether you're on the winning side or not, to watch these moments of history, the moment that Alcaraz gets his hands on a first French Open title, is well worth watching. We're seeing some of his highlights reel from the whole of the tournament now. Carlos Alcaraz, who is just going to have to wait another couple of minutes, Katie, to get his hands on the Coupe des Mousquetaires.
And it's always just devastating to see that runner-up who has to sit there and watch all of this commence. Before we get into that, let's check in at the T20 Cricket World Cup right now on the BBC Sounds, on the BBC Sport website. You can listen to Scotland underway, their Group B game against Oman in Antigua. Simon Mann watching.
Well, really big game for Scotland. They need to win and win big if they possibly can. Oman batting first, 67 for 3. Start of the 9th over. The opener, Ataval, is going well. He's 34 not out. A wicket for Soul, a wicket for Safian Sharif in his 200th appearance for Scotland, and a wicket for the slow left armer Watt. Scotland need a big win. Oman 67 for 3, start of the 9th over.
And India, their innings coming to a close against Pakistan, currently 119 for 9. We are on the Philippe Chatrier court, though, where Carlos Alcaraz has become the champion at Roland Garros for the first time in his career. And Russell Fuller, he's now just having this special moment where he sits, he takes it all in, and they're playing him highlights of his journey to that moment on the big screen.
And the crowds are about to show their appreciation for the ball boys and ball girls from Roland Garros 2024, who are walking out in their striped tops, light clay court coloured tops, orangey, milky reddy brown. Some representatives of the team that have worked so hard, have worked some very, very long and late hours over the past 15 days. And now the line judges. Will we see them next year, David? We do not know the answer to that, because in 2025 on the ATP and the WTA Tour on clay, line calling technology will have to be used.
Yeah, it's a tradition and part of the history of the sport that I would be sad to lose, but it's increasingly difficult, I think, to make the argument that they should be at least assisted, if not replaced, by the technology, because there have been too many issues, I think, over the course of these last 2 weeks that we don't see week to week.
And Wimbledon will have the same dilemma. They may like to have the tradition, but if the French Open and Wimbledon continue with line judges when no other tournament is, then they are increasing the pressure on those line judges, shall we say, to make the right calls. Here come the ground staff, taking their place behind the baseline in front of us as we look down from the top of one of the stands here on the Philippe Chatrier court for this presentation, which is going to feature Alex Zverev and the star attraction, the champion, Carlos Alcaraz.
Et la coupe des mousquetaires qui sera remise au vainqueur.
The Coupe des Mousquetaires is brought out onto the court now and up 4 or 5 stairs onto the curving stage, which Zverev and Alcaraz will walk across in a moment. 3 of the ball girls putting the trophy for the winner, the runner-up and the umpire on the desk. Carlos Alcaraz treating himself to a can of fizzy water.
Cérémonie de remise de récompense du simple messieurs Roland-Garros 2024. Les trophées seront remis par le président de la Fédération française de tennis, monsieur Gilles Moreton, accompagné d'un champion d'exception. Il avait emporté son premier titre en Grand Chelem ici, à Roland-Garros, en 1974, il y a 50 ans. Il allait remporter au total 11 autres titres et 5 de plus ici à Roland-Garros, monsieur Bjorn Borg.
6 times a champion at Roland-Garros. The silver-haired Bjorn Borg walks onto the stage with the president of the French Federation, Gilles Moreton. 50 years since he won the first of those Grand Slam titles here.
Et je vous propose de retrouver ce champion sur les écrans. Regardez.
And we're going to get a look at Bjorn Borg in the days before he had silver hair and some of his great moments from Roland Garros. And nice for him to get a chance to present the trophy here 50 years after that first triumph, a very significant landmark. What a time it must have been to be Swedish. Bjorn Borg, ABBA just emerging.
and a whole generation of Swedish players that would follow in his footsteps, inspired by the man himself. I remember being a little boy as he held 6 of these titles and 5 Wimbledons at the same time. You know, that was unheard of, to be able to do it on both of these 2 surfaces at that point. And who knows, maybe Carlos Alcaraz will be clocking up similar numbers in his future.
The only Grand Slam that Carlos Alcaraz hasn't won is the Australian Open, but I don't think there's any reason to think he's not going to be able to.
No, he's perfectly equipped to win in Australia and frankly win everywhere multiple times.
Bjorn Borg bowing and thanking the crowd for their applause. Alex Zverev and Carlos Alcaraz joining in. The chair umpire, Renaud Lichtenstein, now walking up the slope onto the stage, and he has a silver rectangular platter as a commemoration of officiating this men's singles final on the Philippe Chatrier court. 5 Live, BBC Sounds, Alcaraz the champion. The Canadian Grand Prix follows very, very shortly.
finaliste du simple messieurs Roland-Garros 2024, l'Allemand Alexander Zverev.
Both arms raised to acknowledge the crowd's applause. It's a painful walk for Alex Zverev, runner-up for a second time, runner-up in 5 sets for the second time in a Grand Slam final. And Bjorn Borg can empathise, and he gives him a big bear hug as Zverev now shows his rectangular silver tray to the crowd and forces a watery smile.
Well, first of all, congratulations, Carlos. 3rd Grand Slam, 21 years old. It's incredible. You won 3 different ones. It's an amazing career already. You're already a Hall of Famer. You already achieved so much, and you're only 21 years old. So incredible player, and yeah, not the last time we're going to win this. To the team, well done. I wish I could say otherwise, but too good today. All of you guys are unbelievable, nice guys, and I know you all for many, many years. I'm happy for you guys. Not today, but generally I'm very happy for you. Yeah. Then, of course, to my team as well. Thanks for not only the last 2 weeks, but obviously the long journey that we had, also since the injury on this court. We're close today, not enough, but hopefully one day we'll be able to hold this trophy together. So thank you. Then I would like to thank everybody who's making this tournament possible every year. Amelie, you're probably the biggest part of it. One of the best tournament directors that we have, and it's always a pleasure to play here. You know, you do everything you can for the players. I know it's very tough, the job, because we complain a lot, but you know, you're doing the best you can, and we really appreciate it. So thank you for the job you're doing. Of course, the crowd. Thank you very much for the past 2 weeks. It's been amazing. The atmosphere was amazing. The support that I got was amazing, and I really love it to play on this beautiful court, one of my favorite courts on the tour. And yeah, I'll be back next year. Thank you.
A very gracious runners-up speech by Alex Zverev. Rafael Nadal has tweeted his congratulations as Carlos Alcaraz prepares for his moment.
L'Espagnol Carlos Alcaraz.
Both arms raised to wave to those inside the Philippe Chatrier court. A high five for the French Federation president. The Coupe des Mousquetaires handed over to him by Bjorn Borg. There's a hug for the 6-time champion, and Alcaraz now makes his way to the top of the slope, the top of the stage, and for the first time in his career, but at the age of only just 21, Alcaraz lifts the trophy overhead. He can now call himself a French Open champion, as well as a US Open and Wimbledon champion. And he looks very happy with himself. As Nadal tweets, "Congratulations, Carlos Alcaraz, for this immense victory. Huge. Very happy for your success."
Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons vous demander de vous lever si ce n'est pas déjà fait. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Spain, l'hymne national de l'Espagne.
#Vamos.